Five, four, three, two, one. Good morning, Belize, and good morning to everybody that is listening to us and getting this stream broadcast at this point in time. We are coming to you live from the Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where we will be bringing you the coverage of the Diaspora Summit 2.0. It's going to take place today and tomorrow, which means that we've got multiple aspects going on simultaneously, but we will be in the room where there will be the live presentations. I'm Moside, by the way. Good morning to you all. Usually at this point in time, you'll be getting WB. Usually at this time, you'll be getting ready to call and discuss issues. Today and tomorrow, it's different. While we're up early, well, in Florida presently, it's already 9 o'clock. We've been up for some time trying to get this broadcast to you. And we are very honored to have been a partner of this effort. It's the second one. For those who are familiar, there was the original summit, which was held in Los Angeles, California last year. And so this is building on that, where now there's going to be the Summit 2.0, and we're looking forward to it. Now, we have these panels and we have that going on, but there are several rooms lined up, and there's significant participation from the government of Belize, where the Ministry of Immigration, the Ministry of Natural Resources have made their teams available and accessible here at the Convention Center for Belizeans living abroad in the diaspora. There's also going to be multiple what you'd call discussions outside of the main room. I am in the main room presently, and let me just show you. That's where the presentations are going to be made. So we're going to have panels up there having conversations on various issues. Let's just look at what's going to take place. Let me just they're saying my audio is not on. So I don't know what has happened to my audio. So that means I have to pause. I have my audio coming through. All right, so my audio is on, so it's good. All right, thank you guys very much. Just let us just work out some of the little early, let's say little hiccups, but we're on, and again, coming up shortly, we're going to be getting the panel conversations on the way, and let's just look at what's happening today. So there is going to be, the opening ceremony was scheduled for 9, so there is a delay, but immediately following the opening ceremony and speeches, which is going to be from 9 on, was supposed to be from 9 until about 10:30. There's going to be a policy panel from Constitution to Action, a diaspora policy. And then that's going to be followed up by a health panel, where there's going to be building a healthier Belize, the diaspora's outlook on it. There's going to be medical practitioners out here who will be a part of that conversation. There's going to be an education panel that's going to look at shared wisdom and classroom without borders. And then later on, there's going to be a youth panel that's going to discuss from TikTok to Town Hall, youths leading the charge. That's the lineup for today. And while we bring you these panels, we hope to be able to get interviews lined up here with individuals who are coming by. So that's going to be a part of it as well. It is a bit slow at the beginning here, and it's kind of tricky to get your parking and then find where the rooms are. That could be a part of the delay that we're experiencing. We had a little tricky time getting in as well. But we are not here by ourselves. We could not be here doing this without the support of all our sponsors. And so we want to take this opportunity to honor all the sponsors who are making this possible. Of course, I want to thank the organizers for providing me with the plane ticket to come here to do this coverage. So I want to thank the organizing committee of the Diaspora Summit 2.0. And let me as well take this opportunity to big up our sponsors back home who are making this all work. And so let me just give thanks to the official sponsors: Beltrade, Central Bank of Belize, Government of Belize, the Finstein Group, Holy Redeemer Credit Union Limited, Insurance Corporation of Belize, Ministry of Immigration, University of Belize. Our premier sponsors: Atlantic Bank Limited, Belize Electricity Limited, Belize Tax Services, Brothers Abet, Freedom Drugstore, James Bus Line, Oceana, and Quality Products. Our quality poultry products. Sorry. Part sponsors: Belize Medical Associates, Belize Chamber of Commerce Western Union, Builders Hardware, CG United, Dangriga Town Council, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Human Dignity Trust, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, National Fishermen Producers Cooperative Society Limited, Quick Home Real Estate, Wasada's Hardware, Ruby Jewelry, St. John's Credit Union Limited, Calpetch Village Resort, and Jaime Price Piling. So those are our sponsors. They have made this coverage possible, but it's really a tremendous collective that is putting this together and giving us this opportunity, coordinating the internet, everything that is necessary for us to do this very significant outreach in Florida. So again, we want to thank all our sponsors, to our team back home who will be with us today and tomorrow. They were actually in studios from 4 this morning or a little bit thereafter because of the time difference. So we want to welcome you to the Diaspora Summit 2.0, and we are going to take a break, and as soon as the ceremonies commence, we are going to kick it off. Right now, they're getting set up for that. As we showed you earlier on, we have the panels ready, and we'll be hearing from our guests, and we'll also be coordinating some interviews. Right now, we're just going to take ourselves a quick commercial break, and then we're going to come back to you. So we hit it back to studios, and we'll be right back. situations.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Check. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to our live coverage from Florida. The states were there. we did a studio with far this morning for the Diaspora Summit 2.0. We're at the Broward Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And this is the historic 2.0 version after it was done last year in Los Angeles. And I'm here with one of the organizers, but I don't want to introduce her as an organizer. I want to say that this would be an interesting trivia. Like, who am I the first hostess of the Creme Morning Show before it was called WB?
Yeah.
They wouldn't know that.
They wouldn't.
They wouldn't know that.
Nobody would get a prize if we gave it out.
People would know. They will know. No, they will know. I'd like to introduce you to Mrs. Verlene Pitts. She is one of the organizers, and you know, see them people except on Zoom or on. Them
you
people,
can't say that.
But
see? No.
How long you been host like Bo? You on Neil Hall.
Neil Hall, yep.
People like that, like what, Bo?
That is like so far back.
25 years, more than that.
Yeah.
Because I started
99?
WB in 1999, so you guys would have been around 97, 98.
98. Yep.
You were like a youngster, still in school, maybe.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
Yep. Good times, great memories.
Yeah.
Always good to be back home, with Creme.
Look, hey, we're gonna talk to that brother soon. But and listen, I couldn't have my first guest on the coverage be somebody with a from Belize. I couldn't do that. I had to have somebody from the diaspora, meaning with a from Belize. I'm not questioning your Belizeanness. I'm just saying that I'm talking about somebody who live back home, right?
Yes,
right
yes.
now you have become you're a resident of the United States of America.
Yes.
And so that's what we're acknowledging and embracing. That we are in different locations, we have different circumstances, but there is so much that creates this bond, this very important bond that sometimes is, needs servicing, needs watering, needs support, but it has so much potential for us. So tell me, Verlene, just from a personal standpoint, why you have been drawn to this and why you have volunteered to be completely invested in this event, creating it and supporting it.
Well, so, we may not live physically in Belize, but Belize lives in us, right? It no matter what part of the world. The whole idea of your bande is really what resonates with every Belizean. And so I think that it's important for us to get together and to always collaborate. And Belize is still very young, right? We're a young nation. And so nation building has to continue. And everybody that's Belizean, it doesn't matter where you are on the globe, need to still contribute to nation building. So whenever there's an effort to give back, because we receive so much from Belize, right? That I'm compelled to join in and make sure that our voices are heard and we have an input. And, when you think about the diaspora, sometimes people think mostly about remittances, right? And it's not just about money. It's not just about remittances. There's a lot of skills. There's a lot of knowledge transfer. There's a lot of, giving back that happens, collaboration that happens. And we see a lot of opportunity for us to go ahead and continue to contribute positively to the growth of the country.
From an organizer standpoint, what is important? Always when we have an event, summit, coming together, and you're trying to create something, say, what do I want to do, what do I want to achieve? Like, it's always like goals.
Yes.
Because you can always have a meeting and you can always have speeches and discussions, but if you're supposed to give me like your top 3 goals that you would want to see manifest out of these coming together, out of these convergence? What would those be?
So I would say my top three would be: one, we want to be able to shine a light on the work that happens outside of Belize, that happens for Belize. So people individually may understand what they're receiving, but on a whole, that needs to be amplified. They're not just box and barrel, but there's...
Hey, nothing wrong with the box and barrel.
Nothing wrong. I
don't know.
Stop. No. Nothing wrong with it, but
right.
It's not limited to that, right?
I agree, but not to try touching that.
No, you don't get touched. And so out of this, I want people to know and see that there's, a group of Belizeans that take doctors to Belize, specialists, so people can get glasses, right? There's work that's done with cancer, so healthcare is very important. I want that to be highlighted. That's a goal. Out of this, we want to be able to maybe even start the conversation of a policy. What does that engagement with the government of Belize look like with the diaspora? So we are very grateful that there's a ministry, right, dedicated to the diaspora. But what is the policy? What does that look like? What are the guardrails, right? So out of this, we want to be able to collaborate with the government and start to come up with a framework of what that policy will look like. So out of these panel discussions, the first one is policy. We have Dr. Vernon here with us from UB. There is a Policy Research Institute now, and we are hoping that they will take up some of this effort in helping to shape it. And so after each of the panels, we'll have working meetings. So this is not just talk. We're not just here to have a discussion. The discussion will lead to key people who are very invested in putting together policy, because after that, then it's implementation, right? So we want to have a framework, we want to have the policy and then implement. And then the last thing I want to come out of this is just good old Belizean fun time. And I see you a long time, I'm happy for sale, that type of thing. Already, I've been able to introduce, we have a number of people from PG here. Dr. Williams, we have Destiny, we have Destiny Williams, we have Will Mejia, we have Dane Guy, and just to see, people they talk about who their granny, who their grandpa, who their auntie, oh, I'm a neighbor. That is fun. That is really, that's what we love about being Belizeans, right? We're so connected. We have a group of people from Sixth Farm. The CEO of...
Afraid to claim a Belmo Pan this, sister, no?
No, I won't. Belmo Pan is the next thing.
Uno there.
Yes. We represent well.
But I got to cut you. I got to cut you because, not cut you, but I have to jump in.
Okay, go ahead.
Just quickly, just to acknowledge that we stand on the shoulders of those who cleared this trail before. From the standpoint, we are not inventing the wheel. The consciousness of the power and the potential of the diaspora converging and becoming stronger and more organized was a vision that started from would be the late 70s. In fact, yes. Brother Bilal Morris is, I can hear him laying down the law that we have to acknowledge and we have to pay respect to the work done by those who came before you guys.
Absolutely.
They did a lot. The Consortium for Development was a very powerful organization. And, you think about the people who contributed to that. A lot of the vision came out of from the Belizean hero, the late great Philip Golson, emphasizing purpose. Not just coming together and say, well, not is there anything wrong with that, the culture of meeting and greeting and embracing and reuniting. That's a part of it. But to be strategic, to have a great substance to this. And so that that was a call back then, and I feel it is a map for 2025 that there has to be that there is this great power that exists here, but power and potential cannot be effective if there is no organizing of it, if there's not coming together all our brothers and sisters who live in Los Angeles, who live in Chicago, who live in New York, who live in Florida, who live in Houston, who live in states we don't even know where they live, or who live around the planet, to see how they can become better integrated for themselves, to give them strength within self, but also to make them more effective in how they integrate, how they engage with Belizeans who are at home. A country that only has 400,000 people can ill afford to be dismissive of the significant population of descendants that lives abroad. And so we must remember those who pioneered, who trailblazed, and hopefully, I'd hope that Brother Bilal could have been here, but he couldn't make it because he's really like a historian for this. The fact that we have another Belizean outstanding legal mind, the late Mr. Leng. We have another significant contribution in creating the consortium. Now, all the people who participated in that effort, who did so much, we have to recognize them, and we have to build on what they've done. What are your thoughts about kind of like just kind of picking up the baton, which you're now doing, Verlene? That's what you're doing.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, the names, right? The names are names that we're familiar with, even if you haven't met them in person, right? And so it brings to mind the late Bert Tucker, right? And some of the amazing work that he's done. So we really stand on the shoulders of great Belizeans that saw the need and went forth, and we're picking up the baton. So I'm very excited about it. These people were inspirational, and I'm glad that we are hearkening to the call.
You emphasize health. You look at health as a significant way we can. That's right now. There is legitimate, very effective interventions going on with health from people in the diaspora back home. So we know that exists. And it seems as if though it is one of the things that you are very passionate about. Tell me about that. Just flesh that out a bit before we end off this is the conversation, Verlene.
Okay. No. I'm glad you asked because it's personal, right? And so when I say personal, I maybe want to go as far as to say that it's selfish, right?
Okay.
Because a lot of us in the diaspora are looking to retire in Belize. And one of the things that happens inevitably when you get older is that your health may decline, right? And so when we look at the health care situation, we definitely want to make sure that it improves. So anything we can do to contribute, anything we can do to put policies in place, we want to do because we are looking to retire in Belize someday, right? So that's from a selfish standpoint. But also, we have relatives that are in Belize still, right? Mm-hmm. And so when you have to pay a doctor bill, I just came back from Belize about 4 days ago, right? Mm-hmm. My mom is elderly, and so we are at that stage where we have healthcare, givers, and we go to Belize as often as possible. My brother is there right now, spending a whole month with his family. And so we are very, very concerned about healthcare because we are there to make sure that she remains healthy and stay with us for as long as possible.
Of course.
And so, all those things make it very, very personal and practical, right? For not just me, but others in the diaspora.
Well, Verlene, I want to thank you for being my first chit-chat conversation guest. The Diaspora Summit 2.0. Really enjoyed the conversation and I enjoyed the opportunity to give you flowers. You're the foundation for my talk show business. I come after you.
Love it. Well, I remember when you had this vision.
I come after you. I never want to do this. I want to be alone. I want to be alone.
That was the exact moment that I did come to the States. But no, my time at CREM really was formative. So. No, wonderful to be back and,
OG,
great talking to you.
Zinc fence, you got your zinc
man,
fence card.
Back then, I'm in no lamp up
No, like play big.
play big,
Play big, you
that
know.
time in the play big era, absolutely.
No left me hanging though.
Yes, man. No, never that.
Verlene Pitt, so one of the organizers for the Diaspora Summit 2.0, chatting with us here. We're going to take ourselves a short break as we wait for the panel conversations to commence. The other breakout rooms are open and people are in those rooms. We are waiting for what is the business end of the show to kick off, where we hear interesting, engaging, and informing conversations. We'll be right back from Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Diaspora Summit coming away on Creme Radio and XTV. We want to big up our sponsors who are making it possible. And there is a long list. I got to do this, Rolling. This is a part of the business.
Well, I'm very familiar with this.
You have to understand how this thing... you have to understand how this thing go. Make us say, big up everybody where they make this thing possible. First of all, I got to thank the organizers of this event for providing us with the transportation to reach here. A plane ticket for reach. Thank you, guys. Let me just big up the official sponsors from back home. We have Central Bank of Belize, Government of Belize, Feinstein Group, Holy Redeemer Credit Union Limited, Insurance Corporation of Belize, the Ministry of Immigration, the University of Belize, premier sponsors Atlantic Bank Limited, Belize Electricity Limited, Belize Tax Services, Brothers Habet, Freedom Drugstore, James Bus Line, Ocean, Quality Poultry Products. And we have part sponsors, Belize Medical Associates, Belize Chamber of Commerce Western Union, Builders Hardware, CG United, Dan Grigger Tongue Council, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Human Dignity Trust, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, National Fishermen Producers Cooperative Society Limited, Quick Home Real Estate, Rosado's Hardware, Ruby Jewelry, St. John's Credit Union Limited, Cal Pets Village Resort, and Jaime Price Piling. Thank you very much for making it possible for us to bring this coverage. You're locked into Creme Radio and XTV. We'll be right back. About to go on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to our live coverage from the Broad Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm Mose Hyde hosting the coverage this time. It's the Diaspora Summit, Belize Diaspora Summit 2.0. And we're glad that you have linked with us. You're listening to us in Creme Radio. You're watching us on XTV. And of course, you're able to get us live on social media where we're being streamed. It's on Facebook, it's on YouTube. And so we're very honored that we can do this service. It is something that we truly are committed and believe in. And this is the second time in its new format where the diaspora has been getting its energy together and organizing. Last year, of course, for those who might not have known, it was in Los Angeles. And so this represents a building on that start here in Florida, where there's not the same number of Belizeans or Belizean descendants as there are in Los Angeles. Everybody knows Los Angeles is the mecca of the Belizean diaspora. It's where, just by numbers, they are extremely populous. But Florida has its share of Belizean descent brothers and sisters as well. So it's an important place to be. And we have multiple rooms going on simultaneously. Where we are bringing this coverage is where the panel discussions will be held, but there are multiple events going on simultaneously, outreach programs. There's also an area outside where there are booths, but we are kind of limited in the amount of coverage that we can do, because we're not running a deep roster here. Our deep roster is back home. So we're just trying to make it all be connected as best for you, that you can have the experience. Especially we got to reach out to those who are in the diaspora, whichever, on planet Earth. And because when you say the diaspora, which means the people abroad, that what we mean. With people abroad, that's what that represents, right? So people might not be into that word, understandable. That is, brother and sister, when they're abroad, wherever they're there, whether it's in the United States, whether it is around planet Earth, then a part of we a part of them. And so far, we have organized, it's been in the United States of America, where predominantly that's where most of the Belizean diaspora presently resides, but we are all over the world. And so this summit represents an opportunity for you to hear some of the conversations that we believe are relevant, that are very strategic. And so between today and tomorrow, you will be getting these conversations live on Creme Radio and on XTV. And if you have comments, questions, and things you want to put forward, then we ask you to comment on our Facebook, comment on our YouTube, make sure that you're on, make sure you're subscribing. So we want to encourage you, not only for you to link and watch, but make sure you press the subscribe button on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on Facebook, and continue your relationship with Creme Radio XTV, the Zing Friends family, with data states, and we're representing. In a very short while, we expect the official opening ceremonies to begin. There's been a delay. It was scheduled to commence an hour ago. So there's a bit of a delay to the commencement, but I can see people now taking their positions, and as soon as that happens, we are going to crank it up. So there's going to be opening ceremonies of sort with some opening remarks. That will be followed by a first panel conversation on policy and what a policy should look like when it comes to the diaspora. The Policy Research Institute of the University of Belize is represented here, as Mr. Dylan Vernon is going to be a part of that panel. So, again, we're just waiting for the ceremonies to officially begin, and then we'll be taking you to the stage where we can see them prepping to commence. This is live coverage on Creme Radio XTV, and again, we want to just thank all the sponsors who have made it possible. We'll be here for most of the day. This is an event that will go up until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon here in Florida, and with this delayed start, potentially a bit after, that means that back home you will be getting coverage because of the time difference up until about 3 this afternoon. So we thank you for having this coverage being a part of your day, and we are very, very proud to be participating and to be the official media partner of the Diaspora Summit 2.0. And right now, I think we're about to start, but I've been saying that now for a couple of minutes, trying to work that out. And we will have interviews as well, besides the panel conversations that will go on. But let me just take this opportunity to once again repeat our sponsors, because we don't have to get used to that. We have to do that, because that is how we're here, their support. And so our official sponsors, we want to thank very much. Bell Trade, Central Bank of Belize, Government of Belize, Feinstein Group, Holy Redeemer Credit Union Limited, Insurance Corporation of Belize, Ministry of Immigration, University of Belize. Our premier sponsors, Atlantic Bank Limited, Belize Electricity Limited, Belize Tax Services, Brothers Abet, Freetown Drugstore, James Bus Line, Oceana, Quality Poultry Products. Our part sponsors, Belize Medical Associates, Belize Chamber of Commerce, Western Union, Builders Hardware, CG United, Dangriga Town Council, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Human Dignity Trust, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, the National Fishermen Producers Cooperative Society Limited, Quick Home Real Estate, Rosado's Hardware, Ruby Jewelry, and St. John's Credit Union Limited, Calpech Village Resort, Jaime Price Piling. Those are the sponsors for our coverage, and we want to thank them very much. At this point in time, we are scheduled to have the opening ceremonies, which is going to be the anthem and opening remarks by the representatives from the organizing committee of the Diaspora Summit 2.0. So we're looking forward to that. So what we might do, since I'm just waiting to see, I think we might be about to begin. Let's see. They're doing that. So let us see if that's what's happening now. You're listening to Crim Radio. You're watching coverage here on XTV, and we're far from home. Let's put it that way. We're far from Zinc, but all in an effort to connect and to celebrate the heritage and the importance and the energy of our dear people who reside outside of our amazing jewel called Belize. And what we can do is to take ourselves another quick break. Since there's still some kind of delay, we'll take ourselves a quick break and come back. Hopefully when we do, the ceremonies will be on the way. We'll be back.
All right, good morning and welcome to everyone to the second annual Belize Diaspora Summit 2.0. We are thrilled to have you all here with us, both in person and virtually. So, in the most Belizean way possible, I want to say, Manning, Buenos Dias, Buiti Binafi, Malobkin, I tried to Maya. And just, welcome. Happy to have you all here with us. So today we are gathered so that we can talk about Belize and what Belize means to us. And I want to invite Rishma to the podium to go ahead and do our welcome. And she'll lead us with the Belize national anthem and the U.S. anthem.
You to call me up for sing?
No, it'll play. Okay. It'll play.
I thought you were calling me up.
It will play, and the national prayer, and then we'll have the welcome.
Okay, we'll just stand here.
We're so gallant, we stream, and the
remain standing for the prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may all attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, and increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, and that we may be preserved in the union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
All right, time to get the party started. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yay, happy Thursday. Nice to see everyone here. Thank you for beating the traffic and construction to be here today. So welcome to the Belize Diaspora Summit 2.0. Welcome to our attendees here. Welcome to the Belizeans at home. This is being live streamed to all the Belizeans at home. My name is Rishma Eckert. I'm one of the organizers of the Belize Diaspora Summit, and I would like to welcome everyone and go through some protocols with you. Welcome to Marconi Liel Jr., Minister of State for Foreign Trade, His Worship Carlos Galvez, Mayor of Punta Gorda, Deputy Mayor of the City of Belmopan, Coretta Banner, Tanya Santos Neal, CEO in the Ministry of Immigration, Ms. Sandia Murphy, Ambassador of Diaspora Relations, Darrell Bradley, former Mayor of Belize City, Anita Fain Taylor, Director of Economic Development and Housing in the Department of the City of Miramar, Clint Contleaf, Economic Development Analyst for the City of Miramar, representatives from the Ministries of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, Natural Resources and Immigration, representatives from municipal governments, esteemed professional colleagues, educators, business owners, supporting organizations, and volunteers. Welcome, everyone. Last year, we had our inaugural Belizean event in Los Angeles, California, and the focus for that event was unifying Belizeans. We wanted to have an event where Belizeans can get together and network and be one with each other. This year, the theme is advancing policy through collaboration. So we want to double down on what we had last year and try to create a policy for the diaspora. We're wide, we're varied, but we have to be able to figure out what policy works for us as a group. This entire event, day 1, day 2, day 3, is coming together and doing policy and networking and just being one as people. These events cannot happen without sponsors and without supporters, so I would like to take this time to thank our sponsors and our supporters. The Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Immigration, Kapali Rum, DigiWallet, Sabre Realty and Development, the City of Belmopan, JW Construction, Rain Volleyball, Car Guys, Suite 7, The Elysium, Seasoned Lingo Games, Social Security Board, the Belize American Chamber of Commerce for facilitating Southwest, the Guyanese American Chamber of Commerce for facilitating El Dorado, which is a rum from Guyana, Miracle Fire Hot Cooked Beans, Belamo Rum, University of Belize, Florida International University College of Law, Bradley Ellis and Company LLP, Creme FM, XTV, DJ Special, Love FM, the Belizean Association of South Florida, Buller Realty, the Belize Diaspora Network, AS Management and Services, LLC, and Eckert Law, PLLC. Thank you, guys. Enjoy, network, get the most out of this that you can, and let's be one as a people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishma, for that warm welcome. And forgive me, I did not introduce myself. I am Verlene Pitts, one of the organizers for today's summit. I want to invite Aria Lightfoot next, one of the organizers for today's summit.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm making an appeal on behalf of the Belize diaspora. This year we chose advancing policy through collaboration. And it's an appeal to the government of Belize, policymakers, and the people of and from Belize. Belize is at a pivotal moment today. An opportunity to harness the full strength of our people, both at home and abroad, in service of nation building. This is a heartfelt call to the government of Belize, policymakers, leaders, and every citizen to believe in the promise of our nation and to recognize the vast underutilized value of the Belizean diaspora. There may be over 200,000 Belizeans living in the United States alone. That is nearly half the population residing in Belize. While our contributions are often summarized through economic measures like remittances, which account for almost 25% of Belize's GDP, this tells only part of the story. GDP is but one indicator of impact. Beyond the numbers lies a deeper truth: the love, loyalty, and lived experiences of Belizeans abroad who continue to uplift families and communities across the nation. Our fellow Belizeans abroad occupy spaces of leadership and influence across every sector. Doctors and nurses, you'll see that today, healing and caring for others. Executives guiding global corporations, academics and researchers advancing knowledge, technocrats, lawyers, artists shaping culture and innovation. And the impact extends far beyond boardrooms and universities. Belizeans abroad also serve in essential roles that form the backbone of every society. The blue-collar workers building roads, homes, and infrastructure. The waiters and chefs bringing culture and flavor to their communities. The garbage collectors, home care aides, and bus drivers who ensure daily lives continue smoothly. The police officers, firefighters, social workers protecting and supporting their communities. This forms the Belizean diaspora. Whether they're wearing a uniform, a hard hat, or a business suit, the Belizeans abroad carries in Belize their heart. Every paycheck earned and every hour worked contributes to sustaining families, supporting their communities, and fueling the Belizean economy. So I believe now is the time for meaningful action, not symbolic gestures, but bold, inclusive policies that build bridges across oceans. What kind of action? Create spaces in governance through a Senate seat, voting rights, advisory councils, and policy forums for diaspora voices to be heard and counted. Conduct a census of the Belizean diaspora to capture the Belizeans living abroad to facilitate policy. ensure that the diaspora representative advocates are advocating for the interests of Belizean citizens, both at home and abroad, and provide the services needed. Streamline pathways for investment in housing, business, education, and social development to enable Belizeans abroad to directly contribute to nation growth. Establish collaborative platforms where the expertise of Belizeans, whether blue collar or PhD holders, can help some of Belize's challenges. Today, we're here to collaborate. This is not only an economic partnership, it is a partnership rooted in our shared history, in our cultural pride, and in enduring love that we all have for Belize. Belize is a nation blessed with every resource it has to thrive. We're rich in talent, we're rich in culture, and we're rich in the love and spirit of Belize. So let's not leave these gifts untapped. Let us build a Belize where every citizen, whether home or abroad, has a voice, has a place, and has a purpose in shaping the future of Belize. Thank you.
Thank you, Aria. Next, I want to invite Mrs. Sandia Murphy, Ambassador of Diaspora Relations, Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations. She will give our keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. With protocols having been established, I will proceed. First, I want to say that the Honorable Anthony Mahler, Minister of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations, sends his best and wishes that he could be here today. As Belize's ambassador for Diaspora Relations, serving under the Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations, I'm honored to be here with you today. They say you can take the Belizean out of Belize, but you could never take Belize out of the Belizean. And it is in that spirit that we gather here today, with hearts rooted in home, no matter the distance. The government of Belize is committed to engaging with and in strengthening the relationship with the Belizean diaspora. As we celebrate our shared identity and national pride, we are bound by a common heritage, a deep love for Belize, and a collective responsibility to contribute to its development, no matter where in the world we may live. In alignment with this commitment, the government established the Diaspora Relations Unit in April 2021. Our goal is to facilitate inclusive participation in national development while promoting Belize's visibility, expanding economic opportunities, encouraging the exchange of expertise, and fostering civic and cultural engagement. Building on this foundation, over the past 4 years, we have made significant progress in fulfilling this mission. We have built strong relationships with Belizean organizations across the globe and work closely with our consulates and embassies to ensure more coordinated outreach. The unit has assumed full responsibility for the Diaspora Returnee Incentive Program, DRIP, as most of you might know it as, making it more accessible and transparent. We have established ourselves as an essential information hub for the diaspora, responding to inquiries, offering guidance, and providing support to individuals and groups seeking to engage with Belize. We have made important strides across government ministries by establishing points of contact within key ministries, helping to streamline diaspora-related concerns and resolve long-standing issues that many had struggled with for years. We have also created a comprehensive and growing diaspora database to improve communication and program development. We have actively reached out through in-person and virtual sessions to connect with as many Belizeans abroad as possible. Most notably, we have worked hand in hand with the members of the diaspora to successfully bring home millions of dollars in donations, including medical equipment, school equipment and supplies, sports equipment, home supplies, and many other resources to benefit communities across Belize. These efforts have made a direct and lasting impact on the lives of our people at home. These acts of generosity are not just charitable gestures, they are acts of service. Service, you know, is one of the most powerful ways of demonstrating commitment to your country and being part of something that's bigger than yourself. It's simple, yet very impactful. For me, that service takes shape through my work as chair with Build Belize, Inc., a nonprofit deeply rooted in education, healthcare, and community upliftment, and in assisting the diaspora in the socio-economic development of Belize. It is a vehicle through which I live out my commitment to Belize, not only as the ambassador, but as a proud member of the diaspora. I work alongside an amazing board, and most of you know Raymond Gongora. I thought he would be here this morning. He's here, okay. So Ray's on our board. You know, everybody loves Raymond, yeah. Ray's on our board. He's our vice chair, and many of you know him for his creative work and his contributions to Belizean culture. Build Belize, Inc., in collaboration with the unit, the Belizean diaspora, various nonprofit organizations, government ministries, and dedicated local and international partners, has brought meaningful change to underserved communities. Over the past 4 years, we've helped to bring home over $7 million in donations. It truly takes a collective effort. I repeat, a collective effort to make this happen. While delivering school supplies and equipment during our 2024 back-to-school drive servicing schools in the Toledo district, one of the urgent needs we observed was the absence of kitchens in many of these schools. In response, Build Belize, Inc., in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, is working on a kitchen project, a school kitchen project. An effort focused on equipping schools with kitchens to ensure that children in rural areas receive at least one nutritious, freshly prepared meal each day. Consistent access to healthy meals not only improves nutrition, but also enhances focus, boosts attendance, and supports the overall well-being of our children. What makes this project even more meaningful is the integration of the Ministry of Education's National Healthy Start Feeding Program. No more chips and soft drinks. Instead, the program focuses on working toward balanced meals that support learning and health. It integrates, and this is great, it integrates school gardens so that vegetables can be grown right on site. This not only helps to provide fresh ingredients, but it teaches students about sustainability, agriculture, and healthy eating habits. It's education in action, feeding both the minds and the bodies. And this is where the true power of collaboration lies. This project is not just a Build Belize, Inc. project, it is a collective opportunity. We see tremendous promise in expanding this effort through the broader engagement of our global diaspora. Your expertise, your ideas, your support can help transform this project into something very impactful and very far-reaching. Collaboration isn't just a theme of this summit. It is its very foundation. It is how we build, how we grow, how we ensure that the work we begin today will continue for generations to come. To all the diaspora-led organizations across the US and around the world that are doing incredible work to uplift Belize, I commend you. You are part of this movement and your service matters. Let me end with this. I truly hope to see this summit become an annual tradition, a space where ideas turn into action, where relationships deepen, and where the bond between Belize and its diaspora continues to grow. This is how we sustain momentum. This is how we build lasting bridges. I want to sincerely thank the organizers of the Belize Diaspora Summit 2.0, Ms. Aria Lightfoot, Ms. Rishma Eckhart, Ms. Valerie Pitts, and the entire team for their tireless efforts in making this gathering possible. Bringing together all the pieces is not an easy feat. Organizing something of this scale takes vision, heart, and relentless commitment. Thank you for creating this space for connection, for collaboration, and for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Murphy. All right, next, what we want to do is just give you a brief update on the constitution reform that is happening in Belize. There is the People's Constitution Commission that reached out because, as you know, for constitution reform to happen, they needed to also include the voice of the diaspora. So we want to go ahead and just give a quick update. We want to share the first round of findings and at least 3 recommendations that we came up with. So I want to walk you through what happened. They reached out, the PCC reached out and asked for the voice of the diaspora. And so a select group of Belizeans convened and formed what we call Because We Belize. And we got together and came up with, we tried to answer the question of, does the Constitution need to be reformed? And, or does it need to be repealed, or other? And we did some outreach, we did surveys, we did educational campaigns for people to discuss the Constitution. And as you know, the diaspora spans all 7 continents, encompassing countries in Europe, Africa, the US, Latin America, the Caribbean, and other parts of Central America. The majority of the members were from the US because that's where a significant number of Belizeans live in terms of the diaspora. So what we did, I'll just briefly mention the names of the people that were involved. Myself, Verlene Pitts, Aria Lightfoot, Ray Gongora, Dr. Debbie Mencias McMillan, Dr. Carolyn Gentle-Genety, Maria Lara, and Vanessa Young. And so we did some outreach. We did a number of Zoom calls and invited experts to talk through the different parts of the Constitution. And then we did a 20-question online survey. We got about 600 responses, and that kind of fell short of our goal that we wanted, but we went with it anyways. And I'll invite Aria to go over and share at least 3 of the recommendations that we came up with. I just wanted to give you all an idea of what our methodology was.
Hi, everyone. So last year, was it last year? We participated with the the People's Constitutional Committee. And we actually had a lot of stuff that, for example, we got no funding, so it was literally done mostly by people giving their time. We weren't able to do on-the-ground surveys, visit Belizean events, so that we can more or less get the feedback from the people. So most of what we did was online, but we did get 600 participants. Most Belizeans that responded believes that the Constitution is extremely important for having a stable and safe environment for Belizeans. However, the wish was to fix the current Constitution versus repealing or getting a new one. Areas of immediate concern was fundamental rights, citizenship, and how we conduct our finances. So those were the majority of people who responded. And I hope today, as we mentioned before, that this type of feedback, I think, is important for developing the country of Belize. My recommendation, my big recommendation, is that we do need to do a survey of the Belize diaspora. There are significant populations in Belize, and I will share what DJ Special told me, because DJ Special is actually one of the DJs that visits many different communities in Belize. The Belize diaspora is not one entity. If you visit different states in the United States, you will find that there's different types of Belizeans. They live in different types of communities, and they have different needs. And so by surveying it properly, I think it would get more policy, help with policy development, and then we can come up with better recommendations and better output going forward. So I think at this point, the number one recommendation is to actually conduct some type of serious surveying of the Belize diaspora. It's not only the United States, we have Canadians, we have people in the Caribbean, Central America, significant. Taiwan now have a very significant Belize population. And of course, you see it's not a monolithic. Some people are students, some people were economic refugees, as they call them, and there's a significant amount of professionals in the Belize diaspora. So those are things that we should consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. I'll invite Darrell Bradley to present the legal case for Belizeans living abroad.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to start off by saying it's a Belizean thing. I've listened to the ambassador talk on several occasions, and her words have always been very encouraging and insightful, welcoming. And anywhere I go, I always hear, I've been mayor, I've been in the Senate. I've always heard this phrase, but only with Belizeans, protocol having been established. It's a uniquely Belizean reference. One of the things I was asked to talk about is a bit of research that I'm looking at. And I had a very interesting conversation before the session began with several new friends about this concept, and I must confess that the research does not have answers. The research is exploratory, and the research begs on questions as it relates to what is Belize? Is Belize the land, the physical space, or is Belize the people? We've heard presentations this morning mentioning the idea of service, mentioning this idea of a connection to a homeland, mentioning this idea of identifying with a commonality. We share a Belizean identity, and what does that mean? And where does that go, and where do we want to take that? What is our aspiration for that? Why do we gather here this morning in discussing this concept of a diaspora and a diaspora relation? What is that, and how significant is that to national development? These are foundational questions, but I believe that the root of that question and that discussion has to be grounded in a framework of understanding status. So an interesting reference was made this morning that it's like we have a girlfriend, but it's time for us to get married. And I like that reference because we have been speaking about this idea of diaspora relations as if it were something in the ether, as if it were something out there, as if people in the diaspora are somehow separate from the Belizean national identity. And I have met people in the diaspora over my years of professional life, and they are very much integrated into the Belizean nation. They travel throughout this world and take Belize with them in their heart. I have family members who reside in other countries, and they've lived there for over 50 years. And their one wish is when they die, they want to be buried in the Belizean homeland. So how do we recognize a group like that? How significant is that? And so the idea briefly in terms of the research that I'm looking at is, how do we understand this question of incorporating diaspora into the Belizean political discussion? We're going to be talking today and focusing quite extensively on this idea of establishing a diaspora engagement policy. When we speak about a policy, we have to understand, I believe, foundationally, the relationship of the parties to that discussion. And this is where I believe this issue of voting rights is very critical, and this is the subject of the research. Voting rights for members of the diaspora, in my opinion, is not a political question. It's not a question that calls for legislation. It's not a question that invites discussion or debate. It's a question that is fundamentally rooted in this idea of legal entitlements. This notion of transnationalism is an important feature of the world. It's not something that is germane only to Belize. At the present moment, there are 440 million migrants in the world, people who cross borders permanently. And what I argue is that that is an identity that is to be recognized just in the way that we recognize women as an identity, or we recognize certain minorities as an identity. And so this notion of transnationalism is intrinsic and unique to who we are as Belizeans. It represents a unique experience that is different and that requires legal recognition. And I think it is very fundamental. Diaspora communities can speak to a unique experience in the world that I think we need it today in our communities. We are so confronted with this idea of nationalism, that I am from here or I am from there. The idea of a diaspora identity merges multiplicities, and it has the potential for breaking down barriers and bringing this notion that as a world community, we're really interdependent, and we are really connected in ways we do not know. And you can have this idea of a multiple national identity that which requires recognition in law. And so when we look at this idea of transnationalism, someone who chooses to leave the Belizean homeland and make their life in another country, that is something that is so integral to Belize's national development and to our future that we need to have serious conversations as to how we incorporate the diaspora formally into the Belizean nation. And I think the fundamental question there is voting. So that we have to look at this question as to how can the diaspora more seriously be recognized as part of our community. It was said this morning again that sometimes we want to recognize the diaspora when we see progress. So we adopt Simone Biles. But in other cases, when it doesn't suit us, we kick them out and we say, you're not really Belizean. We should not have that conversation. We should move beyond that to say that our Belizean nation is made up integrally of people who live in the homeland and people who do not live in the homeland. And those divergent experiences are important, and those experiences must be given legal recognition. And so, just as in the way you had universal adult suffrage movements in the past, just as the way how certain groups have advocated for greater political inclusion and political voice, the diaspora is no different. And in Belize, there is a plethora of cases that talk about this idea of self-definition and individual autonomy. Why is it that when a Belizean chooses to leave the country in certain circumstances, they can't vote? I had the experience recently that I was away studying, and I have been in politics for all of my adult life. And because I was away studying in this last election, I could not vote. And it seriously hurt me. I feel that it is my right and my obligation as a citizen to cast my vote. But because I was outside of the homeland, for reasons of furthering my education, I could not. So we're going to have a lot of conversations today. We're going to discuss the way forward and really why is it that we gather. We want to talk about a formal diaspora engagement policy. But it's important for us to put that into context. And I think that that relationship, to a certain extent, has to have extractive components. We want certain things from the diaspora community: economic resources, a brain trust, contributions for the national homeland, but it cannot be a one-way relationship. It is not that I have a diaspora community and that community is gimme, gimme, gimme. It has to be a relationship that recognizes fundamentally that members of the diaspora have equal and full rights just as any Belizean. I want to underscore this point that this is research. And there are multiple questions here, and the answers are not suggested by the research. For example, is it that a member of the diaspora experience the Belizean life just as how a Belizean living in Belize experiences it? If you're going on the streets and there are potholes, but you're driving on the nice roads in Miramar, should you be able to cast your vote back home? You're not living in that same way. These are questions that we don't have the answers to. But fundamentally, I believe that we have to have discussions as What is being Belizean? What does that mean? And is it a requirement that you have to live in the homeland to fully experience and exercise all your rights? The last point that I want to mention is a very practical point. I believe that members of the diaspora, as I look out in this room, have tremendous ability to contribute to the national dialogue in development questions by exercising voting rights. So that if you look at this conversation fundamentally and you look out in this room, we're looking at doctors, we're looking at accountants, we're looking at people who really want better for the country. I believe that if we incorporate seriously these people into the political discussion of our country, the political discussion will increase tremendously. We can have more fuller discussions as it relates to national life, policies that would be transformative. We can have more formal engagement in relation to foreign direct investment and economic advancement, technology, and so forth. But fundamentally, when we speak about diaspora relations, it has to begin with this question of status. How do we fully and completely incorporate the diaspora into the Belizean nation, with all rights, including the rights of voting, that fall with being a member of the Belizean polity? The last point that I will mention is this. I believe Belize is a special place. And it's a small country, but we have done great things. One of the remarkable things about Belize is the fact that even as I look out into this room, we are a melting pot like none other. In Belize, you could do what you want, talk what you want, act what you want, vote what you want, eat what you want, dress what you want. It is a special place that promotes this idea of inclusion and acceptance. If you listen to our national anthem, if you listen to our political values, Belize has been a haven for people historically who have fled freedoms, who have fled oppression. And I believe that this question of diaspora relations and incorporating the diaspora into the national life of the country can be another opportunity where the Belizean nation becomes a leader in the world. If we look at this and we make strong policies and we recognize the voting rights of members of the diaspora community and we fully integrate them into the Belizean political space, that can be a template for other countries. That can show that Belize, again, is a leader in the area of inclusion and growing our space. And again, practically, it can have economic ramifications that will be significant, but the relationship cannot be one-sided or extractive. We have to recognize that all the people in this room who form part of our diaspora are just as equal as any other Belizean living in the national homeland. I want to, during the course of the 3-day session, share a little bit more of the research. Many countries have incorporated diaspora communities in their voting population. It is something that's very fluid. There is no one policy that fits all. And our unique electoral system allows us to bring in different models that can be adaptive to take into consideration particular concerns that people may have. But this raises a conversation as to what is the Belizean state. What does it mean to be Belizean? Do you have to live within the homeland to fully exercise and experience the full plenitudes of what is being a Belizean? I look forward during the course of the 3 days to have very detailed and interesting conversations with the panelists, fellow colleagues, all Belizeans at home and in the diaspora. And I believe truly and fundamentally that the diaspora And as the ambassador mentioned, it's a movement. And it can be a movement that could tremendously, positively impact the democratic space and the democratic conversation within Belize. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darrell. And so I'm no judge, but I am very ready to rule on the case for Belizeans living abroad. All right, so now I want to go ahead and invite our first panel. It is our policy panel, from constitution to action, creating a diaspora. I want to invite Dr. Dylan Vernon, Dr. Dorian Arnold, Dr. Andrew Trumbach, and our moderator, Darrell Bradley. Oh, yeah. All right. So as we prepare to go ahead and get the mics and the panel set up, we will take a comfort break, and we can come back in. 5 minutes.
And that is a break for us as well here at Creme Radio Next TV. I'm Mose Hyde. And again, this is live coverage coming your way, Creme Radio Next TV of the Diaspora Summit 2.0. We are going to head back to studios for a break, and then we will come back with more coverage from here in Florida, Fort Lauderdale. So again, we will be right back.
Recognize and welcome Dr. Andrew Trumbach. He's the co-CEO and CFO and co-founder of Oasis Capital. Our panelists are very distinguished persons, and we want to get a lot of insight into this question of how do we move to creating a diaspora policy. After the discussion, we'll open it up for some questions. I want to start the discussion with Dorian and ask you if you could just frame this in broad aspirational goals. Like, what is the hope here?
So, the Belizean diaspora represents probably the only global community that resides outside Belize and looks at Belize in a way that is more than just an economic opportunity, a beneficial opportunity, right? Belize is a part of our heartstring. We call it the motherland, right? And just as we grow in our families and leave, we disperse, and we extend where our families reside. It's the same thing with the Belizean diaspora, right? We grow and we disperse. So we're just as Belizean as the Belizeans, right? In fact, I think you as the keynote speaker and the ambassador set a poignant theme and tone for the conversation that we're to have, right? We represent, for Belize, an opportunity to access the global economy, the global community, to grow beyond our borders in ways, right? Is Belize the land? Yes. Is Belize the people? Yes, right? Belize is the people regardless of where the people reside, right? And I think formalizing that relationship is important, right? And it's a lot of what the theme of this summit is about, right? How do we formalize the relationship that recognizes not just the opportunities that the diaspora represents, but the stake that the diaspora has in Belize itself, right? So I think that's important to recognize, and a formal relationship embedded in policy helps to do that.
Andrew, can you build on this idea of just the importance of what's there in the diaspora as a potential for the country and the opportunity to more formalize that relationship?
Let me take a step back. Look around the room here. We've got over 200,000 diaspora. We've pretty much says it all. We need to be able to create policies that will include this entire diaspora population. I consider the Belizean diaspora as an imaginary community. This imaginary community transmits over $150 million US to Belize annually. We're looking at about 3 to 5% of the GNP. This imaginary community has supported, sponsored, and developed thousands of students from Belize within the foreign communities. We have networked effectively. We have done research together. I have done research with some of my colleagues. Imagine we can enhance and focus this diaspora collaboration, create platforms that can provide opportunities in investment, foreign direct investments, provide opportunities in doing remittances easier. Okay, it is a problem with sending money to the country. Provide scholarships and more networking within the diaspora population. We can do this if we effectively have policies and it's supported by the state. Thank you.
Dylan, I want to bring you in this conversation just as an introductory point. We're talking about the potential, the benefit, this large amount of human capital, financial resources, but we haven't been able to get at it. What do you see as just broadly some of the obstacles and challenges for us to kind of move in the direction that we're talking about?
Yes, thanks, Darrell, and your introduction, I think, answered some of those questions, or at least began to explore them. I think maybe a way to put the question you ask is, why haven't we so far been successful since independence in having a comprehensive diaspora policy? And I will name 5 or 6 things right off as introductions. One is we have not had the vision as a country, both resident and non-resident, that we all agree to. This is where we want to go with diaspora policy, that lack of political vision and national vision. Secondly, we have been unable to rectify what rights the diaspora should have in our constitution. And the constitution is the biggest policy for any country. That's where everything flows from. And the only aspect in our constitution has dealt with really is dual nationality, which is 1985, we must say, was a good success, because there is dual nationality in the constitution, but the rights do not extend from there. And we have to ask why. So without fixing that, it's going to be hard to fix the rest. Secondly, a lot of us don't realize that Belize as a state does not have a migration and development policy at all. Not even for immigrants coming in, much less people leaving. So there's no policy. And diaspora policy is part of migration policy. So it's hard to have a diaspora policy if you don't have a comprehensive migration policy. The third thing, well, the fourth thing, I suppose, is that without policy, you can't have a plan. And a policy without a plan is like a ship without sails. And that has happened off and on, where we have sporadic actions of return investment incentives, but they go and come with the political flow of partisan politics. They do not have life, for the most part, over a long period of time. Who gives more emphasis to it here and there? And the last 2 things I'll say quickly. One is that one of the reasons it has failed is the lack of bipartisan or multi-partisan approaches in Belize to the issue. And that I won't go into except to leave it there, because that is actually something we all know. But the final point I'll make here is we also, I think, both non-residents and resident Belizeans have failed to understand that it is not only, although it is very, very important, it is not only how the diaspora contributes to Belize. It is how Belizeans also contribute to the diaspora, and how Belizeans and diaspora have mutual benefits and contributions to make. It is not only what the diaspora contributes. And if we take those issues and understand why we don't have one, then we begin to see how we then get to the point of developing comprehensive, evidence-based, inclusive policy on diaspora.
One of the things that you mentioned, which is very important, is this idea of an evidence-based approach. We talk about the diaspora. We're here, we're seeing the face of the diaspora in this room, but the diaspora are very different. And there are different numbers that we look at, and there are different, just how the makeup, how the face of the diaspora is. How do we, and perhaps Dorian, you can chime in here, how do we get to that understanding first as to what the evidence is before we can even start about the analysis and the policy? Like, what are we talking about in terms of the face of the diaspora?
One of the things that is critical even before that stage is this nuanced discussion of what is the diaspora, who is the diaspora, right? Is it the first generation of people that left Belize? Is it their descendants? Who does it include? And by virtue of that, who does it exclude, right? And then once we have some notion of what that means, we can then start to go through the process of identifying where the diaspora exists, not just in the US, but throughout the world, right? And the data collection process, I think, is important, but this idea of identifying who is the diaspora is also important, right? And it circles back to one of the reasons for formalizing and legitimizing the relationship between the country and its diaspora, right? Without a formal relationship, you lose that connection after the first generation. If we think about those who've left the country, they were born in Belize and then left, and then their descendants, their offsprings that they've had in the States or in Jamaica or in Canada or wherever they are, right? What connection do their offsprings have back to Belize, right? So how long does this diasporan connection persist? Right, how sustainable is it? And I think with policy, we can embed some more sustained relationships, not just with the initial descendants of the diasporan, but with continuity, right? So that it can continue to grow. We can continue to chronicle who is this diaspora, what talents they have, where the talents exist, what opportunities there are for the country to leverage this diaspora, and what opportunities there are for the diaspora to leverage Belize as well, right? But establishing these connections, understanding where the connections persist, I think is going to be critical, right? And it goes back again to formalizing the relationship in ways that probably lead to policy.
I agree 100% with you. The first step is to map, identify the locations, look at the demographics, both economic demographics as well as age and certain. Without those mappings, there is no way we can target and have policies that target these individuals. It's critical for us to be able to build policies that will target the needs of these individuals. If we don't do that, it would not be a very inclusive diaspora community. So it's critical we start off creating the vision. It's critical we map who the diaspora are. We understand their economic position. We understand how we can target those specific groups. And to say your point, Jamaica did a great, in my opinion, program where they went to the youth and they started developing the youth because that's sustainability. That allows the second generation to identify with Belize. I have 2 kids, and quite frankly, I don't think I did a great job of having them identify with Belize, and that's something we all need to be aware of and bring that second generation into that community.
This is a good point that you were mentioning, and I want to talk about it broadly because Dylan was mentioning something, and the question that came to my mind is accountability and stakeholdership. So you mentioned the idea of political parties and vision and political will. And Andrew, you also mentioned the idea of the role of families to inculcate in their children a respect for a Belizean national identity. Who takes charge of this in terms of just like accountability and ownership?
Very good question. I think that it has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. At the base would be representatives of the 2 major populations, diaspora, Belizeans, and Belizeans at home. That would have to be, I mean, if these 2 will have to be part of creating the policy. The Belizeans at home have a structure called government through which representatives are elected, and we expect them to lead. But if they don't lead on it, there can be the the bottom-up approach where we have demand being what forces or pushes government to act. I think that without that multi-sectoral approach, we won't go anywhere. It can't be a policy coming only from the diaspora to Belize and saying, here's the policy. Absolutely. Because Belizeans at home, if they're not a part of creating it, will say, what's going on here? It has to come from both populations, and government clearly, as the major stakeholder, will have to be the organizer of the process if necessary, if they're interested in it. And I think they are. I mean, I don't know how many people know that the current medium-term development strategy for Belize includes the call for a diaspora policy. I think it should have been done by 2023, but I understand there's a draft of something being discussed. But my caution here is we don't want a policy that is just, here's the policy. It has to include discussions, dialogue, people talking and saying, and the needs analysis that we're talking about. What are the needs that Belize has that we can meet? What are the needs of the diaspora that needs to be met? And so that listing of a matrix, needs, contributions of diaspora, needs, contribution of Belize, those have to be clear, because you cannot just form a policy by saying, just out of the air, this is my opinion, and here we go. So if the ministry is indeed creating a policy, I really urge that it not be top-down.
This is actually an important point, that it be something that's organic and that can get buy-in. One of the things that you mentioned, Dorian, that I didn't even recognize when we talk about a diaspora, and forgive me for my ignorance, but it's oftentimes very much North American centric. And how do we have very deliberate efforts to be inclusive in the conversation and to bring in people who are from Central America and bringing in people who are from Africa, Europe, or the Caribbean? Like, how do we ensure that that ownership and stakeholder approach, that top-down approach, has buy-in from the wider diaspora community?
So the word that comes to my mind is grassroots, right? We talked about sort of bringing things from the bottom up. When I think about sort of on a personal level, the connection that my children who were born in the US have to my family, still resident in Belize, my siblings, my parents and such, a bilateral effort is necessary to sustain that relationship and to give agency to it, right? To have my kids actually really feel like they're a part of that family in Belize, right? And not just by name, but by emotion, by the spirit, by culture, right? And so I think when I look at what's special about Belize, right? We talked about things like, saying like protocol having been established, and these things that when you hear it, you feel it, right? These are grassroots things. These are organic things that sort of manifest. And so I wonder at times if there's a way in the primary school system, and as we're bringing up our kids, we can embed in them just a pride for being Belizean, so that they want to walk around and tell everyone they're Belizean, and have their kids connect back to Belize regardless of where they are, right? In ways that are organic. Policy is important, but policy won't have change without the buy-in of the people on the ground, right? And so having these organic relationships, these organic manifestations of culture, pride, emotional connections, I think will be where the answer lies, right? Policy will help to shape that, but it'll come from us on the ground.
That's an excellent point, that it has to be people-led and it has to be grassroots. Andrew, I know that you are a leader in business and you have tremendous experience going back and forth within the United States and Belize. How can we ensure that it's those kinds of relationships that really take the lead, that it's not really a political conversation, it's the relationship, particularly economic, because we want to bring resources to the country, and that's an easy opportunity, economic relations, everybody wants the GDP and so forth to go. How can we ensure that people like you, who are the face of the diaspora and who are the face of this interchange, that kind of relationship is the focus and the priority in terms of building a coherent diaspora policy?
Let me just say that reading the last IDB report, about 60 to 70% of the diaspora population is in the US. We have 10 to 15 in Canada. So a sampling of the US population, making those policies, I believe would be a really good comprehensive of all the needs of the diaspora population. Okay, it's the bulk of it. Now, there's a lot of areas that I believe the state can improve to focus the diaspora population back to Belize. Especially in the area of foreign direct investments. They have done a very good job of creating Finance Belize, which is building the economic sector and the financial center in Belize. It's still not sufficient. The diasporas, I believe, should probably be working hand in hand with the Foreign Affairs Office, using their consulate and their embassies to promote some of these communication, which is kind of lacking within the diaspora. I also believe that there should be platforms made for us to be able to remit funds to Belize, be able to excite the diaspora population, train them, educate them in terms of understanding from a cultural perspective that you can invest in groups, you can do partnerships, you can do joint ventures. There's a capital market. If we can train our Belizean diaspora that it is okay, it is safe, there's a certain trust built in, then I believe that that will enhance those remittances going to Belize.
Dorian, I want you to talk about this because you mentioned an important point, which Andrew mentioned, which is we tend to think of the diaspora in economic terms, and we tend to emphasize we have a Belizean identity, but members of the diaspora also have an American identity, and that American identity can bring a lot of knowledge and impact, just as how Andrew was talking about, to the country. That experience of like a strong tradition in democracy, accountability, good governance, economic development, that is integral to this conversation as well. How can we make sure that that's important?
Right. So you mentioned identity. I'll reframe it as access, right? Because we're a part of a global environment, it gives Belize reach to access to things in the United States, financial and otherwise, right? Access to education, access to sometimes medical benefits, right? And access to progress, even, right? Different ways of thinking, right? One of my peeves, I'll admit, is being on Belize time, right? I hope that we progress beyond Belize time and learn time, just time, right?
We didn't really begin late today because in Belize it is now 10, quarter to 10. We're on Belize time.
Right, Belize time, right? But it gives us an opportunity to progress and learn, right? And acknowledge that some of the benefits that we can have go beyond financial. Another peeve that I have is often being a little bit short-sighted and only counting the financial contributions that come to Belize, right? There are opportunities that go beyond that. If I think about my personal situation, most of my financial remittances would go to a very localized network in my family and maybe close friends and such in Belize. But my contributions beyond finances go well beyond that, right? I have expertise in higher education, in science and technology and innovation, and I've consulted and contributed to the country in that context in ways that probably outvalue the financial remittances that I've made, right? So this access that the diaspora gives to Belize, right, can benefit in ways beyond the remittances, the financial remittances that we can count in tangible ways that will pay forward over and over and over again, right? The difference between giving a man a fish and teaching him how to fish.
Dylan, in terms of moving this forward, and one of the things I wanted you to speak about specifically is how important are institutions like the University of Belize in this conversation for formalizing the diaspora relations? I mean, oftentimes in Belize, we tend to make things a little bit more political, but institutions like UB can make it, as you said, evidence-based, more structural, it has more credibility and legitimacy and so forth. It's owned by a community institution. How important is that?
Yes, before I answer that question, and just to pick up on something here, that yes, there is a need to do a research on what the contributions are, and I think that it goes so much beyond, as you say, remittances. And even remittances can be, how it is used, how Belize takes advantage of that can be also improved. But there's tourism. The amount Belizeans spend going to Belize. There is construction, Belizeans constructing homes, being part of that construction part. The list can go on and on and on. And as you say, it's not only economic. And I was thinking as you were talking about identity, that because Belizeans have the possibility for dual nationality, we always think, oh, Belizean Americans, but it could be Belizean European, it could be Belizean Cuban, it could be Belizean anything, or it could be multiple identities. And I think that Belize has something going there where we need to see ourselves beyond just one identity. But to answer your question, the institutions, Yes, very important. And the one I direct, the Belize Policy Research Institute at UB, one of the advantages that we bring to the table is that as an independent, nonpartisan group, we can coordinate stakeholders with some credibility that a political party itself might not have, one or the other, or others might not have. And so also we have the skills, the expertise at the UB and outside UB that we can harness. And it gives the policy at the end a better chance of take-up by a wider cross-section of people.
So we want to move the discussion into the how. Like, how do we get this done? We have very capable Belizeans, both in the homeland and in the diaspora. But walk us through, Dylan, and begin us off with that conversation in relation to, like, how do we move forward from talk to action? What are the steps that we need to get done?
Yes, I mean, I think that, I mean, I think we know the theory very well, but in the context of where we are now and knowing what we know, what has worked or not worked, there needs to be, and this is my own impression, brainstorming a bit, there needs to be an agreement between diaspora organizations and organizations back home that we're going to work on this together, and the government is included in that as one of the stakeholders. And that body together does the work that is needed to do policy development, beginning with situation analysis. What's the background? What's the data? All the evidence we've been speaking of. This is what we have to work with. You analyze that and you say, what are people interested in? What are the needs in both communities? And you come up with strategies then to get those goals met. And it has to, I mean, it's going to be a lot of work, but that's the way you do it. And you try to make sure there's coherence with this policy you're recommending with all of the policies out there, because if there's not coherence, if for example, if there's no migration policy, or if there is one, you still have to make sure that this diaspora policy is coherent with that. And then, of course, implementation is key. That requires human resources, money, and structure. A unit is not enough. It has to be perhaps even a sort of statutory body that is for diaspora relations with its own structure. Because if that is not there permanently, it will still keep going up and down over time.
That is critical. Let me add, having a structure in any, either it's non-profit or for profit. Once you have the foundation, you have the structure, you have the committed employees and the budget to cover that at least for a year or two until the structure can go out and create its own funding and financing, you're off to a very, very slow start. You're almost looking at a point of failure because it's not sustainable. We have a fractured diaspora community throughout LA, Florida, and New York. We need to have a national ID program where it starts from the top and then it pushes down to the localities. I believe that can, like I said prior, that can only be done with the government support and probably moving it to the Foreign Affairs Office where you have those costs covered with the embassies and the consulate offices.
May I just quickly add 30 seconds? I think one of the things we also have to visit is why has it not happened yet, right? You mentioned the intelligent people both at home and abroad, and so for me the answer lies in possibly one of two things or a combination thereof, right? Either something passive like not having a sufficient appreciation for the benefit that such a policy and formal relationship would have, or something active like a resistance because of a concern or fear for, again, what such a policy might mean and what it might threaten, right? Again, whether the concern is founded or otherwise.
For public awareness and education.
Right. And so there's, I think, a question of what is the resistance? Why is it not taking place, right? I think, and there's an inertia there that we have to overcome, and that will then allow us to say, okay, once we've overcome that inertia, how can we then put the practical and effective policies in place?
So a lot of questions are going through my head, and we're going to open it up for audience questions to just get some feedback shortly. But several things that came in my mind. Andrew, you mentioned this idea of just a fractionalized community. How do we unify that? And like, I want you to think about that in terms of, because if we're talking about a diaspora policy, we need some degree of structure or formalization within who we're dealing with. And then, Dylan, an important thing you mentioned, which I think we can't lose sight of it, because in my work in some policies, we tend to have policy silos, and we tend to say, you know what, I want a policy for this, or I want a policy for this. How do we integrate the diaspora policy in an overall development strategy for the country? So those two questions, either of you can go first if you want.
I believe we need a communication policy that can create mechanisms to be able to reach out to all the diasporas and do it on a frequent basis. Newsletters, media, the national ID will bring them and identify who they are, and now you target those and you try to create the needs, you see what the needs are, and you reach out to them, you bring them, you get them to collaborate with everyone. And, you know, as an example, I have a graduate degree, I have 2 graduate degrees. Here's my colleague, I've never met him. That's crazy. And you remember the diaspora community. We cannot allow this to happen, guys. We have to communicate and have a national database, maybe do an ID with some type of incentive that I would want to go register and be able to say, oh, I've got a national ID. When I go to Belize, it means something. I think that's a good first step.
Yeah. One of the things that I'll come back to this, because things are coming up on the side, but it goes to Dorian's point that there has to be organic things in the communities. I mean, like when I was younger, Belize Day here, at this here. So like, it can't just be like a formal thing. We have to actually have relational opportunities where we're building social capital among one another. But we'll come back to that. Dylan, in terms of the...
Yeah, in the conversation made me think of, I think, what is one of the biggest obstacles to a diaspora policy so far. And it's the same thing that is an obstacle to migration policy, to language policy in Belize, and even sometimes to political reform. And this is that we are a multi-ethnic society, both in the diaspora and in Belize. Politicians, in fact, both major political parties, get almost equal support from all ethnic groups. My observation as a political scientist is that both political parties, major political parties, fear doing anything that deals with ethnicity and race relations and interaction, because they don't want to be seen to be choosing one or the other. This is one of the barriers that, when you list your barriers to policy when you're doing your strategic planning, that you will have to address. How do we get over this sensitivity that doing a policy like this could cause some Belizeans to say, oh, why are they being favored, and why are we not being favored? And so that's something that is a barrier, but it can be overcome. It's something to know and acknowledge that it is there. And the broader issue and elephant in the room is voting rights, as you mentioned. And that's also one of the issues that politicians are going to step back from for that reason. And also because there is the cost element. And as all reform in Belize, I mean, political reform, as you know, is my area of expertise, if there's any. But governments like the status quo, parties like the status quo, and diaspora voting for them is like a big open, will I lose my seat? How it affects me as the politician, as opposed to the nation of Belize, both at home and abroad.
One of the things that I want to, and getting back to this broad conversation, how do we center this question on the issue of national development? Like, how do we bring it home to people here and people living in Belize, that this is not only talking about people who left Belize 10, 15, 20 years ago, but we're actually really talking about our relationship together, and how do we center it on this question of national development?
No, I think that it's a matter of showing the evidence and educating people, increasing public awareness of how it makes sense to have a policy and actions that use all of Belize's resources at home and abroad to get to the same goal. And I was talking to someone before, and my sense is that the sensitivities in Belize, in terms of resident Belizeans, has decreased in terms of worries about diaspora voting and diaspora relations. I think that younger people especially, I think, are more interested in a sort of multi approach, dual nationality, multinationality approach to their own lives and development. And how many passports can I have? Because this is globalized. This is a globalized world. As long as we don't buy them.
Yeah, so I'm going to connect two things. One that Dylan said about sort of the needs and contributions matrix, and something that Andrew said about the awareness of who's out there and where they are and what opportunities they have, both for me to leverage, but also where I can contribute, right? In terms of nationally developing the country, Belize is a developing country, and strategically, there are areas that should be, and in fact, in many cases, are prioritized, right? Whether it be medicine, economic development, tourism, agriculture, right? Green energy is a thing that we're thinking more and more about. I guarantee you that there are experts, not just dabblers, but experts in all those areas throughout the diaspora. Right? Not just in the US, but throughout the world. I guarantee that, right? Why? Because I have this experience all the time, sitting next to someone and then learning that they're an expert in a space that I couldn't even imagine, astrophysics, right? And all these other areas, right? And so if we are able to develop this database of awareness, right, where we can identify the doctors, the engineers, the economists, right, the political scientists, the planners, right, and connect them back to the national development of Belize, right? I think that's going to be critical and important, and it's a missed opportunity that we should start to tap into more and more.
And just to add, if we had one lens for the diaspora community, a focused policy, the amount of influence, leverage that could be taken to our birth country would be tremendous. Eventually, the government would need to address that and accept the fact that they need to collaborate with us or support us.
We're going to open it up for questions from the audience. If anybody wants to raise a question, if you could just indicate your name and which panelists you want to answer that question. Anyone has any questions, you could just indicate what your questions are, and we'll get to the questions. We have allowed about 15 minutes for questions from the panelists. From the audience.
Can I jump in? I am Albert Williams, professor at Nova Southeastern University. You need mic? I don't know. I got a big mouth.
Oh, for the streaming. Okay.
This is a great panel. I am very pleased to see that you're covering all the core. A policy, by the way, I'll make a comment, then I'll ask you the question. In my younger days at the Ministry of Agriculture, I actually worked on creating an agriculture policy for the country. And we went through and talked about all the stakeholders and tried to get the impact and input from others. And we started with the vision, the mission, all the strategies, and we went down to the action items. Built this beautiful book, sent it to the cabinet, and they looked it over and they said, hey, it's written by smart people. And so the point of that story is that you need a policy that's workable, that can be utilized, and policy implies resources. So what do you see what's going to happen in the visionary part of all of that? Because right now we're dreaming stuff up, but I like when you get down to earth. What can we do with it? We don't want the horse to die when we're trying to grow the grass. I'll leave it at that.
We have to include the policymakers from day one. And yes, have it be in language. We know enough about not having it be too academic, so that it is accessible to as many people using technologies that are now available. We could have TikTok, public awareness things, breaking it down in one page, that kind of thing. So I think that the lessons are well known in Belize now, I think, as how to make a policy successful. There are people who are on top of that one. Yeah.
I believe also we need to revert back to them preparing a budget and the needs of building the foundation of this diaspora. So it's sustainable for at least a year. I believe that should be a priority. It would enable the diaspora population to get started and to be able to get some of those program mechanisms in place.
And I would just add, in addition to that, I think it's critical to engage the people on the ground, the laymen and the laywomen on the streets, right? Because we want this buy-in. A top-down thing will never work if we don't have the buy-in of all that's involved, right? And so I think it's critical not just to integrate the policymakers, but also the people who will be directly and indirectly impacted by the policies that are being made.
We have another question. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes.
So I'm Darnell Buller, currently the president of the Belize Association of South Florida and the president of Buller Realty as well. All right, so it's great that we're having these discussions, but I think the key thing is when you have a database, the question would be is who's running the database, if it's ran by the government, and I think those are all questions that really and truly, to unite or to have so many different Belizeans, we all have different ideas. We all want someone to run left, someone to run the middle, to the right. So if we create a national database, the question is, why is everyone not going to buy into it? And once you have people's information, contact, email, and so forth, where's the protection in making sure that that database is not being utilized in a non-productive manner where someone gets a hold of that and then a different script is being written with those people? So I think the key is ensuring that if there is a database that's created, that there's safety in having a uniform people that we can all move forward with a positive and not use that database for something negative. I think that would be probably some fear and why some people won't want to do it.
Right. So when we talk about databases, it sounds like this very technologically advanced thing, right? I'll give an example of probably a crowdsourced, right? Meaning it came from the people. It's not owned by any one entity. Wikipedia. Right, Wikipedia is it's crowdsourced. So the information that is fed into Wikipedia comes from the universe of people, right? No one person owns any one Wikipedia page, and in fact, it's against policy for any individual to create their own Wikipedia page, right? It should come organically, even though we know sometimes that may not be true, right? And many of us do have public personas, right? That with things like ChatGPT and all the other technologies that are out there that are scraping the web and all your information that you put out there either knowingly or unwittingly, it's almost already there. I guarantee you the first step that probably comes at a close approximation of the talent that we have in the diaspora can be gathered with just scraping ChatGPT and other things that are already out there.
We already have a database, and that's what we've been trying to create at the Diaspora Relations Unit. And that's, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut into your, but just on this conversation, I apologize, I didn't mean to take, okay. So we have a database, and actually this is one of the points I wanted to make. We have tried, I mean, every which way you could think of to get people to sign up on this database. We have explained that this database is only for the unit. We use the information just to be able to communicate with the diaspora, reach out to the diaspora, provide them with maybe, local programs or even programs throughout the world that involves our diaspora, right? I mean, why are we going to reinvent the wheel, right? We already have it going. We have a good number of people in there already. Maybe close to 10? But this is the thing, right? We have tried and tried. We give away land. We tell people just sign up. You know, you'll be part of raffle. It's difficult. You know, initially you have a good response, everybody excited, and then it just dies down, and it's very difficult. No, you have to understand, so many people are undocumented, right? And there's a fear of giving their information, understandable. But this is the thing, if you know, you worry that government have your information, but if you want to vote, if you want one policy, if you know, they'll have the information, and there's some trust that has to be given there with that kind of information. Again, like I said, we have tried. I can tell you, like, for your passport, right? That information's not shared with everybody. But if you want a passport, you have to give them your information, right? And as far as I'm aware, that information is confidential, is not shared. And it's the same thing with the unit, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make that database, you know, we're trying to create that database where we get as many people in there. And I'm not as well versed as, for example, Dr. Vernon here with policy in terms of, you know, more the details concerned with policy. But I will say, to have a policy, you need the strength of the number of people that are backing that policy, the data. But you need data, but you need people behind that policy. If we can't get one database together, you know, how do you get people to back, and a large number of people to back that policy?
Sandy, this isn't a novel idea. This has been done by many diaspora communities. You have to build a trust, so you have to have public awareness. You need to communicate to your diaspora population. You need to be able to do events like you're doing the land freezing here with among the terminals. When they come in, they need to be able to, you address it there, you get somebody to take the information.
We do all of it.
And then you need to provide an incentive for them to do that.
We give away land, we do raffles, you name it, and we're willing to accept suggestions, ideas. We always ask for it. You know, we always ask for it. Tell us what it is you want. We're there to serve you, we're there to help you, but, you know, please provide us with information so we can reach out to you.
I think that you raised some good points. There is fear in every migrant population in every country in the world to share information. It's not unique here. In Belize, there was an asylum recently for migrants, and about, I think it was 15% of the estimated number signed up. They're afraid to give their information. Same thing. In fact, we have a diaspora in Belize too for other countries, big ones. But I think that one approach that I've seen works for things like this is that you, of course, will keep confidential your name and your address and other social security information or something like that. But there are also other information. What are your needs? What are your skills? What are your interests? This can be shared. A census does that annually. The last census in Belize doesn't share your information, your private information, but you get a breakdown of what people think about certain things, how many people are in each ethnic group. This is the kind of information that is needed if you're going to have a sound evidence-based policy. So perhaps an approach is to distinguish between information that is confidential and not, and make that clear at the beginning.
And that is on the form. All of that you just said is on the form. If you go to the website, if you look at the form on the website, it gives you exactly that. It tells you these 3 items are absolutely necessary. These are optional. You know, what part of the city are you from, you know, that you're like affiliated with, you know, what is your talent, your expertise? Do you want to share it with, you know, other Belizeans? All of that is there. I cannot stress enough, please, for everybody to go onto the website, to Belize Diaspora.com. The information is there. Keep signing on. Keep checking in. We're trying. You were talking about an ID. What we would like to do is get an ID for the diaspora where when they come to Belize, they get certain discounts because they're part of the diaspora. You know, you go to the Keys, you're at a hotel, at a restaurant, you know, all those kinds of, you know.
This is the issue with identifying the needs of the diaspora. We know right now in this environment, people are afraid of being deported. The ICE has created a fear in this country. We have no support system for deportees going to Belize. Set up a national ID, do a test saying, here's a support system we put in place, you need to have a registration. I guarantee you, you do those specific target events, you're going to get people signing up. People that you would never get otherwise. But you've got to look at what your diaspora population is, you've got to look at what their needs are, and then you target those via marketing to those people.
We have a question and comment here.
Yeah, quick question, Kareem Mosher. Faculty at Ohio State University in urban planning. Comment and then a quick question. I think maybe the gentleman that spoke before, maybe he was not alluding to voluntary dissemination of information, but sort of involuntary, you know, somebody hacked the system or whatever. But that aside, bringing together the idea of research and identifying a diaspora, I think that is good in terms of making it clear to Belizeans living in Belize that it's not some, you know, amorphous evil group, you know, that exists somewhere. But also the question is, does the diaspora have to have a policy before it can organize and do work on the ground? Why can't there be diaspora organized projects that are conducted in Belize now? And then that way you build the trust, you build the openness with communities in Belize. And I'm sure, you know, I know Doran, like, we've been interested in that type of work before. Why aren't we doing that?
I think you're right. Policy is not necessary for action. And since independence, we have had a lot of action. The problem with that approach outside of a policy is that it's ad hoc, it's not sustainable, and it comes and it goes with the waves of U.S. immigration policy or Belize, who is in power. And how do you make it more strategic and more consistent is what the hope is that the policy will do. And since I have the mic and talking about data, Dr. Palacio, president of UB, is here. And UB is about to establish a data center in Belize that is going to be holding a lot of data. And that is one consideration to consider. If there's an independent body that has the data and controls it and has the systems, it could be an option. Yeah.
So we're going to wind up this first panel. I think it was a very robust discussion, and I'll give the... Yes, Rishwa.
I'm so sorry. I stepped out and I wanted to hear the end of your what you were saying, but I had to step out. I'm sitting here and I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question because I'm not sure of the verbiage, but just bear with me. So we're looking at policy being force-fed from the top as not being the right way to do it, right? So that's not going to work if you're forcing it from the top. We're looking at policy on a grassroots level, organically, which, as we acknowledge, is extremely hard to do. So we're stuck at the top, we're stuck at the bottom. How do we get unstuck?
Good question.
From my experience, it is try to do both at the same time. You're going to have bottom up and top down happening, and that's natural and normal. So one or the other isn't necessarily bad by themselves. It's when it's by themselves only that it can become a problem. But the demand from the bottom has to be there, because change doesn't happen without that, or not the change you want. And so I think that, yes, that would be the best approach. And I think, as I said, in Belize, there are organizations and individuals who have these skills, because we've been doing it over time and have some success in certain areas. And so I think the skills are there, and combined with the skills from the diaspora, that we could come up with a strategy of how to develop this diaspora policy as a part of migration policy in a way that we can all live with.
I want to extend our gratitude to our distinguished panelists. I think it was a very fruitful and robust conversation. I think the important point of putting in place and starting the conversation of having a diaspora policy and having it be something inclusive and having it being something owned by the various stakeholders, I think those are very important takeaways. I want to thank our audience as well and their interventions. One of the things that the organizers are doing is that they are setting up working groups so that we can take the conversation from the policy to the specific action and develop working groups and cycles so that we can move this question forward. Gentlemen, it has been indeed an honor to get your engagement and your feedback. You are an impressive panel. I enjoyed, as I'm sure the audience did, the conversation, the insights, your expertise, the various perspectives that you brought, and the conversation will continue. Thank you very much, and thank you, audience. We'll take a short 10-minute break, and then we will organize.
We'll break for lunch. There is food around the corner. I think box lunches that's available, and you guys can purchase it.
That is scheduled here today, which is going to be
and we will reconvene. Let me look at the time.
Continuing this coverage. We'll be back
at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, we'll start again.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back to our live coverage from the Board Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And we have in our East Side studio here the highest ranking government official that we have seen at this Diaspora Summit 2.0. We have Minister of State in Foreign Trade, and we have Honorable Marconi Leal Jr. We got to say welcome to our set, my brother. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing good. Happy to be here.
Why did you come? Why was it important for you to be in attendance?
Well, I think it's definitely an exciting theme for the Diaspora Summit this year, advancing policy through collaboration, and I was invited to be a part of the youth leading panel, which is later today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a great conversation to be having in Miami with the diaspora in terms of the different policies that we can look at and how the diaspora can contribute to that, whether from a technical standpoint or a practical standpoint on how we take action in Belize. I think earlier we had a great conversation in regards to the panel that was there earlier, and I'm looking forward to the other three panels for today.
What were some of your thoughts on the earlier discussions? We heard a significant presentation on policy, creating the policy. Do you have anything that stood out to you? What are your thoughts about the question put forward by presenter former Mayor Belize David Bradley about the rights that are supposed to be naturally a part of being a citizen of Belize, and how does that relate to somebody who is living here, living abroad in the diaspora?
I think it was a great conversation in terms of he highlighted some of the research that is being done and some of the consultation. I think if we look at the opportunities that the diaspora can contribute toward this development and accelerating that development, it's definitely something that I'm looking forward to further consultation and insight in the research that is being done on how we can leverage the opportunity in the diaspora with the Belizeans who live abroad that are really looking forward to an opportunity to contribute more to their country.
Now, you are a newcomer. You've only recently been elected in March of this year, so you've only been on the job at the level of this level of leadership for the past couple of months. But how do you feel your government rates when it comes to their development of the relationship with the diaspora? Do you think they're doing well? Do you think there's a lot more to do? And do you feel like there are things that they are about to do? Give us your view of it.
I had a really nice conversation with the ambassador earlier, and she was sharing some of the initiatives that they're working on. I think as a government, we definitely want to try to engage the diaspora more, but I think we definitely can do more. The ambassador was sharing in terms of trying to reach out to the diaspora. We have around 10,000 people that are registered on the platform where communication is key. And I think as the government, we want to be able to communicate and be able to consult the constitution. The constitutional reform that is in consultation right now was a big conversation we were having. We can do more, and I think there are some foundational things that have been put in place that are definitely coming down the pipeline that I'm looking forward to, and I think the government will definitely be supporting as we go forward.
Okay, so you're a young person. You are part of the youth panel, but we're supposed to put the real issues in front of our young people. So I know a powder you, right? You're a minister of state. You're young, but you have decided that you will take on the heavy lifting of building nation, right? So some of the issues that the diaspora has been challenging for a while, you heard one of them, voting rights. Do you have an opinion on that when it comes to voting rights? Or do you have an opinion on the right of people in the diaspora to run for public office? These are things which are significant. I don't know if they are to be a part of your presentation later on. I wouldn't want to force you to preempt it, but if you are able to, could you give me your thoughts on those?
I think voting rights, it's for me to give a specific opinion on it, I would have to look at research and it being implemented in other countries and how it has impacted those countries. My initial thoughts are that I would definitely, and I was speaking to Darrell Bradley earlier, there's a phased approach that I think we can take. There's voting rights also require an element of engagement with the country and a specific approach on how we would implement it. And so I'm definitely all for it, but definitely in a phased approach where it's structured in a way that it is not really that open, but it is there's established criteria that we would look at research and see how it would be best implemented in the country.
Yeah. On the matter of people in the diaspora having the right to go for public office and to serve in the House and to lead, that has been a significant bone in the throat of people in the diaspora who feel like they have been disenfranchised from leadership opportunity, disqualified, even though they have citizenship rights. You're young, but you have to face these heavy questions. Marconi, what are your thoughts?
I think for public office at this point, I don't see myself supporting. I think to be able to manage and govern at that level, I think you should be a resident of the country. But like I said, I'm all for being able to vote. But at this point, I wouldn't see, unless there's a clear rationale and I don't understand the justification and the benefits associated to it at this point. But that would be my.
So the main contention, Marconi, Minister Marconi, is that you have people who have dual citizenship in the country who are able to be elected. They see themselves who live abroad as being disqualified because of their dual citizenship, while others are able to run and consider that to be unequal, to be discriminatory, and to be a matter of them being shortchanged on their fundamental rights as citizens. Something to think about.
Something definitely to think about.
Okay. You give me at least that.
Yes.
All right. Now, from the standpoint of, we know that we heard on the panel conversation like youths who are born to first generation residents in the United States of America or other places in the diaspora. As a young minister, young member of the parliament, do you feel that there is a need to be very deliberate, to be very expansive in the way that you get young people here to feel a sense of identity and connection with the country that they have, they are descended from? That's their descent.
Yeah, I think we're talking right now about the diaspora policy, and I think an element of that definitely need to be how we engage the youth in the diaspora. And I think with social media now and how engaged youths are in terms digitally, I think if we establish the right structure and we have a wide base of youths being engaged in, it's definitely something we can look at going forward.
No, on the matter of, since trade is one of your main areas of responsibilities in leadership, how do you see the lay of the land when it comes to the utilizing the diaspora for the creating access to markets, creating access to potential consumers? That's how it happens. It's organic. It's not always what comes out a government or a ministry. It's somebody coming across with Marisha pepper in a suitcase and bring it and maybe work. I've seen actually this happen where a major star had a Belizean housekeeper. Right. And she carried Marisha, and the next thing you know, Marisha is being desired and coveted and being introduced to people who would not have otherwise known that the product exists. This is the kind of organic flow of how you kind of get access to markets, right? But that is organic. Is there a way? Do you vision where that can be something that is direct, something deliberate, something cultivated?
Yeah, I think at the Ministry of Foreign Trade, at this time we're trying to create that investment environment and that structure where young Belizeans, whether it is, and it could be twofold, it could be you having your business, let's say in the US, and wanting to develop that business in Belize because you can see the potential of us with our partial scope agreements with CARICOM and our special agreements that you could potentially expand that business because of the benefits that it could be associated with there. I think there's great opportunity there. And then on the other side, we can look at the opportunities like you shared earlier. There's products in Belize. There's some niche markets where exporting that product and developing that product internationally could be a big opportunity. So I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity in this digital age today, and the opportunity just by having access to the world. Or young people can definitely leverage those opportunities.
And what are you going to, not to get you to tell what you're going to be talking about or what you envision looking at in your panel discussion later on, but for those young, the youth in the diaspora who are checking out the program right now, listening to you, what is your message to them about what you envision for the future when it comes to diaspora and back home?
Well, I'll be talking more about at the grassroots level what we're doing in Belize, how we're trying to get youths involved, and basically how are we trying to what are the challenges that youths are currently facing to be more engaged with whatever it is that we're doing.
All right, Minister Marconi, thanks for joining me. Have a great summit and have a great panel discussion this afternoon.
Sure. Thank you too.
We go back to studios as right now we're in a little bit of a lunch break, so we're waiting for action to be resumed. We're going to head it back to studios, and we'll be back once the action resumes here at the Board Convention Center. Kobali Rum. No, all right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back. We're lunch interlude here at the Broward Convention Center, Belize Diaspora Summit 2.0. Mosaic hosting here on Creme Radio and XTV, streaming live, of course. Big up to all the people where they watch, people where they link on radio, the people where they check it out on television, to the people on social media. Give thanks. Remember, if you're checking us out on social media, we need you to make the relationship official. Hey, subscribe to us on YouTube and make sure you link and follow on Facebook. A stranger to no one, at least once you're a Belizean, the one and only, the brother from the great Toledo district, the champion of this soon. And on the side, he does have to feed his family. So
yeah, definitely. 90% volunteer, 10% work for the family. Yeah.
Wilma here joins me here at the little side studio that we have at the conference room in the convention center here in Fort Lauderdale. Will, they're far, are you?
Yeah, definitely they're far. And, I'm glad to be here. I definitely want to say big up to Creme and XTV, for bringing this summit to the world from over here. I'm so impressed with the setup that you have here, my brother. Feel at home. Even when we are not at home.
You understand, but we have to. It's not possible without the support, without sponsorship. It's not possible without the sponsors that we have. So, I know you understand that part there.
I definitely
you must understand that part, that I have to make sure that then people are getting a recognition. That's a fundamental thing. So, I'm just big up my official sponsors. Beltrade, Central Bank of Belize, Government of Belize, Feinstein Group, Holy Redeemer Credit Union Limited, Insurance Corporation of Belize, the Ministry of Immigration, the University of Belize. Premier sponsors are Atlantic Bank Limited, Belize Electricity Limited, Belize Tax Services, Brothers Habet, Freetown Drugstore, James Bus Line, Oceana. James Bus Line, now one of the sponsors,
Okay, great.
Oceana, Quality Poultry Products, and then we have part sponsors. Belize Medical Associates, Belize Chamber of Commerce Western Union, Builders Hardware, CG United, Danguiga Town Council, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Human Dignity Trust, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, National Fishermen Producers Cooperative Society Limited, Quick Home Real Estate, Wasadas Hardware, Ruby Jewelry, St. John's Credit Union Limited, Carl Petch Village Resort, and Hammy Price Pal. And so, to Floridians, they have an opportunity today, tomorrow, to come and check out a unique product. So I'll give you a chance again. Remember, you will get an invoice. Right? Because you're there to big up on product.
Big up a product.
Yes.
Big up a product that's making the planet a better place.
It's a product, right?
Yes,
right?
Yes.
So for a fee, you're making
Of course, every Belizean out here,
right?
We are invited to the cocktail hour and get a free Kapali cocktail.
When is the cocktail hour?
At the veranda event.
Okay.
They have the veranda event.
Okay, so
right?
they get a sample.
Yeah, free cocktail.
A Belizean
PG Belizean
PG Belize from the from the pristine Toledo district.
That's right.
Right.
Rainforest, like that's Kapali Ramos is made with nothing but Toledo rainforest water.
All right.
Start there.
So, Mekwe, you're done. You pick up a product, You get your
Toledo rainforest.
You get your leaf free ad. Okay. No. So strategically, when you think of the diaspora, because your connection to the Belizean diaspora goes beyond what you're doing here today with defending your product, making sure you take care of your family. You have had one of the most, I would say, meaningful relationships with the diaspora. The work that you have done, a significant level of support has come directly from the diaspora. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's 100% true. A lot of the work that I have done, I wouldn't have been able to do it without the support of the diaspora.
And so you have lived it. You know what it is to be empowered by the diaspora.
Yeah.
So from the standpoint of just, I think what we hear from a number of the people who have presented and what we've heard from people here is like, okay, it's cool to say what all we have done, but we want the relationship to be balanced. We want our recognition. We want our respect. So I will ask you, as I asked the Minister of State in Ministry of Foreign Trade just now, Minister Marconi Leal. I will ask you, the big things out here has to do with, we've heard a bit of it here today, the right to vote by the diaspora. We hear about the diaspora saying the fact that they have been disqualified even as citizens of Belize from holding positions in government, from running for office, for public office. Could you say what your position is as it relates to the diaspora and those two of their big concerns?
Yeah, no, well, I believe that, if we back in Belize does not give the recognition and the respect to the diaspora that they so rightly deserved, in my opinion, in that, we can't just think about remittances. I was listening to the panel earlier, and they were talking about remittances, but it is more than that, it is more that we could tap into the diaspora, and the diaspora could tap into us. So it's only right that we give the diaspora that respect and recognize what they are bringing to the table. And it's not just only for us in Belize to take off the table, but also to put on the table so that we could have this functioning relationship between Belize and the diaspora.
So for one, you are for voters' rights. That's you're there abroad, you should
110%.
You believe that they should be afforded the accommodation of proxy votes. What are your thoughts? You support that?
Yeah, 100%. And I believe, like with technology these days, we see there even in our own country, where when Salvador is having their election, there's like a ballot box where Salvadorans in Belize could go and mark their X. And I believe that we should learn from other countries. You have like Poland and other countries around the world where people living outside of the country still play an integral part in the country's development.
Now, while we understand that Florida is not the massive Belizean diaspora population that Los Angeles is, it still has a significant population. It is a work day. The turnout has been low. The turnout has been slow. And there was this fear that this would happen because there's been some, I would say, some unpleasant wind blowing, some that is outside our control, some of it, a bit self-inflicting, where, you have official offices being concerned about an ICE invasion of the convention center today. So that really is a reality. That's a backdrop, right?
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. That's very,
There's
very
legitimate
unfortunate.
fear, right?
Yeah.
But from your vantage point, as someone who has aspired for public office, what do you see is the role of the state right now in the present reality that our people in the diaspora are faced with, and the concerns they have, where you have, it's not just a matter of saying people are undocumented. There's live conversation going on about whether or not you still are entitled to your citizenship if you were born here. Like, these are real things. These are real fears. It's a time of apprehension. How do you feel the state should be participating in this reality?
Well, I believe like the state should be out there, and it's unfortunate because I would think because of some comments that's been made about the possibility of ICE and that kind of stuff, that there are some people who probably have decided not to come because they don't want to get involved with that, or they don't want to go through that, because when you
and the only ice were there, the one where your drinks
where my drink right now, that's the only ice. But I just think that the government itself, they should come out and really say in support of this Diaspora Summit and encourage Belizeans to come out. And if you are at home and you are thinking of coming, and I think that you should come. The environment around here is very warm. I've walked around this morning, I don't see any kind of police presence or ICE presence or anything like that. And I think that there's so much that could be gained on both sides, on the Belizean side and on the diaspora side. So I just want to encourage people to come out and be a part of the discussion. It's some very meaningful discussions that's taking place out here.
All right, and we know, in fact, for people in the area here in Florida and who are able to come down and make it, that you do have 2 other areas that are opened up. Ministry of Immigration is here. The Ministry of Natural Resources are representing with significant deployment of their team members to facilitate and to give access to those who are in the diaspora. So that's on, and you can still make it here sometime this afternoon or later on, tomorrow at least. Will is about to resume. I want to thank you for joining.
Thank you very much.
All right, and let's enjoy the next panel.
Okay, great.
All right.
All right, so welcome back, everyone. I wanted to go ahead and introduce the Vice Mayor of Miramar, Yvette Colburn, to go ahead and say a few kind words for us.
Thank you, appreciate that. Well, it's great to be here on behalf of the city of Miramar. I'd love to offer you greetings. The city of Miramar and Belize have a long-standing relationship. And as I was just talking to the former mayor, when I first started with the city of Miramar in 2013, that was the year that we first signed an agreement with Belize. And since then, we have enjoyed that relationship, but we have formed a sister city in the city of Miramar. And that was, I would say, as a result of that early relationship with the city. Belize is our first sister city, and it's our only sister city. So I think sometimes it takes a little while to get these things going, but we're really happy and pleased that we were able to accomplish that, and we continue to support each other. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to greet you all today, and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you, and welcome to those who are not from here.
Thank you so much. All right, so we will go ahead and get started with our second panel. This is our health panel, Diaspora RX, Building a Healthier Belize. And I will hand it over to Daryl to go ahead and moderate.
Good afternoon, and again, it's perfectly proper for you to continue to eat and just enjoy the second panel. One of the good things with this afternoon's panel, talking about health, is we're looking at concrete ways that the diaspora have and can continue to benefit in relation to the country of Belize, and in the specific area of health and health services, and developing relationships between people at home and people abroad in this specific area of providing needed medical resources and services. This afternoon, we are very pleased to have a highly distinguished panel of medical professionals. We are first joined by Dr. Greg Arana. Dr. Greg Arana is the surgical house physician with Baptist Health in South Florida. We're then joined by Dr. Lisa Johnson. Dr. Lisa Johnson is the Dean of the University of Belize School of Medicine. We're then joined by Dr. Anna Lizama. Dr. Lizama is a family medicine physician operating out of Orlando, Florida. And we're joined by Ms. Vanessa Jennings Young, Senior Associate Director at NYC Health and Hospitals Bellevue. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for your participation in the conference, and I want to welcome you to this panel. I want to start off the discussion by talking about specific ways with relation to health initiatives that the diaspora has contributed. I think people don't understand that. They see the diaspora as, we talked about, something out there in the ether. But in health services, this has been an active area of engagement. And I wondered if perhaps maybe Dr. Rana, if you could not start us off in terms of some concrete ways in relation to how the diaspora have benefited thus far?
Oh, I think Dr. Johnson would probably be in a better position to answer that one.
Well, I'll ask.
Pass the ball.
Well, what you have here are 3 Belizeans who have contributed significantly to healthcare in Belize already. And so I think we should hear their stories. I think their stories are very relevant because they represent things getting done rather than just us talking about it. They have done it, they are continuing to do it, and they will continue to do it into the future. It's what the diaspora now can help them expand what they've already accomplished.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'll take that lead. So I'm Vanessa Jenkins Young, and I'm the president of the Belize Diabetes Heart and Stroke Association of New York. Formerly, we were Belize Diabetes Association of New York. And we've been around from 2010. And there's a backstory. I talk a lot, so you're gonna have to just cut me, okay? I do talk a lot. But I always like to tell people how we got started, because people say, well, how did you get started? Well, we simply got started. I remember we were visiting Florida at one of the events at the park, CAB Park or whatever. And Debbie Atkins and, help me, Bala, Leslie, were saying that they had thousands of monitors but no strips. This is how we got interested in serving the diabetic population in Belize. And we were like, okay, well, let's have a fundraiser. And we got the fundraiser, we got the strips. But being a public health person myself, I know that that's not the way we manage diabetes, right? So we've been around for a while, and we started to do medical missions to Belize. Our little fundraising, we have 3 a year. They're very grassroots. We're a very small organization. And this was 2011. We started with 2 podiatrists. And subsequently, we had a group of 25 people from the Caribbean Diabetes Initiative. So our missions really vary depending on who we can recruit, because as you know, professional people like these distinguished and myself are highly paid people. And you cannot just get people to commit a year before. And we'll talk about some of the challenges of onboarding people, because they can't commit a year before because they have very tight schedules. See, I'm off on a tangent already. So I'll just tell you briefly that our 2 models, basically, if we recruit a large group of health professionals, then the mission is larger. It's, we had our successful one was in 2015. We had at IT Vet, and we saw hundreds of people. And then the smaller ones are really when we have a certified diabetes educator, working with very small groups. Everybody would get a monitor, they would get a one-to-one session, and that stuff. So over the last, I think our COVID years were the only years we didn't actually do a mission. And I talked enough for the first couple minutes, so I'm gonna pass it to Anna. Sorry, I can talk all day.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. So I've done medical missions with Belize since 1985 in different districts. In like Sokots was my first medical mission, and over the years I've done Corozal, Dangriga, all over the country. But after COVID, we have not gone back to do medical missions, but I have been working with the Belize Cancer Society for quite a few years. Recently, we just coordinated with Sandy Murphy and the Diaspora unit, and we got a big donation of ultrasounds that can be used for breast cancer detection with a physician, a breast specialist in Orlando who retired. She basically donated like half her office equipment to Belize.
That's wonderful.
That came about just from November. She retired in November. I saw it on Facebook. We've known each other since 1995. And when I moved to Orlando, and I've always referred my patients to her. I'm actually an OBGYN. I do family practice more now, but I'm OBGYN. And so I called her up and I'm like, Shannon, I'm like, why are you going to do mission work in Africa and India when Belize is 2.5 hours away? You know, I mean, you can get equipment there, everything much easier. And she just jumped on it. And from November to March, we got Ministry of Health involved, the Diaspora unit involved. They helped with expenditures to ship the equipment. There were like 5 ultrasounds, really good beds, you know, the exam beds with hydraulics and everything, chairs and everything. And we got all that stuff shipped down by March, and there was a handing over ceremony March 17th for to the Ministry of Health. And these ultrasounds are in like polyclinics like throughout the country. And Dr. Sachedina was just in Belize for like 2 weeks teaching the nurses and the doctors how to use the equipment, how to use ultrasounds to detect if a mass is malignant or benign. So, I mean, that kind of collaboration with the diaspora and what's going on in Belize is the way that I have been doing things right now. I'm on my end part of, well, I'm not going to retire, but I'm off of that age. So I'm trying to do more things with Belize now, and that's kind of the contributions. And if we can work and help in any way, you know, we're available. I'm available. I was telling Dr. Johnson that with the new medical school, I'm available for that too. So
that's wonderful. I'm a little bit shy, so all these ideas came to mind just now as I heard these distinguished people talking. What I've been involved in is since I've been here in the U.S. is surgery. And because I talk about Belize so much, one of my fellow surgeons invited me to SOFA, which is Surgical Outreach for the Americas. And they have been doing hernia repairs in Punta Gorda. This October will be their 3rd trip. And I was with them in January. And they did about 40 or 50 hernia repairs. And this has a significant impact because there's no surgery currently in Punta Gorda. The hospital doesn't do surgery. Everything is referred to Dangriga 2 hours away, including maternity, emergencies. So I wasn't even aware that this was the situation. We've currently been negotiating with the Ministry of Health to try and get a commitment to support laparoscopic surgeries because they're in a position to donate 2 or 3 laparoscopic machines. And I really need to follow up with or try to reach out to the diaspora to help me because sometimes it's like pulling teeth to just get a written commitment so that the donors can move forward, you know. So that's one of the challenges that I'm currently facing. So
this is it's a good segue because these are amazing stories of ways that people in the diaspora are really contributing significantly to the development back home. You mentioned, Dr. Rana, the idea of the challenges. Can we go into a little bit of some of the obstacles? Because the heart may be willing, but what are some of the difficulties that we face logistically, responses back home on your side? So if we can talk a little bit about that.
Sure. I actually have my list. So I'll start with the strengths. So from the time we started back in 2010, Dr. Pitts was the Director of Health Services then. And then it was, I think, Jorge Pacheco for a little while, I believe. Polanco, thank you. Dr. Polanco, sorry, Dr. Polanco. And then Dr. Manzanero, and now Dr. Diaz-Musa. They've always been very cooperative. At their level, always cooperation. Where the barriers come in is about the communication, the acknowledgement of an email, of a request, something as simple. Most of us, our emails, if in a professional life, your email is tied to your phone, right? So you know what's priority, you filter out what you don't need to. Even just an okay, noted, we'll get back to you, nada, nothing. It is so frustrating because we're used to that fast-paced response.
So that's one. In terms of local marketing, when we rely on them to market your event, it's a question mark of whether you're going to have a full participation or not. And it's very disappointing and disheartening. So what we learned very early on is that we own our marketing. We will do our marketing. We will thank God for the media, right? But still, if you don't get the engagement and buy-in from that regional person, you can be weeks before something happens. So for us, again, that's challenging. And that depends on the turnout. Logistics is fairly easy once resources are identified. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs traditionally have always worked with us. Communication and acknowledgement, I put it there twice because it's really huge. I think it's the foundation of setting a tone for your mission. And you know, it motivates you. One of our challenges on our side is that, you know, we're a very small organization. So we lack huge administration. So it's basically me doing all the communication, doing all this stuff because I'm the health professional in the group. The lack of outcomes data for us has always been an issue. The fact that it's very hard to have a record of who you saw on a mission, and you know, I think that's on both sides. It's not just the Belize, it's us as well. And I will hand it over because I do have a few more.
Yeah. So some of the other things that I think need to be said with regards to medical missions is that it depends on where that mission is going and what their intent is. So, for example, going to Punta Gorda that has an operating theater that is not being used, that's not a problem or necessarily a big issue operationally for Punta Gorda Hospital because it's there. When you have a mission going to Karl Huchner, which is overburdened in the patient load, to share its resources with a mission becomes a problem, especially when the mission is doing things that the people inside Karl Huchner are capable of doing. So in the mid-teens, when Dr. Adrian Coy and I were at Karl Huchner as administrators, one of the things that we looked for Karl Huchner in particular was that when we had missions, we would tie one of the doctors in the hospital to that mission. So for example, if you have been following news in Belize, there's a young lady who recently came back as a surgeon trained, and I think she started off as a nurse and she worked her way up. And so I can remember her as a medical officer. She was the person that we assigned to the podiatrist that they brought. And I told her, follow him. Watch everything that he does. Learn from what he's doing. And so for Karl, they weren't teaching, they weren't helping. And so we were able to, other missions, well, elsewhere, but the missions that were held on to at the time were conducting, for example, the spine team. That's a combination of American and Canadian physicians. They worked closely with the neurosurgeon at the hospital. They would invite surgeons from all over the country to come to their clinics and their operating list. And we would assign people to them to learn. And so what we have is an amazing group of people outside of Belize, Belizeans, who want to come back, and they have in a number of different ways contributed to the healthcare system of Belize and allowing it to deliver much needed services to the population. But we have to remember there are a number of legs that support this Healthier Belize initiative that we would like to see. It's not only the relevant laws and regulations and standards and outcomes. It's also well-trained health professionals who are there to carry on after the missions have left. One of the other problems with missions was who followed up their patients. They would operate, leave, and then there's nobody qualified. They would do a complicated procedure, they're gone, and we're left with complications that no one's trained to address. Or they are trained to address, but we have no idea what's going on in another part of the country. A complication happens and it lands on Carl Huchner's door, and Carl Huchner has to deal with it, but everybody's nice and happy out here, not checking back on what the outcome is. So we found our experience in healthcare in Belize is that with our fellow Belizeans who come to offer services, that having that close relationship. I don't think many people know when the dialysis program at Carl Huchner was developed, there was Dr. Ronald Hyde who came in every 3 months to check on the quality and the care that the patients in that program are receiving. Every 3 months on his own to make sure that that program would succeed and to contribute. So we already have action in health from the diaspora. I would encourage us to band around the people who are already getting things done and find how we make that bigger, better, stronger.
So thank you, Dr. Johnson. That was real, and we know that. So one of our core objectives on every mission is transformation of knowledge. So whatever we did out with the public, we also made sure we had an opportunity for the people that we were bringing in to do a seminar. So every last day of all our mission, we would have a seminar. So we've done teachers, nurses, community health workers. Very important to transform that knowledge, as she said, really key. And then secondly, Dr. Wells, the podiatric surgeon that she mentioned, actually felt exactly the same way. And so he actually had opportunities to do he would check in with his patients and made sure that he did that. And so I just wanted to say that because I wanted to give him a shout out. He's probably not watching, but a shout out to Dr. Stephen Wells.
I just wanted to talk about another challenge for people going back to do medical missions is the criteria for doing medical missions in Belize has changed drastically over the years. I mean, I haven't really done a mission since COVID, but as we said, a lot of these professionals are tied up, they're busy, so we're just trying to get them to come down and commit to coming down to Belize is an issue. So when the Belizean government or the Ministry of Health says, okay, you need to have all your information in for verification like 3-4 months ahead, a lot of time it doesn't happen. And they want background checks. You have to be fingerprinted. You have to, there's a whole list of things that needs to be done. In the old days, of course, the government has to be careful that they don't have anyone coming in who is fraudulently giving care and all that kind of stuff. They have the proper credentials, but the process of getting verified as a provider to come down, even the nurses, have turned a lot of people away. I know my mission trip, my mission workers that I was working with, they've stopped coming to Belize and they're going to St. Kitts and Jamaica because they don't have to go through a lot of the requirements that Belize require.
That's significant.
How do, moving the conversation along, how do we put in place structures? Because we're talking about developing ongoing, meaningful relationships with people in the diaspora and people back home, but practically speaking, it has to be easy because you're dealing with professionals, extremely busy, people who have their own things going on, family and commitments, and it's a service for them. How do we ensure that within the country we have the right attitude, the right policies in place that receives that in a way that is welcoming and makes it easy? Because ultimately you're talking about the health and welfare of people in the country, which is a necessity. How do we do that?
Well, I think you have to understand there's a Medical Practitioners Act, and that defines how physicians are registered and licensed to work. What we would do when I was at Carl Houston, and I think they still do it, is that the institution would apply to the medical council on behalf of the team. If it was a team closely linked to the hospital, the institution applies on your behalf. And so once they got all the paperwork in and it was verified, we would then submit it to the council as the supporting institution, and that we found that to be easier than a mission coming in without an attachment to an institution. And so that's the connection service that we would supply when that Carl Huchner does that for teams. They have to understand that the licensing of physicians and nurses in Belize is CARICOM-based with a British antecedent. And so, for example, we at the medical school do a 5-year program, MBBS, Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery. That's the ancient way of referring to doctors. It's a 5-year program followed by a year and a half of internship. The USMD is not sufficient to register or be licensed or carry a license in Belize to work independently. Why? Because it's not enough to carry a license here, where it comes from. So you have to be a specialist with a specialist certification, with our ability to verify that goes to the council. The council then issues a temporary license. It's the fact that, well, you like everything else, the council meets once a month or once every other month, or because at that time when we were at Carl Huchner, the council met in Carl Huchner, it became easier for us to help with that paperwork. But those are the legal implications of what we're talking about. The same thing for nursing. The Nursing Council, the Nurses and Midwives Registration Act determines who is qualified to hold a license. And so there has to be an established reciprocity. In medicine in particular, you can't get a license to practice in Belize if you aren't licensed to practice in the country that trained you. That's reciprocity. And so there are certain job titles and pathways in both nursing and medicine that are different. So a practical nurse and an LPN, and trying to find where those two intersect, so that when that person comes to the Nursing Council, that's how they verify. They have to match the qualifications and scope of practice. So it's all very legal, and the councils are essentially in control of that. There's no going around what has been put in place for licensing, and that does present a problem for people. One of the things that may be thought of is, once a Belizean is qualified where they are, they should send in their information to the council, so the council always has their information. So that should you decide you want to participate.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
So I just wanted to add to that historically, we've never had major issues in that regard. Mrs. Godinez was like amazing, on point, very responsive, refreshingly so when dealing with Belize. The Doctors' Council sometimes, depending on who's, I guess answering the emails, can be challenging. But what I wanted to say was what I found out on our very last mission was that the use of WhatsApp in Belize is very interesting for those who don't know. So you can communicate with anyone, anywhere. If you wanted to know what Golden Bay have, what kind of vanity they have, I mean, it is just unbelievable how people respond by WhatsApp. So maybe perhaps they need to add WhatsApp to their it just occurred to me, right? Like rather than an email, just say WhatsApp your request and then we'll follow up by email. But I just wanted to add that from my perspective, over the last 14 years, we've never had major issues. It's just the timeline to respond.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that point because one of the leaders that I've been communicating with in the Ministry of Health has never responded to any of my emails for the past 6 months to almost a year. But I've set up in-person meetings and WhatsApp meetings during that time. So yeah. I've talked to him video and chat on WhatsApp.
Yeah. Dr. Duzama, you had mentioned this, and I just want to get a sense of it, talking about the challenges. Are these medical missions, in terms of the numbers of them, they're increasing, they're decreasing? Like you had said that persons had ceased and gone to Jamaica or St. Lucia. Like how is it just in terms of like a numbers? We're seeing more interest from people in the diaspora going home and giving services, or because of the obstacle, you're seeing that it's diminishing?
It's dropped off definitely since the COVID episodes. So I really have not been able to regroup to do medical missions anymore. So we're basically focusing on cancer care right now, and that's what I'm doing at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely. From our perspective, we attempted to recruit again the CDI and Saving Lives, Saving Lives Incorporated people. And they said, Vanessa, since COVID, people don't want to go. Everybody's just in their own little world. So I would say, yes, there's definitely a sense of
Which is
decreasing.
why I'm here, because educating health professionals in Belize is now even more important than ever. And supporting the efforts. UB now trains the majority of the healthcare team. With the advent of our medical school last year, we now train doctors, nurses, pharmacists, medical laboratory scientists, and social workers, all to the last 4, all to bachelor degree level. And so now the advent of the medical school is us saying to the country, to our fellow Belizeans out there, we have stepped it up a notch, and we're not too proud to say we could use some help in that. It's a very expensive endeavor for the university, doing it right, doing it to accreditation standards, because if we don't become accredited, we won't survive. But after COVID, people left nursing, left medicine in droves. People stopped wanting to work that hard and then die on the job. People are just totally burned out and cannot give another drop of blood more. So the wide gap of available nursing posts and available physician posts widened after COVID, and it's just getting worse and worse every year.
I wanted to say something about the Belize Cancer Society and what they're all about. You know, their main objective is to become more sustainable in the efforts that they're doing. And basically, Belize Cancer Society, we think about a huge society. At least now, like in Belize City, the staff is like maybe 4 or 5 people. And now they have branches in Belmopan, in Orange Walk, in different parts of the country. So their main goals are like to collaborate with different health-related organizations and agencies. They do a lot of outreach, a lot of education. So that's what we're focusing on educating the population. They have these forums on cervical cancer, on prostate cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer. And I went to a cervical cancer forum in February, and there were probably about 500 people there, but it was all like health workers. Yeah, and I was just like, why don't we have like the general population here, And they're like, well, we only have funding for like 500 people, So I think we should do something broader where when they have these forums that it's inclusive of anybody from the population who wants to come in. I mean, it was at what was the name of the
new Civic Center.
At the Civic Center. I mean, so there was a lot of room for other people to be there. And I just think that a lot of people would be more interested because our cancer burden in Belize is really high. I mean, all of us know people who have cancer in Belize everywhere. And one of the things that we haven't been able to do is establish a cancer registry, so to know the real prevalence and incidence of cancer and how it impacts the people of Belize. Been trying to do that for quite a while. Like 2015, as part of my Master's in Public Health project, I tried to establish a cancer registry, but the government of Belize wasn't ready for that. They're like, we'll get to it. 10 years later, it's still not done. I mean, I think there's something that might be starting, but it's not established. So we need to do these outreaches. The general public education is really key. Dr. Sachedina's program, if you feel something, do something. We need to use the media to get this out to the people that these women should be examining their breasts. I mean, something that has decreased in the United States, they don't really push like breast exams, self-breast exams as much as they used to in the past. But in Belize and countries like Belize, it's best for the women to be examining themselves because not everybody has access to mammograms. And if they feel something, they need to go to their polyclinic or whatever. Tell somebody so that you can get examined. And that's why they have the ultrasound program, educating the nurses and the doctors in the districts so that when someone comes to them, they can help them. So education is a really big thing that we need to do. Okay?
So just before, there's no, we would be remiss in not recognizing 2 people who, from the diaspora, who have, without whom there are many people in Belize who would not be alive, and that would be Dr. Ellsworth Grant and Delone Pascasio. They set up the Dangriga Cancer Center on their own, with doing their own fundraising in California, and providing chemotherapy at little to no cost, and most times it was no cost to the patients. And all you had to do was get to Dangriga. Their cousins, they're both from Dangriga. They took their family home and converted it into a chemotherapy center. Not only that, Dr. Ellsworth Grant would get the slides. Slides would usually be read by Dr. Sanchez. And whatever Dr. Sanchez had a question, the slides would be sent to California to Dr. Grant to get a second opinion. And then he would get the result, render an opinion. They trained nurses from Southern Regional. They brought them to California, trained them as oncology nurses, sent them back to Dangriga to deliver the chemotherapy. They raised funds in California, bought the medication here in the US, and took that to Belize themselves, usually themselves, taking the medication in. And they did that for years, and they continue to do that. And that's why I think in the health arena, our diaspora has really come through for us. We also have people in a number of different hospitals, including MD Anderson, who find things out, get our patients in. There are Belizeans out there helping, no doubt about it.
I know, Dr. Mr. Bradley, I'm going to break protocol, but this ties in beautifully. My brother-in-law is alive today because of that program from Dr. Grant. He goes to Dangriga, gets all the help, and goes back to PG. That's an amazing story to
Yeah, Professor Williams, it's not breaking protocol. I think we would want to bring in the discussion also from any member of the audience who wanted to ask a question on this issue. One of the things, and anybody can indicate, and I'll bring the mic and you can ask a question. Dr. Johnson, you had mentioned how important this is, and celebrating stories like that, both stories of individuals who have benefited and also champions in the diaspora community, how important, because this exercise that we're doing also has cultural, historical, social significance of recognizing that there are people who have gone abroad, advanced themselves, but they have never forgotten Belize, and they've looked back, they've helped, they've brought resources, they've done things out of their own pocket, and it's significant. How do we capture that so the awareness of a diaspora is not something out there, but people recognize, you know what, people have actually contributed significantly to national development. Like, how do we do that? So people internalize that message that the diaspora is something very relevant, it's something very important, and there are people who have championed Belize's development, as you said, in the health area.
Well, I think it's our own, what we do or do not do in our own media. It's the recognition that perhaps now that there is a diaspora unit, that unit can keep track of the many things that the diaspora are doing in the health field. I think some of them rise to the level of national honors, quite frankly. And so, you know, when other Belizeans who live abroad see that, yes, we do appreciate what our countrymen, fellow Belizeans have done, it will provide them, it's less of a transactional thing and more of a recognition and an appreciation and an involvement in the day-to-day life, and how one simple act or a number of acts by a number of people can, in fact, produce miracles.
It's an impact. Yeah, three quick points, maybe, and two questions. No, 1 point and 2 questions. Dylan Vernon, University of Belize Policy Institute, Belpre. I think that the health sector and the examples we've been hearing, we will hear from each of the panelists today how Belizeans have contributed in the diaspora. We'll hear it in education, we'll hear it in other areas. And it's a good, I think, example of why we need to document and quantify so we can share these in a wider way and in an accessible way. The 2 questions I have, one is a part of the diaspora in the US, as I suppose for every sector, but a part of the diaspora would be Belizean nurses who recently left, train in Belize. Belize invests a lot of money, the government, in training people. And so there's a brain drain when it comes to nurses, and we can use other sectors. How has that impacted the health sector in Belize? What is being done about it? And what can be done on this side to help to address that issue of nurses. And the second question is, I was speaking to someone over lunch, and they said one of the reasons that Belizeans do not act on the desire to return, because everyone wants to go back, or most people, is because of the health system. And so those two.
So,
Excellent.
I love your question. Thank you very much. Because this is where the University of Belize becomes so important, and what we would like to do at the University of Belize is increase the intake of students and produce more nurses every year. Now, we have a 4-year Bachelor of Science degree program in nursing. When they graduate, they take the RENR, the regional exam, so they're licensed throughout CARICOM. It's not a single license to Belize, they're licensed throughout CARICOM. And then when they leave us, they usually leave us when they have had that 5-10 years working in a Karakushna and they are clicking. And that's when they're snatched up. And so what we have is literally every time a nurse leaves Belize, it's usually 10 to 20 years of experience heading out the door. One of the problems that we've had as a university is maintaining a cadre of nurse educators. And so we are working with the Ministry of Education and one of our COBEC, I think it's one of our presidents, one of our COBEC, or is it UWI, another university to do a Master of Science degree in nursing education in Belize. So that we can increase the roster of nurse educators and thereby increase the intake. We can't increase the intake without having the educators to teach the nurses. We've got the clinical pathology, we have the teaching spaces as a country to double the intake. And our intake is now, before COVID, it was 50. After COVID, it's 80. We need to be training 120 nurses a year, taking in 120 students. Why? Because education is not designed to limit somebody to where education is there for the advancement of the person and the advancement of the society, wherever they are. Because they will give back in, and nurses always do. My mother was a nurse, so I have to say this. They will find a way, even if they're not in country, they will find a way to give back. And so our thing is the ability of the university to take in more students and train more nurses in particular.
Do we have any other questions?
I have two questions. One for Dr. Lizama. Are you in collaboration with the palliative and hospice care in any way? And my second question is for Dr. Johnson with the teaching. Are you considering like Zoom educators, or will they have to be in Belize to actually teach?
I have been in contact with palliative care through Raquel Battle, who is down in Dangriga. She has a palliative care center down in Dangriga and out of Placencia as well. There's also a palliative care program through the Jesuits at St. Martin de Porres. So that neighborhood, which is my neighborhood, I'm actually right there on Cemetery Road near, what's the name? Cremandala Street? What's it? Partridge Street.
That's crazy.
They changed the name. Yeah, so I'm right in that area, and we have been, I've been trying to get some programs together where we can actually teach people in the neighborhoods how to manage care, especially like manage post-chemo care. A lot of the patients will go down to Dangriga to get their care because it's the cheapest, and Dr. Grant they do a very good job down there. Dr. Nurse Obi was down there for many, many years. She was the one nurse who was trained by Nurse Palacio and Dr. Grant in Los Angeles to how to give the chemo. So people go to Dangriga, they get their chemos, and then they go back to their part of the country. And a lot of times there are all these side effects that nobody really manages. You know, if they get really dehydrated and have a lot of vomiting, they might end up at one of the polyclinics or at KHMH. But if we can train people in the community or even the polyclinics how to handle these emergencies, and a lot of it is very manageable, because the thing about cancer treatment is the side effects are worse than the disease itself. You know, and if you can manage those side effects, you know, I think we could give people a better chance of surviving their chemo treatments.
And to answer your question, which yes, I would have to say that I'm extremely old-fashioned. And the 5 years that I've spent at the University of Belize so far has brought me to a certain place where there are some courses within the nursing program in particular that could be done by Zoom. But I think the proper training of a nurse and a physician has very much to do with the apprenticeship. Correct. And there is almost an osmosis that occurs between the educator and the student, where you absorb that person's professional demeanor, attitude. You show it every single day when you walk with that student, when you talk to that student, when a student learns how to interact with people, look people in the eye. That's a problem now. They don't look you in the eye. Yes. So while it is helpful when you want to disseminate a lot of information, the face-to-face part of it is key. And as good as high-fidelity simulation is, there is no greater teacher than a human being and a human patient to a budding healthcare professional. For palliative care, there's been an active palliative care organization in Belize City for many, many years now. I would say between 15 to 20 years, run by Dr. Beatrice Thompson. And she's the one who encouraged the government to send Dr. Yakab to study in Mexico. He did oncology, and so now he established an oncology clinic at Carl Huchner. That then led to another organization out of Massachusetts coming in to help support him. We've now trained, Carl Huchner has now trained pharmacists in oncology drugs. It is the only place where you will find certain medications, and only the oncologists, the pain medications are very strong ones that some people tend to get to like, but they're only, so Dr. Beatrice Thompson has control of how that is, and she did it when no one was supporting it materially, another person who should be honored. And now and she's been joined, Dr. Marta Habet, who's always been there with her as well, works in the oncology clinic with Dr. Yakab, and also remains part of the palliative care that occurs in Belize City, and the advice that they give to physicians and nurses in the district to deal with palliative care. So there are pretty healthy foundations that can be added to disseminate different types of care in Belize.
I have a quick question. You are all wonderful doctors. I learned so much from listening to you guys. But let's back up a little bit. I went to see my heart doctor last week, and he says, Albert, you're doing fine. He says, but the key thing you need to remember is proper eating and exercise.
is there any program or promotion to get to the foundation of the diseases by helping us to eat properly and live a healthy lifestyle, rather than you guys will give us the medicine if we screw up, but it'd be nice if there's some program proactive to help the Belizeans, all of us actually.
So I'm going to answer that because of the challenges that I mentioned in recruiting for our missions.
You're fine.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that because of the challenges in recruiting for our medical missions, and because we've expanded the scope for diabetes, heart disease, and stroke, those are 3 NCDs, right? Non-communicable diseases, and Dr. Johnson can give you the stats on it. However, what we've decided to do is to focus on public service announcements. So that's the educational piece. And so look forward for there. The problem, and I don't know, the gentleman just left, is the cost involved in getting the PSA done might not be so expensive, but in running the ads might be. And I'm not sure what the corporate citizenship of our media houses are, but I think that we need to put some pressure on them, because the fact that, and this is a whole nother conversation, the soda and alcohol and all of that happens in Belize, and yes, but I'm saying the visual of that, right? That people are, we were joking about how Belize people like to party, right? They love to drink, they love to party, and we were talking about educating them about fundraising and what that really means, and understanding that it's not, that this donation is not, it's for the public, for the Belizeans, right? So there's just a lot of stuff going on in my head, but to answer your question, the education is there. But I have to say something about her, my mom would tell you this if she's there. She's 88. And she would say, Van, then people don't want to be educated. He said because when she go to the clinic I used to go to Matron Roberts, Matron Roberts in Queen Square, they would have the educational programs happening, running on the thing, and I said, change that, we don't want to watch that. We want to watch whatever it is they want to watch. So, the education, and it reminds me of actually our very first second mission to Dangriga, when we brought in a certified Camilla Levister, who is a nurse practitioner, a wonderful lady, diabetic herself, and has gone to Belize for more than 5 times. But I have to say that when she stood up and she started educating, there were people in the audience that said, we don't need she. Miss Saldana teach we everything where she did teach we. Why? And it really made us realize that they know. Believe it or not, they know. So I think that we have to look at bridging the knowledge with reality. Because, I'm on TV, so I'm not going to tell you what the gentleman said to us once when we told him what would happen if he continued, doing that. But I really think that they know, because, yes, they do, because we go to Dangriga every year. And those people can tell you, I know I'm not supposed to drink Coke, but I want it first thing in the morning and last thing in the night. Am I right, Clay? They tell you. So half of it is almost a denial of what they know. But we'll do the public service announcement.
But to add to that, the information as it relates to Belizeans living in Belize and eating food in Belize and how that, we know what it ends up as, the earlier strokes, earlier heart attacks, and so on. So our medical school, starting classes on September 30th, already has an approved study underway on looking at hypertension, looking at blood pressure, and matching it to a survey on activity and nutrition. Right. So, and we just got an internal grant. The University of Belize now has set aside funds for the different areas of the university to apply for funding. If they get approval from our internal IRB, and it is found to be something of note. We ended up actually participating in the International Society of Hypertension May Measure Month. We were all over the country. And we had worked out the statistics. We needed, I think, 1,200. We got 1,500 enrollment in the study. And so now we're on to assessing it. And so we even got a donation from Omron through the International Society of Hypertension of something like 50 blood pressure, the digital blood pressure kits for us to, every year, the medical school and the Faculty of Health Sciences will be going out into the public to do May Measure Month, and we want to start to establish a database of linking all the major NCDs to what we are doing inside Belize, how we are eating, what's our activity level, what other problems are going on, which bush you use.
Yes.
Actually, and this comes out of a visiting professor from UWI who has been with us for the last 8 months. He's on sabbatical. He's a full professor of physiology and environmental health. And so he's the one who sparked us on this road to studying hypertension in Belize. And so about 3 months in, he's like, so what do people use? And then everybody started telling him, oh, they use booklet leaf, they use this and that. He has now collected all of those leaves. We've in the process of extracting the contents of those leaves in our Faculty of Science and Technology labs, and then he's gonna go back out now to look at the actual components of all these things that we have been using for years and may have been documented for already, but it's always been done by people who don't connect back to us and tell us what's going on.
Sure.
And we intend to change that.
I like it.
That's exciting.
It is.
That's exciting.
We're going to wind up the session.
I'd just like to expand on Dr. Wells' visit in Belize with Dr. Johnson was involved. That his primary thing was cutting off digits. In other words, one toe first, second toe, then you go to the middle of your foot, then it goes up to your legs. Now, Dr. Wells was very prevalent in trying to control that, as Dr. Johnson knows, and I believe Dr. Garcia was sent abroad to Cuba to kind of fill the gap that Dr. Wells, when he's not there, and of course consultation with Dr. Wells over the years, and we hope that some of those digits has stopped, because it was way up in the hundreds of people getting their digits cut off.
Yeah. So I want to extend our gratitude to our distinguished panel members. I think it was a very good session in terms of understanding the health perspective, and it was an excellent illustration of the tremendous work that members of Diaspora are doing. And we should honor and celebrate the great stories of transformation and how our people are making changes throughout the world and contributing back home. I also think it would be remiss of us to not recognize the local partners, including Dr. Johnson. And I've repeatedly heard the references to the University of Belize being really an institutional leader now with a medical school and other institutions, so that we can build on this idea of collaboration and partnership that can really transform Belize, coordinating with the diaspora together with Belizeans within the country. So thank you very much to our distinguished panelists. It was an honor sharing the stage with you, and I want to thank our audience for their interest and listening.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break. Promise me you guys will be back in 10 minutes, and we will start our education.
So we are taking a break this side. Streaming live from the Board Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We just had a health panel, extraordinary conversation where there is a kind of a scoreboard being put for you to understand the immense value that has been contributed beyond just as so many have said before today, it's not just a remittances picture, even though remittances are significant. The value of collaboration between our medical personnel who are functioning with professional careers in abroad, but are integrating interventions, input, and presence down on the ground in Belize and making a huge difference with the medical health realities of Belizeans. A tremendously valuable conversation. Everybody was on point and really articulating eloquently, and some great communicators there, I will tell you that. Very impressive. I hope you enjoyed. This is the summit coverage coming from the Belize Diaspora Summit 2.0, Moose Hyde, hosting for Creme Radio and XTV. We are going to go to studios. There's going to be a slight intermission, and then we're going to come back with more coverage, as there's going to be another panel conversation going on. To those who are listening and watching us in the Florida area, and you can make it to the convention center either before the day is out or tomorrow, again, there is tremendous opportunities for you presently, and so we hope that you will fix your schedule in a way that you are able to stop by and be a part of this event. We encourage you. Remember, we are streaming the panel conversations and presentations, but there are booths outside with products. There are different clinics going on. The Ministry of Natural Resources has a significant presence here. The Ministry of Immigration as well. We can see folks coming by, better showing in the afternoon. You are encouraged to do so as well and to be a part of this historic second edition of the Belize Diaspora Summit. We're going to kick it back to studios, and we'll be back after the action conversation resumes for our coverage here on Creme Radio and XTV.
give Daryl a little break too. Any teachers here? Yes, give them a hand. Without teachers, we have no other professions, okay? So, this afternoon with me, we have Dr. Albert Williams, who is currently the professor and chair of the School of Business and Entrepreneurship at Nova Southeastern University. We also have Dr. Kareem Usher, who is an associate professor of city and regional planning at the School of Architecture at The Ohio State University. Last but not least, we have our very own, and I can say that because I am an alum, Dr. Vincent Palacio, president of the University of Belize. Thank you once again. Welcome, panelists. So this afternoon, Classroom Without Borders. So we're going to try to explore the diaspora challenges when it comes to education, identify future opportunities for collaboration, and also see how we can strengthen opportunities in education. Okay, so that's going to be our goal for this afternoon. We will start, it's going to be 4 areas. We're going to look at first, highlighting some of the impacts that they've had and contributions when it comes to education. Second, we're going to look at some of the challenges, first successful initiatives and then challenges, and then of course future opportunities, and then we're going to close out with questions and just brief remarks. All right? So this afternoon, where do we begin? First off, what I would like to hear from each and every panelist is, what are some of the contributions that the diaspora has had when it comes to education? What contributions have you had, if any at all, and where do you see yourself as we move forward in this diaspora?
Let me go. There's a reason. You guys, I want to take this opportunity to ask my colleague from the South to give you 2 minutes of something he wanted to share so badly in the other section, to share about something big going on in PG. So quickly take my time. I'll give up a little bit of my time. Sure.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'm Carlos Galvez, the mayor of PG, no? So I'm happy to be here. And I want to thank Ms. Ariat and Ambassador Murphy for extending an invitation to our council and to all councils across the country. And I'm happy to be here, grateful. Importantly, in the discussion in regards to health, the Kabay and Taiwan government have funded to Belize $968,000 to carry out a feasibility study on a medical hospital, first-class state-of-the-art hospital. So that study is currently on the way, and when that is completed, they are going to present that to Cabinet, and then Cabinet will seek the funding with other agents to build this hospital in Punta Gorda town. As one of the doctors earlier said, that between Dangriga and PG, it's 110 miles thereabout, and to carry patients to and from, it's even more risky. So there is the need to get that hospital going. And definitely under the government of Belize, Plan Belize 2.0, education and health, those are two of the major pillars that government will invest in. So I'm happy to say that to everybody, no? And thanks again, thanks.
Thank you. It is important that we hear from both sides of what's going on. So what have I been doing for Belize? I've been here for nearly 20 years,
And nearly every year I go back and share knowledge with my amazing University of Belize, but I go to the Punta Gorda campus and sometimes Belmopan. So I would go to a class and talk to them about economics and finance and leadership and policy, and it's well received. Those students love it. And you just share. I go to a class, and by the way, this is not structural. This is Albert's doing it because he wants to do it. So I go for vacation, but I put 2 days aside to share the knowledge. There's another thing that I do. I have 3 students on scholarship right now going to UB, and I have a 4th one joining in August. We believe that educating our brothers and sisters is one of the best ways to break the cycle of poverty. And I'm doing it on a personal basis, my wife and I. And I'll tell you, 2 have finished their bachelor's degree already. They have a job, they're already making money to help their families, and already adding a little extension on their homes. So this is the kind of success story. But I must tell you, we don't just hand out money. We send the money to the university directly for tuition. So those are the things that we do. And why do we do it? Because we came from that same setting. We didn't get anything. We had to work hard. We came from poverty, and we work our way up, and we took the knowledge, and now we're helping other Belizeans to do it. So there's another component of the story. 2 of those children, their parents were cancer patients, and they both died. And so we took it on ourselves to say, these are some family of ours. We will put the children through at least college education to get them a chance in life. Because you know what it is, in a poor society, you lose one parent, life gets tough very quickly. So that's the kind of thing that I do. And lastly, I'm always in Love FM sharing knowledge, and I was teasing my brother over there. When I go on Love FM, I'm not going for it because I want to go on TV. I'm sick and tired of going on TV. I go there because I think it's a classroom, and I approach it like I'm talking to 30,000 students. And when that gets boring, I play my guitar for them, and that helps too.
Good afternoon again. First of all, I wanted to say that well, I've been in the U.S. for about 20 or so years, but the more I'm here and the more I think about it, I don't think I'd be successful here if I hadn't had an elementary and primary school education in Belize. And the more I'm here, the more I teach students on my campus and interact with people. The structure, being taught how to think critically, coming from SJC, we were taught by Jesuits, and we're given this, to think critically about information, have served me, I think, well, right, qualitatively and quantitatively, going through the steps of formal education. But in terms of directly some of the work that I do, I've conducted 3 sets of courses now where I've taken students to Belize, working with the Belize Association of Planners, work in rural communities in Belize District, around Mascal Village area, work on Key Caulker. We just finished that work last year, where we're looking at tourism, and Key Caulker is, I think, the 2nd largest tourism earner in Belize. However, it's still listed as a village and not a town, and so it's unable to control a lot of its land use policies. So I'm an urban planner, so we look at the land use and housing availability. So work like that at this point, I'm only able to take U.S. students to Belize, but the plan forward is to be able to have an exchange and bring Belizean students to our department that house 3 critical sciences, so architecture, landscape architecture, and city and regional planning. So hopefully we can get arrangement with UB and Ohio State to do more work.
Of course. Good afternoon. And it is my pleasure to lead this small delegation of us from the University of Belize to this very important summit, this very important conference. I am so moved that I want to be on the agenda every year, if not on the panel, just to be a participant, because I feel that there is a lot that we can do together. As the national university, the university that is charged with the responsibility for national development for the country and the diaspora community, one which I am very close with. As most Belizeans, I grew up in a mixed household of about 14 children. And myself and 2 others are in Belize. The others live here in the US. And so they are diaspora. And I would have expected to see them here. But when I told them I was coming here, they looked at me like, why? They head to Belize. So every summer for a week or 2, but hear this, they took their expired passports, their unsolved land papers, etc. And if I had told them we could do it here, maybe they would have come. So I'm very tied and connected to the diaspora population. But to quickly share some of our experience with persons from the diaspora assisting the National University. There's a gentleman that we just laid to rest earlier this year, Dr. Cornelius Cacho, Pat Cacho. He donated almost $100,000 to the University of Belize for scholarships for students in the science area from the south of the country. So imagine the average cost of an associate degree for the entire program is $5,000 Belize dollars. Imagine how many people this can help to get an associate degree. So again, this is direct impact of diaspora. Lived in Florida, Naples.
Correct.
Yeah, very well. So that is one big impact of the diaspora community on the National University. Another is when I leave here on Saturday, I go to Macon, Georgia to visit Mercer University. And Mercer has one of the top-end medical school, I'm told. But one of the faculty member there, his name is Adrian Vasquez. He came to Belize to do a Fulbright scholarship. And he was so impressed. He's Belizean, working up here. So he started this conversation with us. So he's inviting us now to go visit their medical school. So Dean Johnson and I, we traveled to Georgia to visit the medical school on Monday. And while there, we will stop in at the Morehouse School of Medicine as well. So again, continuing, the walls of the university has gone down, if you've noticed. We are inviting partners. We are leaving the university ground. We cannot do it alone. We need partnership. We need collaboration. So those are 2 of many collaboration with diaspora that has benefited education in Belize.
Thank you all. You know, as a teacher, being educated in Belize, like Dr. Usher has mentioned, they used to always tell us that, you know, when it comes to education, no matter how big, no matter how small, you're having an impact. And that's what we're hearing this afternoon from this group up here. What are some of the other ways that we can think of how we have made an impact in Belize? That's the other part to that session for this afternoon. What are some of the other ways?
That we have made an impact. Okay, so being an economist, my mind goes into the economics of the ways that we've done, as I told you, the multiplier effect of somebody getting an education, helping others. But it's building that human being to be able to view the world differently. When, you know, I look like I come from PG, but something happened inside of me. I'm not the same PG boy that left 20 years ago. So when I'm speaking to them, they're seeing me, but they're getting a perspective that is very hard to quantify, but it's extremely valuable. And so you have that global perspective. You could see the picture not only from a blue or a red perspective, but from a professional perspective. And somebody said that earlier today is the value that you provide by just sharing. it's probably more than $50 or something like that. It has more than monetary value. So when I open my mouth, you get 70 years of building, but it has a Belize flavor to it that I will never ever give up. So the psychological component of what we're doing is phenomenal. It's beyond belief. I'll give you a quick story, then you go ahead. I was in PG 2 weeks ago, and there were 2 student groups there from America, one from Iowa and one from Pennsylvania. I looked at them and I said, maybe they need to hear from somebody that lived there but live in the US. So I just decided to go to the teachers. Hey, can I speak to your students? They kind of liked me too because I picked up my guitar and I played some Belizean rock down for them and so on. They were happy with that. So they allowed me to speak to them for 15 minutes. And I said, I grew up swimming right in that water that you're going to look at. And my house was 2 blocks right from this hotel. That opened a little interest. And then when I said, but I live in Florida and I understand the 2 sides of the equation, and I want you to understand that these same people in PG want a microwave, they want a stove, they want a pickup truck, and they want a vacation just like you do, but in a nice way. I did not go around kind of hitting them. Those students left from there with a perspective they would never had because they came there, live in an air-conditioned hotel, air-conditioned bus, they go see the chocolate factory and come back. But you have to show them that real people live in these societies, but they may not be as wealthy as these young American kids are, but they need to get the flavor of both. So they shouldn't only go to Belize as students and learn about the Snake Keys and go swim and all of that. They need to learn that there are people here too. And so that perspective of giving back is an amazing thing. So I give, just sitting in an American classroom, somebody like me, is a huge difference for the American students. They, wow, he come from down there and he is as good as anybody else. So you're sharing talent and you're sharing it in such a way that is caring, and that's another way. So the economics is there, but this touch, this human touch, Doc, I'm fully endorsing your hands-on. Looking in the eyes of people is a powerful tool, but it has to come from the heart.
Oh, yeah.
I look at you as God's child, and that's how it works. And so my philosophy is we give back in more ways than money. I give from the heart, I give from the brain, and I give from the pocket.
I'm glad you said pocket when I saw you went like that.
I calculate how much.
Just to add quickly here, in academia, particularly at the university level, tertiary level, there is a tremendous need for research, academic research. And at UB, we're continuing to build our research culture. We are an institution with an amalgamation of 5 different institutions, none of which pushed research as an agenda. So now we have a university and we expect faculty to do research. So it's a new culture. And so we have a research office, and we constantly need to collaborate with persons from different parts of the world who would do research. So partnership with diaspora population who are doing research to come to UB or maybe the other universities there to partner with our faculty to build that research culture. So I'd like to add research to the table for collaboration with diaspora.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Dr. Pastor, because I was actually going to lead right into that. So, and my man went to, I think, something you said on your panel. Well, actually, you asked a question about the connection between diet and exercise. Well, one of the first programs I led in Belize was with students where we looked at the blue-green connection within Belize City. So we did, not exhaustive, but very well done connection of Belize City, looking at the mangroves, forests that naturally formed along there that we've cut down for development that we did not manage well, but that's another topic. But just looking at the dearth of green space and parks network in Belize City, for example, and this is throughout the country, right? So how do we, as a country, look at our overall health and health care, but our environment is against us, right? And so, so a lot of the work that I've done is looking at the connection between the built environment, green space, and parks. We did this also on Key Conquer for the other project. But even more poignantly, we did research down in Toledo District, and we published a paper on that, looking at the impacts of climate change on the yields of corn, right, which is the staple for the Maya indigenous, the Maya in 3 of the villages in Toledo. And we looked at how, over time, the change in climate has impacted the dry and wet season, which is the growing and harvesting season, which means that there's a lot more rain in the rainy season, shorter dry season, and that has impacted the yields of corn, which then leads to food insecurity issues and all this. So that work is published, and we could, you could always look that up. So that's type of sort of the other way that some of the work that I do impacts Belize.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all. In addition to those, I took some notes just to add to the research as well. You look at the global learning, right? You look at study abroad programs. One of the programs, or one of the relationships that we have, Belize with the University of North Florida, for example, a lot of teachers were educated through UNF, and that experience was just phenomenal for a lot of our teachers in Belize, and that relationship continues to this day. So you look at the impact directly to like students, family members, what have you, and then you look at teachers, and then of course this global education. So very good. As we move into the second segment, so we can't talk about all the positive things, all the good things, without talking about some of the challenges, right? We all have challenges. We all can go through a laundry list of some of the challenges. So what I want the audience especially to think about this afternoon, some of the challenges, but also possible solutions, right? When we get to that point. So we want to look at some of the key challenges facing our education system in Belize right now. I can think off the top of my head, teacher shortage. I want to say that's
my first answer.
That's actually global, right? Yeah. Yes. So what are some of the challenges from our panelists when it comes to education in Belize?
If we start with him, that
of course, no, because I live it every day.
Exactly, that's fine.
And it's important, part of the reason why I'm here at this summit, to see how we could continue to collaborate. But you started correct with shortage of expertise in certain areas. I know at the University of Belize, we've been advertising positions for years, and we still can't fill it, because for various reasons. So Diaspora could probably work with us. Maybe those in academia, sabbaticals may be coming up. You could probably take a summer off and come and teach a course for us. But the expertise is an issue, to hire an economist. Took us a while. It's a hard one to fill. People in accounting. Medicine is coming up here, and we already have challenge with filling some of the positions there. So again, faculty is a big one. A second, resources. Where the world is getting smaller, technology is there. We have AI and all these things. We want to ensure that we have adequate technology in our schools in Belize. And this is, again, where the diaspora could assist us. I know there's a case where this particular partnership out of a university would bring computers to outfit an entire lab at the university, but only to find out that before the start of the semester, the computers were not up to even the medium standard. So again, if you want to donate, make sure it is things that we can use. Not expired stuff, not stuff that will not meet the time. So again, resources, from physical resources. We've designed what we have now, what we call hybrid classrooms. We are a multi-campus. We have campuses in Belize City, Belmopan, Punta Gorda. And we could have somebody now teaching a course in Belmopan and have students in Belize City, Belmopan, and Punta Gorda because they have the lab rooms that they could do this. And again, we could incorporate the diaspora into this conversation. If it's by distance, it could happen here. They could be listening to a class at me right now down there in Punta Gorda. So again, infrastructure is also a big one. I could go on and on because I live it every day, but I'll pass it on to my colleagues.
Yeah. Let me throw in something about the teaching. The biggest criticism we have is the famous word, the brain drain. That's a common word that's there in our thinking. And it's a tough one because, here you have a guy like me and a good colleague here. We're all highly technical people. And we made that decision to come and live over here. It wasn't forced or anything, and for many reasons. So our form of giving back is precisely what you're saying. We have to have out-of-the-box thinking to get people like us, because we have a day job, and I cannot teach for you without getting permission from my university. So it's a connection that we have to recognize, that you have to blend the two. So the brain drain is a concern, and I like what you said, teach them for the global environment. That's a global thinking. Most people say, no, you should teach them, they should stay in Belize. That's not a really nice attitude to take, but a lot of people think that way. The other one I'd like to say is resources. We need to be able to come up with resources, and I'm an economist, finance guy. How do you make money from education? That's how I look at the world. And the answer is, sell a classroom, $50,000. Somebody put their name on top of it, and that classroom belongs to so-and-so. Why am I saying that? Because I got one at my university, and I did not get it for free. I paid for that classroom for my name to get on it, and I won't tell you how much I paid, because that's but people could sell a classroom, people could sell a sidewalk, people could sell, by the way, resources for a primary school in Mafredai. I went and bought all the sinks for the children to wash their hands because they didn't have sinks, but my wife and I, she's from that village. So you could go personally or you could do creative things. My university sells one block, $25, and you walk on a block and you get your $25, but you have $125. So you have to get the creative juices in making money for the university. And we are creating right now products to sell in the business school, educational products. So I don't want you to think all you need is students in the seat. That's important, but you have to figure out creative ways to make resources. And I applaud you, because I saw you were looking for a few more million than they gave you, but you have to also, I know, I was teasing when I saw him applying for money, and they said, well, I can't give you so much, but I understand that. I've been there, done that. I know what the government, how it works. So your job is to be creative. And I'm so crazy, but a classroom could have the name of somebody who wants to donate. And it doesn't have to be a foreign I like when local Belizeans put the name on things. I always like the complete foreign touch, but you should have both. But a sidewalk could be named. We name study rooms, we name classrooms, we name hallways, we name bricks, we name one side of the building for a few million, the other side for a few million, the other side for a few million, another side. Why am I sharing this with you? Because this is what we do to make it work. So you have to be creative, and if I share that with you, and if you could make it work, by all means. I don't want my name on the classroom go another 50 years, but I might look for a classroom too if you could work it out, but I want it in PG, where I'm from. Will, where are they? Mr. Will, you're here? I should get a classroom in PG, no, Drew?
We might give out the whole building.
No, but that's the kind of thinking that has to happen.
Yes, yeah, very, very good. Maybe even an endowed chair somewhere, right. You could do that.
That's right.
And again, Dr. Plaza keeps leaning into my answer, but sabbatical. So mine is coming up. January 2026 at long last, right? And looking forward to it, and already plan to be in Belize for this, do some work with Belize Association of Planners. But I think one of the sort of from my perspective is capacity building. I think we have a lot of good ideas. We need some infrastructure, but if we can, from Diaspora, maybe bring some capacity building. So the way I look at it, I think Belize has prepared me for what I'm doing now. So what the capacity I'm giving back is just what Belize has already developed, right? And so for me, going back to do my sabbatical is for me to give back to Belize in that way. Whether it's getting some of my colleagues to help with a course or whatever it is that I don't teach. But I think also I think you also touched on it, Dr. Williams, that given our unique experiences, growing up in Belize, doing what we've done, and experiences in the U.S. or wherever, we, I think, have unique skill sets that no one else can just replicate, right? And giving that to Belize, I think it's, being able to return that to Belize is incredible, I think. And the way I look at this is, and I think other panels have said this, is that if we do this right, Belize has the potential to be a world leader in many disciplines, in many fields, in many factors of life, and I'm just excited to be on the building phase of that. So I know, and I have to get my name. That's all right too. But they won't
work with that.
They won't even know because there's so much usher there already. It's like, which usher? But just being on the ground floor of that, right? Being in the building phase. 50, 75, 100 years from now, some other student, somebody else, this thing will already build, and it probably start here, right? And some of the work that we do with the skill sets that we've developed, having been, raised and educated first in Belize. So.
Thank you, Dr. Usher. So the next question would be, so we've heard some of the challenges that exist in Belize. What are some of the challenges that our diaspora folks have faced, and continues to face when it comes to assisting in the education arena? Okay. What are some of those challenges?
All right. The biggest one for me is helping, because the challenge of helping is not so simple. The first one, I'll tell you an anecdote, a story. We went to a young man and said, we're willing to help you to get your education. He said, well, I want a laptop, I want this, I want that. I said, I'm not sure if you want help, you want technology. And it happens that those are not the ones, so you have to figure out with your intuition who really needs the help and who doesn't. And so we have a condition that if I will pay your tuition, I want to see good grades. And I want all A's, but I don't want you to fool around either. So you have to send me a report card. Dependent on that, then I give the second amount. And it has to be a contract. So we have to form contracts with these youngsters, with their families too, their parents. And I will not give money if I don't speak to the mom, the dad, or whoever is in there, because I work hard for that money. It's not to just hand it over and give people. So that's a key thing. From here, I wish I could be mentoring a little more. When we see them during the time we visit, we catch up and say, but it's nice if you could be. Mentoring is a tough call, and it'd be nice if people like us could meet young Belizeans and have powwows with them and say, you know what, I've been there, done that. I understand the pain you're going through. It's doable. It's hard, but it's doable. People relate to you if you can share your knowledge. Don't speak down to them, though. I mean, being a youngster, but I teach a lot of young people. They like me probably more than their parents. I don't think my kids will say the same about me, but if you talk to college students and you speak to them properly, they respond. So how do you reach the people who need the help on the individual basis? Structurally is a tough one, because I would like my university to collaborate with your university. My university trained, 2-3 dozen DBAs that I'm teaching at your university right now and at Gale, and many of them got degrees from Nova Southeastern University, doctorate degrees. But we like that collaboration to continue if it's doable. And I think they wanted a DBA program, but sorry, that's difficult for us to implement right now. But maybe collaboration in research. I already published 2 papers with Belize data. I would love to do more research, and I'm so proud when you talked about corn in Toledo, because that should be my backyard. I come from PG. I want to know how rice is produced and what's going on. So I might have to do a rice paper. But at the end of the day is their challenges, but I don't want anybody in this room to think that challenges cannot be solved. We have to focus the energy on the solution part. Find the problem, figure it out, and solve it. That's the approach you have to take. Because criticism, 90% of the time, so easy to do, but you have to sink your heels in to figure out how to solve it. So I don't accept negative or it cannot be done. I try to find a way. So challenges will always be there, but it's a way of getting around it.
Yes. Earlier in my tenure as president of the university, I had a phone meeting with Ambassador Murphy, Ambassador, and trying to see how we could work with the diaspora population. And a couple points were relayed to me by her, which makes sense to me. Persons in diaspora may want to assist, may want to give, but they need to know where the money is going and if it's being spent the way they in a worthwhile fashion. So what we're doing at the University of Belize is we're incorporating specific scholarship programs where if you want from your family, maybe you're a family of teachers, maybe you're a family of engineers, you may want to continue engineering. And there's a family, Polonia, him and his daughter and son are engineers. So they want to provide scholarship for students studying engineering. And they're from the south, from Punta Gorda. They want students from Punta Gorda to get this scholarship. You can do this. And then we will tell you who these students are. So you could foster a relationship with the student as well, and that could assist from the mentoring side. So again, that diaspora people will feel that indeed their money is being spent in a worthwhile fashion. And a second thing she told us was the issue of communication, people reaching out, and it's the same issue as the medical panel earlier. No response. I want to help you, be bad, but I send an email to all the email address on the website, no response. Now, what we are doing, we've incorporated an institutional advancement desk, office actually, not just a desk. This office has 4 persons working in it, and they are responsible for all of these partnerships. Just sitting here today, there are 2 possible collaboration that they're forwarding to my desk for me to review. And we must follow up with all these leads. A gentleman from out of Canada, from one of the medical doctor, is reaching out for some wanting to partner as well. So we have to reach out back to the diaspora. You guys want to help, and if we don't respond, it could appear that we're ungrateful, we don't care, but we do care. But I urge you to be patient with us. You know why? Because we're limited in human resources. We have a few people, and we have to do everything. If we have a faculty member, have to teach 5 classes. Each class would have 35 students. And then here you are sending him an email, I want to partner with XYZ. This person has notes to prepare, exams to mark, and a whole lot of other stuff. So a little patience would help. But partnership at the University of Belize should come through the Institutional Advancement Office. That way there will be the adequate follow-up that we need. We don't want to frustrate you either. We might want the classroom. Yeah. We might want the can't study. We want all these things.
Thank you all. It kind of brought me back to going to Belize and doing a lot of these teacher workshops and things like that. Yes, like you said, Dr. Williams, there's always going to be challenges, but once you're willing and you're able and you want to do it, you can find a way and you'll get it done. Absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic. And can you imagine we've heard all these stories. Can you imagine these stories being replicated through this diaspora? How many people and the impact, right? So we want to keep this going, most definitely. Talk about a force multiplier, right? We can hear folks from everywhere with stories like this. So we're going to continue now, and we're going to talk about a little bit about how we can continue the collaboration and how we can also improve on that, on those collaborative efforts as we move forward.
You didn't say anything just now. You started. Because if I take the mic,
you're going with it.
You go, no problem.
So leading into my sabbatical year, coming up in the spring, part of my idea was would do some archival work in Belize, but also work with. My school is in the College of Engineering, work with the dean and those in the College of Engineering to create an MOU with hopefully the University of Belize, where we could have some kind of exchange. Now, I said that this was pre-November 2024, and so I would probably need to go back and try to reassess that relationship with the dean and others. But all up until such a moment, along with my department chair, it's been very positive. They've actually placed me to head up the international planning studio. So we have a specialization, and they want me to head that up, and asked me to keep taking students to Belize and to develop that. So the will is there. Again, pre-November. So I'll return to that and work on that. In the meantime, again, either way, I'll be in Belize in 2026 and doing archival research and hopefully continue be able to mentor students as well.
Let me tell you what I'm going to continue to do. I'm going to look for other opportunities to help couple more people. I don't even have the money to help with all the needs out there, but I'm hoping we could inspire some other diaspora to do the same for a family or somebody, but make sure you help the right one. You may miss the first time around, but I'm going to continue to help. As I told you, I have one starting. I'm going to help that way. I actually, and you know this because I think Mr. Polonio told you, I am helping building a syllabus for personal finance. I believe everybody in Belize and the world, even the United States, need to learn how to manage their money better. And so I made some suggestions, and I was working with one of your teachers, and hopefully they will put that course into action. So there's always room to do something to improve. And by the way, I'm teasing with the one with the health, but I would like to see Health 101 taught to students and Nutrition 101 or something. People need to learn how to take care of themselves financially and healthily, and if you get those two, we'll be fine. So I'm always looking for opportunities to help, and I will continue to lecture for Toledo. Once they call, I don't call, I send them a note. Hey, you need somebody to give a lecture in tariffs. That's the hottest topic today. And my good colleague and countryman, Mr. Polonio, just said, Doc, I'll get 3 classes for you. I had 50 in the room just 3 weeks ago, and I had fun with them, teaching them about tariffs and what it means from the American perspective, from the Belize perspective. And then I started playing, I bring this freaking guitar up all the time, but I played the guitar at the beginning, and I said, I'll close shop. The one said, you better play a song to close the shop too. But it is an amazing thing to share what you have, the talents you have, and so I'm going to continue sharing, and I'll tell you, I'm aging. The more now I want to share. I'm not kidding. It's like giving back. And there's another piece I need to tell you. I didn't sit here, got all that I am today by being only me. You know how many people helped me to be who I am today? And I think we need to never forget that. I'm a poor little PG fellow that got scholarships to get through his life. And so giving back for me is a natural thing, because I would never be sitting here in this forum if I wasn't helped by. And I'll tell you, it's not only people, but the governments. And I say governments because I got help from the red and the blue. They approved my scholarships at different times in my life, and those people have me sitting here. So giving back to Belize, it seems so natural to me. I will give back until I can't give anymore. Just like Dr. Cacho, he's an economist like I was, and we have it in our hearts to give back, because when you get, you give back. No, I know I empty my pocket now.
Yes, if I could just add there. The key thing here is partnership and collaboration. And I encourage the partnership to come from the technical people. Partner with the faculty members at the different institutions, because that way the project or the initiative will have an owner. If you were to write to me as the president of the university, I could identify somebody and put it on them, but the ownership will be different. So please, if you have an idea, you could reach out to me, but if you know anybody at the university or any of the institutions in Belize, reach out to them and let them own the initiative, and then come up from the bottom, and it's more organic, it bears better fruit that way. And I will never not support an initiative coming that way. But coming the other way, sometimes they're overworked, and I give them something else to look at, yes, and it becomes an issue. Definitely. And the next thing I need to say here is, in collaboration, dialogue. You know, before this session even opened its doors this morning, I already firmed up something with Dorian? Marlon, sorry, Marlon. Marlon Vernon, you know, he will come to Belize in 2 weeks? 2 months? 2 months, yeah, I'm okay. Definitely.
He's going.
Exactly. I almost say 2 days, but 2 months will work. And he will meet with my ICT director and the head of our IT program, and he will help them to develop a training program in a certification initiative that he worked with for years, he said. And again, the collaboration started even before the session started. And that is what definitely, and that is what this diaspora relationship thing is all about.
So I know, thank you all. I know what I will continue to do. So in one of my sessions, workshop sessions with teachers at Pallotti on teacher ethics, I realized that there was no projector. And so I started a drive, because I'm also a graduate of Pallotti, and so I started a drive with some alumni, and I'll get to that alumni thing a little bit later with UB. But so I started a drive to collect projectors, and I called it Projectors for Pallotti. And so we were able to collect a projector for every classroom at Pallotti High School, right? So we did that. But also, I will continue to find and identify opportunities for students in Belize coming out to different colleges and universities in America. To date, I've helped at least 8 students to earn full scholarships, whether it's through athletics or through their academics, however, a merit, but just to get an opportunity to attend a college or a university in America. And so I will continue to do that, and I definitely hope that all my other colleagues will do the same, because I feel like that's the only way, just like Doc said, Dr. Williams mentioned about giving us opportunities. Somebody had to be there to pave that way and to help us, and we have to do the same, right? Sure. So I will continue to do that. So moving forward, how can we, or what are other ways that we can strengthen this partnership with the diaspora? In making sure that we open more doors and making sure that we continue to build this relationship and provide more opportunities for our Belizeans.
Can I jump in on that one?
You sure can.
Structure. Doc, you said a whole bunch of good things, and we all do, but it could go in the wind if we do not literally put the structure in place to make it happen. So structure goes beyond people. Structure is something you put in place that if for some reason I'm not there, you're not there, the process continues. So if you build a structure with your faculty that you want to have research with Belizean professors like us, so when I call one of your guys, but there's something, because we are faculty, it has to have a reward system in it. If I do research with you, I get a publication. My school is 3 publications in 5 years, and you might sound like a little, but getting A, B, and C journals in our field is not an easy thing for us. And I have one of my wonderful students sitting in the back there. She's going to come on the panel, Miss. I'm making reference to you, and she did an MBA with us, a wonderful young lady. But we teach people, but we have to do research. So research collaboration has to be supported by your school. And so what will your faculty get? I get a publication to keep my job if I want, because publication is part of the 3 things that we do: publication, teaching, and service. So for somebody to want to spend the hours doing research, and it takes long, and you have to drill in to do it, it has to have a reward of some form. And that's the challenge I think we have, because you don't do it just for doing its sake. It has to have some benefit. So my benefit, I'm not looking for a contract renewal anymore, but the younger professors have to have 3 and 5 years. And if you don't have 3, then your job is at stake. So the famous story is publish or perish. And so that's the stuff. So there's a benefit for us to do research. So my thinking is that's the kind of thing that has to happen. Structure has to be put in place so that the momentum continues. And you have to support it from down there, and we have to support it from here. If I make a commitment to you, I cannot back out and so on. So people like you and me, if we tell somebody we're going to give something or we're going to give a presentation, then you have to rain or shine, do it. And that's how I see the world. And so I believe commitment is important, structure is important, and it has to come from Belize too. I go there and then I talk to Mr. Polonio and say, hey, I'll have a presentation for you. I sit down and I take half a day, if not more, to make those PowerPoints and refresh and rethink and make sure I have everything in order. I'm not just going to go there. And by the way, you say I have my book. I spent about 5 hours last night to fool around and make sure I think this topic through and to have a feeling of where I want to go with this. So even though I did talk freely, I go check, I may say that, I may say that.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. So at this point, we're going to move into our closing or wrap up, and of course, questions from our audience. Okay? First one.
Thank you. Thank you, and that was excellent. Lots of great information. A couple things, Dr. Williams, I think a personal finance syllabus is amazing. Our children are not taught that in school. And I brought that up to one of the administrators over here in my children's school over here, and was hoping that would go somewhere, but it didn't. But I think that's an excellent, excellent idea. And like you said, Health 101 would be excellent too. So I just wanted to give you that feedback. I'm a huge believer, I'm a huge proponent of service. I believe that there's nothing greater than giving back in whatever way. And that doesn't mean financially. You give back from your profession. If you're an attorney, you can do great work for somebody who needs help, as whatever it is, a teacher, it could be any profession. This is why we have the Diaspora Relations Unit. Use it as a resource, right? What we can do is try to come up with a system where we can have all, the diaspora, the doctors, the lawyers, the teachers, the whatever it is that we need, that when UB says, we need teachers, or health says, we need nurses, we need, teachers to teach nursing, or whatever it is, we have like a hub to go to, and that's what the unit is there for. Use us in that way. We're there to serve our diaspora. We're there to serve our people locally. It's bringing both together, and so let's come up with a system where we can have all those resources in there, and we have a way of being efficient about it. But that's something we could definitely talk about, creating that system.
Sure. I agree.
And yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Thank you.
Thank you for this for this panel. In fact, on this panel and the previous one, we saw just many, many wonderful examples of how the diaspora contributes back to Belize, and in fact also benefits from Belize. In both panels, the term brain drain was brought up. And I want to posit that without that brain drain, we wouldn't have this opportunity to have Belize tap into expertise that has grown because of allowing our citizens to spread across the world, learn from the world, right? So I think the reason why we fear brain drain is because we don't have a systematic way of remaining connected to the pieces that flow out, right? If we talked about policy and other mechanisms that allow us to continue to tap into the diaspora once it leaves Belize and benefit, right? We wouldn't be concerned about the brain drain if we felt it's not a drain, we don't lose it if we remain connected to it, right? And so I think I want to hear your perspectives, but also I'd like us to think about reframing that concept of brain drain and thinking of it as a growth opportunity, right? To expand what it means, again, to be Belizean, but expand again what Belize's boundaries and knowledge horizons are and a set of expertises are, right? And again, just to observe that without that so-called brain drain, and I think that's the last time I'm going to use that term because I don't like it, we don't have this opportunity for Belize to grow and expand like we've heard the wonderful examples so far.
So brain drain with a plug.
Brain growth.
Brain gain.
Yeah, good.
Okay, good. Brain gain.
Brain flow.
We have to change it. Go ahead.
Yeah, good question as always. I'm Doran. So, by the way, Doran and I go all the way back to being 12 years old.
Wow.
From first farm, and now we're here. So, and to the audience as well. So, sometimes you think, at least for me, I was like, man, the whole now Doran just restructure my concept of brain drain. I'm thinking, I don't want to be a part of the problem. I want to go home, and especially since I've been taking students back, I'm like, I just want to quit this job and go home, and then I work at UB and do all these things.
You can.
But what occurred to me is that, I also I'm able to access resources here that I would not if I was just completely in Belize. And so there's, first I went through sort of the cognitive dissonance of that and all that, but then I think, no, I have an opportunity here to not just me personally giving back, but creating a more solid formal path for other students or other Belizeans who will be able to take advantage of that. So again, good restructuring. Thank you.
I must tell you that I gave up on the brain drain story a long time ago because I don't get into that. Look, I can give back and I can create more value from here. And people who cannot see that, well, that's their problem.
No, very, very rich discussion. Way back, I don't know when, because it's too long ago, but I did my MA thesis on immigration in and out of Belize. And way back then, I remember writing that no Belizean left Belize out of spite.
Exactly.
It's for personal gain, and it's nothing to judge. There's no judgment that you can cast on that. And that happens in every country in the world. But two questions. One is, like every country in the world, Belize has its income sort of upper class.
Disparities, yeah.
It's poorer class. There's an increasing inequality in income and wealth in Belize. The same thing is happening here. Now, we always, not always, but sometimes we speak as if all Belizeans in America are wealthy.
Right.
It's not the case. The panelists today who have represented the diaspora are the top of the top in education, perhaps in income, according to Dr. Williams.
Probably.
But what about the Belizeans who are not so well off, living in a diaspora? And I ask that because clearly the diaspora is not only going, if you're wealthy and you have more, not only helping Belizeans who are poorer, it could also be people who are poorer who are Belizeans here.
Absolutely.
Now, that's something to get out there, because I won't take it any further. But the other one is, when it comes to Belize, and I suppose it's more along the lines of the brain drain issue, I'm calling it brain flow, that the only way we can really get, I think, to get a grasp of in what areas is it affecting us more, to do the research, because I don't think it's a blanket thing. You can say, maybe for education, we are losing teachers or nurses, but there are some areas that it's hard to replace. I mean, we have Cuban doctors coming to Belize on an annual basis for so long because most of our Belizean doctors are abroad, and we understand why. But how do we begin to close that gap? And a lot of it is resources and salaries and compensation.
Yeah.
And having this, for me, decided to stay in Belize, it's a realization that I will make less money there than if I was not to leave Belize, or not to leave Belize. So there's also a personal choice.
Correct.
In these things. And clearly the longer one is away from Belize anywhere in the world, the more difficult it is to go back, because things change, you change, the context changes. Yeah.
You hit my backyard because of the field that I study, the inequity and wealth and so on. It's a study that happens globally, the wealth distribution of a society, and it's widening here. And Belize has always been wide, you know, and the majority are in the lower end. I'm always in love talking about it, but that doesn't solve the problem. The problem is, how do you empower the ones down here? And Belizeans, I have brothers and sisters here. Some are struggling, and some are in the middle, and some are doing very well too. So it's within the family, the inequity is there. And so how do you empower these people? And that's my challenge. I concur, I understand we're up here because we have been chosen by the people because, hey, we've done okay. But there are others who have done okay, but they're not at the same income level as we have. And this is the story of what is considered reasonable to live. I say, what is wealthy in America? All right, a person of 4 families, if you make $75,000 a year, you go own a house and a car. That's Belize. Yeah, Belize, you talk about $75,000, you're not in the bottom tier by any means. But here, a family of 4, $75,000, you're okay. How many people make $75,000 a year here in the United States? That's not, a lot of people just get way lower than that. So it's a tough call. It's a tough decision. People, longer you live here, and if you do okay, it's harder to return home. And so it's economics. I told those American students the same thing. I said, the per capita is here in the US, it's down here. These people want some of that too. They're smart people. They want to enjoy some of that. So they will always come to America. So it's a tough decision for people to make, for you to take a job here or take one at home. But it's something that I want. There's no easy answer to the question. Would I have stayed in Belize? Yeah, I could have, and I would have done okay. I was already doing well in Belize, but movement here was wider, as well as I had 3 kids to put through university, and that's a big decision. Now they're all fairly educated. The challenge is they don't have the same passion for Belize as I do. And the grandchildren is also a challenge. So that comment came up this morning. How do we empower the youngsters to really want to go back? They go to Belize every year for vacation, but you sound like tourists, you know.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Williams. So we'll have Dr. Palazzi, and then we'll have one more question, and then we will wrap up.
Sure. Just to put a little twist on that, and I'm glad, Dylan, you said that, because the last time Aria came to visit me on the campus in Belmopan, she had in her hand an application form for UB. And she said she is seriously contemplating having her son come to UB to pursue his bachelor's degree. Now look at $10,000 for an entire, no, 15,000 Belize dollars for a 2-year bachelor degree program. Of course, that's after your associate. And, that could be affordable for most people. So again, if you could look at the positive side of it, for an associate degree, and for Aria, it was more, Aria comes to Belize, sometimes I wonder where she lives. Every time I lift up my head, she's there, in Belmopan. So she wants her children to get the Belize value maybe there in Belmopan. I'm not sure if her parents are still alive, but to be there with her parents, etc. So there are different reasons. So again, the diaspora could benefit by sending your children or people who you know to come to Belize to come to school.
Like an exchange program.
Of course.
Go ahead. So more comment. One, we found very successful collaborations with institutions who were brought to us by Belizean faculty in those institutions.
Exactly.
A good example of that is California Baptist University. And they have an assistant professor who is Belizean. And the chair of the department was married to a Belizean. And what that led to was a signed MOU between UB and CBU, forwarded by a Belizean faculty in that university who wanted to find a way to give back. So she linked up with our social work program, and we've had a very successful last 2 or 3 years having an international conference as a gateway for our people to do research and present. And for them, they bring their master's students with them to interact with our bachelor students and look at our social network, safety net, and so on. And then going back to the comment made about the use of the word brain drain, have we finally stumbled perhaps onto the thing that is causing the most problems between the Belizeans at home and the Belizeans abroad? How we look at Belizeans abroad and how Belizeans abroad look at Belizeans back home. I think we are sort of looking at each other in a way that is unhelpful to both groups.
And not realistic.
And, you know, I spent 20 years in Jamaica, but Belize went with me wherever I go. And certainly with Jamaicans, Jamaica goes with them wherever they go. And we know that Belize is going with our people as they go along. And there comes a point in time, you're not always ready to give back, even when you live in Belize. But you do get to a point where it becomes possible. And so we at home need to understand what is happening, the perspective you come from. And you in other countries need to understand the perspective of those at home. And we have to stop looking at each other like, you know, you're the problem. No, you're the problem. That has to stop.
Sizing up one another. Perfect.
Very good, very good. Thank you for that. Thank you, everyone. So that concludes our session. However, you guys are panelists and the audience. You left me with a few words, so I want to share that with this group here today. The first would be sustainability, right? That came out from this morning, this afternoon. And then structure, some missing structure everywhere. Looked at connections and partnerships. Next, beyond political borders, right? And of course, last but not least, empowerment. So let's continue throughout the remaining days. Remember those words, and let's see how well we can keep it moving forward by empowering each other. Okay? Let's thank our esteemed panelists up here. Give them a hand. And thank you all, and our online viewers as well.
All right, so we will take another break, but before we do that, I want to invite a member from the city of Miramar to go ahead and do a quick appeal to us and give us an update because they are getting ready to do a trip to Belize.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Clint Conliff, and I'm with the city of Miramar. And as my vice mayor said, we have a sister city agreement with Miramar and the city of Belize. And that was signed on August 21st in Miramar, 2024 by Mayor Bernard Wagner and Mayor Wayne Messam. The Belizeans came here. Now we are going down there for a trip to Belize. August 4th to August 8th. So if anyone is here is interested, let me know whether I have suggestions or, and it's government, business, and agencies as well. And so if you're here and have any ideas from me or interested in whether your business or anything, you can come to me, I'll give you my contact information. Or if you're down in Belize and, hey, we want y'all to come when we're down there, we want you to see something, let me know and we can arrange. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so there's not a super pressing need for another break, but just in case we need a comfort break, we'll take a short 3 to 5 minutes. And I need a promise that we
first Belizean game in Creole out there, so make sure you check it out. So I am a millennial, so I will be on my phone too. That's where my questions are. And I want everyone to just slowly introduce yourselves for our audience, please.
Okay, well, I am Dane Guy, born and raised in PG, Toledo. I currently go to University of South Florida in Tampa, majoring in computer engineering. I'm doing my master's degree and researching in artificial intelligence while working at the Sustainability College.
Hi everyone, my name is Artisa Kanandan. As Destiny mentioned, this is the second time that I've been on the panel, especially the youth panel, so I'm very excited to be here. I was born and raised in Belize City, and I immigrated to the United States when I was 14 years old, where I pursued my education. I am actually one of the esteemed Dr. Williams students, so I got my MBA in marketing from Nova Southeastern University, and I'm very excited to be here. I am also working right now as a senior manager for an influencer marketing agency that's based in New York. So my expertise is in influencer marketing and digital storytelling. So excited to share my knowledge and my expertise with everyone here today.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Marcone Leal. I'm the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Immigration, and Culture. I'm also the area representative of Belize Rural North.
Thank you. Round of applause for all of our speakers. So I'm going to do a little icebreaker question here because this topic has plagued both Belizeans in the diaspora as well as Belizeans in Belize. Does ketchup belong on garnaches?
Yes, obviously.
Yes. Okay, from our panel. Let's hear from our panel first.
Yes, obviously, yes.
You and I are linked up, yes. It adds a little sweetness. You have to have a sophisticated palate to like it, so I don't know.
My answer, I would say no.
Correct.
What we definitely need is Dutch cheese.
Okay, so show of hands. Does ketchup belong on garnaches from our audience? Yes? Okay, if you are no, raise your hand. Okay, I am a part of the no's, so the debate has been settled, and that is it.
Been away from Belize too long.
Homemade tomato sauce. Well, thank you all for sharing your views. Now we're going to switch over to our theme for today, which is advancing policy through collaborations. I am going to be asking a series of questions to each of our speakers, and then I will also ask collective questions, so any one of you, please feel free to chime in. So my first question is for Dane. Can you tell us more about your journey from PG to Florida?
Well, my journey from PG started, I first started at the Toledo Community College. In my second year, I moved on to SJC in Belize. I did some maneuvering around in education because I was not always in computer engineering. I spent some time in biology and chemistry. I took a gap year to really think through what I really wanted to do. And after that, I realized that I'm very passionate about computers. So I went to the University of Belize, did an associate in math and physics. Yeah, the programming class there also really hooked me. In that time, I was working at Amandala and TASA, two of them which are very instrumental in like what I believe in. Amandala, as well as the Civic Fellowship Program with Miss Verleen and Miss Aria, really had me attuned to policy, social issues, and stuff that are plaguing the youth in Belize. While TASA and also Will Mejia, who's also in the crowd, used to take me to the Keys so we could watch when the sea turtles are hatching and talking to the tide rangers of if anything is obstructing their way to the sea. So sustainability and policy have always been something very important to me. That's just something that I'd like to share about myself. For my journey here to USF, while I was working at TASA and Amandala, I was saving the money so that I could afford college here. Something that was really helpful for me was the Latin American and Caribbean Scholarship, which allows students from Belize or any Latin American and Caribbean country to pay in-state tuition. Aside from that, there was also loans and assistance from family members. And that's kind of what got me here. And for me to stay here, I worked super hard for me to get a job on campus and try to continue to sustain while I'm in college.
Thank you for sharing. My next question is actually for the minister. You have been CEO of several ministries. Can you tell us more about the transition to becoming now a minister?
The transition has definitely been interesting. Being a CEO, I started off as the CEO of Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics. Then I moved on to being the CEO of Youth, Sports and Transport, and I ended off as the CEO of Human Development, Family and Indigenous People Affairs. It's been interesting because as a CEO, it was more capacity building within the ministries and dealing with more the administrative side. While now as a minister, it has been stepping away from that and focusing on the policy side and looking at how I can more impact the country, how I can look at the regional aspect of it, look at the global aspect of it, and joining the ministry and being focused on foreign trade, I've really had to, with the changes in the global landscape of trade and all the challenges that have been associated there and the major shift that has been happening, it has been a major shift for me. I'm not looking at capacity building and additional resource that is needed and additional funding on the budget, but more focusing on the policy side and the strategy that we have in place and prioritizing the team. So that has been the major change.
Thank you. And I just found out today that you have to be 35 years or younger to be considered a youth, and I did not know that. So I want to follow up with you, Minister, and ask you, do you feel like your age has been an advantage or a disadvantage in your new leadership role?
I wouldn't say it's an advantage or a disadvantage. I would say, I would consider it an advantage in that the energy that I have to bring to all the work that I have to do, I would say you could consider it a disadvantage if I didn't have the opportunity and the experience in the private sector that I had. So I started off my career as a junior brand manager at Santiago Castillo Limited, where I had the opportunity to delve a lot into different aspects of what it is to manage a business, whether it was pricing or promotion or marketing or logistics, dealing with global brands across the world. So I was managing around 15 brands for Sancas, then I became a senior brand manager managing more brands for the company. And then I transitioned to BTL, where it was innovation, it was technology, it was LT, it was fiber, and at the same time, getting that leadership experience and that mentorship. I think earlier in the panel, there was a lot of discussion around mentorship and the brain drain, which I never wanted to be a part of. But I think my age, I think there has been a balance to it. I wouldn't say it's an advantage or a disadvantage because I think a lot of my experience in the past have supported me to where I am today.
Great, thank you so much. And RT, my question for you is, do you feel more connected to Belize or the U.S., considering you grew up in Belize and was born in Belize, but have lived in the U.S. for a significant amount of time?
I feel deeply connected to both. I feel that growing up in Belize allowed me to have a tremendous sense of community. It's so responsible for the way that I think, the way that I regard others. And again, sometimes in the US, things can feel very fast-paced and disconnected, and that's definitely something I noticed when I immigrated here. So I would say that Belize is responsible for my voice and the way that I think, but in the US, I was able to have opportunities and tools and resources that allowed me to pursue a degree in digital marketing, which I know that that's an up and coming industry, and there's lots of opportunity to do that in Belize as well. But the structures were already in place in the US for me to really elevate here quickly in that field. And I do feel like I can try to blend both with the way I tell stories and the way that I interact with others, even if that's even encouraging more diversity in marketing, which can sometimes, it's a homogeneous group. A lot of people look alike, think alike, and I think I'm bringing some diversity there in how I was raised, brought up, and my sense of community with others.
Yes, I see like everyone here has a great work ethic, it seems like, and very persistent. And do you feel like being raised in Belize contributed to your work ethic by any chance? This is a collective question, so whoever wants to answer it.
I would say definitely. So I was born and raised in Sand Hill, and I associate my background to where I came from, having parents who were teachers, and there was that, who all are teachers in the room earlier. A lot of my work ethic come from my parents being teachers and seeing the hard work that they did, whether it was on the weekend writing their scheme, preparing, or working on report cards and tallying those report cards on the ground late at night. And my parents also being involved in service, whether it was my mom in sports, my dad being in village council for 15 years before he became a minister. So I associate a lot of my work ethic to the background and how I was raised in Belize.
Yeah, I would as well, specifically looking again at my parents and the way that they were able to instill these values in me. My dad acting as the director of public prosecutions in Belize, and my mom as well, working for CARICOM Fisheries, and her tremendous amount of work she was able to do as a working mom. I feel like their contributions to like our family and to Belize's tapestry have definitely encouraged me to pursue my dreams to the fullest extent. And I would say that the education that I received in Belize, I went to Hummingbird Elementary School, Belize Elementary School, and then 1 year at St. Catherine's. And let me tell you, there's this misconception that sometimes, the US is better in terms of education. Belize has one of the strongest, most impressive curriculums for education in the world. I was able to come here and not only adapt, but excel tremendously because of the baseline that I received in Belize. So, yeah, I definitely think so.
Yeah, I would also have to agree. For me, the two inspirations for my work ethic have been my mom and also my uncle. My mom, also a teacher. She raised me as a single parent, and she always instilled great values and pushed me to do the best in my studies. As for my uncle, he always supported me in any endeavor that I take on. Even here in pursuing my college degree, he's nearby, so he always lends a hand wherever he can. And it was also like inspiring to see how his work ethic took him to the place that he is right now.
I completely agree, and we're both from PG, and I got some education at St. Joseph's in Barranco. I also went to Forest Home, as well as the Methodist school, so my family was touring a lot. But my father, he did not have an education, and my mother was a retired veteran, so my father is an entrepreneur. So I think that growing up in that household, they definitely influenced my work ethic, which is probably why I'm an entrepreneur right now, but also why I'm able to adapt quickly to environments and handle crisis situations at ease because of my upbringing. For an example, the other week, I was in Miami for a bachelorette party, and the girls bought eggs, they bought bacon, they bought all this potatoes, and they didn't have vegetable oil. And me, listen, I know I look good, but I find PG. And if we never have oil, what? I said, that bacon, yeah, go ahead and fry that piece of bacon and use that same oil to fry that egg. And they looked at me and was like, oh, you're so smart. And I was like, yeah, I know hard times. That's what it is. And we're able, because we have that, not only in our academics, but we also have that, we're connected to the earth. We're connected, we can think quick because of the environment that we're in. I think that definitely has contributed to my success as well as everyone else's success. And when I go back to Belize, you know, I like to take my pictures, post smiley coconut tree on everything. But speaking of pictures, Artie, we want to talk more about social media. How has being a Belizean influenced your storytelling in your job and industry?
That's a great question. So I genuinely feel that me growing up in Belize and having this more global perspective, it's such an advantage because it encourages me to make sure all the content that I'm producing isn't just seen through one lens, but it's globally relevant and it's holding weight and reflecting the world that I want to see. Again, coming back to that diversity in marketing, I think that definitely contributes. I also feel that, what was the second part of your question? Was it how it contributes to
what you're currently doing in your industry?
Yes, we actually were having a conversation outside where Destiny asked me if I would ever consider, you know, like working with Belizean creators and entrepreneurs and who want to get into influencer marketing. And my immediate response in that moment was, my company doesn't do that. And it just was this really strong moment of realization for me. This is why the diaspora and us coming together is so important, because I can do things outside of what my company does. I can be that facilitator and that change. I can step out of my role that I'm in right now and do more. So yeah, I definitely think it influences my storytelling, but I could definitely be doing more, and that's kind of more of a holding myself accountable. I could be doing more for sure.
Yes, definitely. I mean, at the end of this conversation, I want all of us to leave here feeling inspired, but also connected with one another. Now, Mr. Minister, what steps is the government of Belize currently taking to involve more youth and diaspora voices?
I would say the main thing is the MSME efforts that are being taken by Beltrade. I think a few months ago there was a country tour, and I think in terms of trade, while where I am right now, the focus is on market access. So we're looking at how we can work on or finalize our partial scope agreement with El Salvador and the challenges associated with that, getting CARICOM to accept it, and the partial scope agreement that we're finalizing and updating with Taiwan. And the agreements that we're working on with the UK since the exit Brexit, there's those major access that we're trying to establish, but locally we have to look at how we can support MSMEs. And one of the big conversation has always been, yes, we can look at how we can make the product competitive. Yes, we can support youths with training and financial literacy and how they can market their product on social media. But one of the big things we definitely have to look at is how we can get these products, while not only locally, for us at Foreign Trade, it's how we can support those products to go internationally. And so Beltrade is, at those MSME shows, there's a lot of effort in terms of supporting businesses to understand that bigger picture and at the same time supporting them with training. So we're hoping that youths capture that opportunity, but I still think there's a big opportunity for them to know more that these shows are going across the country on an annual basis. And there's still, I was at the opening, which took place in Orange Walk, and I was there for a few hours, and I know there's so many other businesses that could be taking advantage of this. So we're having a big conversation around the marketing of these shows and the benefits of these shows, to have them leave whatever it is that they're doing on a daily basis to come out and really understand, how do I register my business? What are the efforts that I can take for different elements of the business that government is making a lot of legislative change and streamlining processes, but people are not necessarily taking the effort to understand what it is that they can do. And so I think we're doing a lot. It's just that we need to amplify the efforts for people to know what are out there, especially youths.
Yes, most definitely. And Dane, you spoke about, our Minister Marconi spoke about opportunities and taking advantage of them. As a youth currently enrolled in university. Why do you feel that our youth are not taking risks because of embarrassment, fear of rejection, or lack of resources if they were to get approved for a scholarship or an opportunity? Can you just give us some feedback?
Can you please repeat the question again?
Yes, so Minister Marconi spoke about opportunities that our youth need to be taking advantage of for small businesses. As a student at the university here, why do you feel that our youth are afraid to take risks? You did a big risk by moving from PG to Florida. Do you feel that they are afraid to take risks because of fear of rejection or lack of resources?
I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Coming to school in the U.S. is not easy. For instance, the price of tuition is a lot more expensive than it is in Belize. And you're kind of taking a bet on yourself that you will be able to provide for yourself, and you bettering your education will get you to a better place than you are currently. So that is a risk. But I also think that there is a gap in knowledge of these opportunities, because not everyone knows where the opportunities are. And I think being informed is a huge part in that.
I completely agree with you. And I think that we need to be encouraging our youth a bit more as well, because we have this doubt. I know when I see scholarships out on social media, I always send them to my cousins. Something as simple as doing a TikTok dance, you could win a laptop for doing a TikTok dance. Imagine if they had that, 10, 15 years ago, everybody made a dance. Everybody made a dance. And this, now I feel like this generation, they're kind of afraid to do that or put themselves out there because of fear of rejection, and they don't want to deal with the embarrassment. So we have to kind of change that together socially. So how can we change Belize's mentality about people putting themselves out there, as far as the comments that we see underneath KTV, or the cyberbullying?
I just to add quickly, I would think a lot of it has to do with mentorship and training our youths to be leaders, because I would associate me and where I am today and the confidence that I have to sit in a room and have these conversations and being on all these boards that I was as a CEO. It had to do a lot with someone telling me that, Marconi, when you're giving an opportunity to sit around the table, you open your mouth because you're given that opportunity to voice your opinion. But if that person didn't tell me, there was years that I would sit in a room and not say anything, knowing that I had a good idea, but until that person told me. And it took a mentorship and leadership program that I was in at BTL, where my mentor told me that. And the next meeting I was sitting in, I walked out that room. After her telling me that, I walked out that room, and I was walking down the step, and I opened my phone, and she was like, "You did it again. Never make it happen again." And I was like, man. And ever since then, I've always told myself, if I have an opinion and something that could impact major change, your foot is under the table, and say what you want to say. And so I think a lot of it has to do with mentorship and leadership of young individuals. And it has to do with the leaders who are in the room and around the table, realizing that you're not always going to be in that position that you are. And the success of whatever it is, there's a next generation coming, and a great leader is somebody who can develop leaders going forward.
Agreed. Now, Artie, we're going to go back into some social media questions here. What role can digital platforms like TikTok and Instagram play when it comes to political change in Belize?
Wow, yes. So I'm a firm believer that social media is where the youth are. Of course, we can see that statistically, and it's the quickest way to get a message out there, much more quickly than traditional media. So when it comes to spreading not only information that's accurate, we're in an age of misinformation right now, but making sure that we're sharing accurate information. It's also a great tool to have people assemble, have people protest, have people create legislature, even through petitions, through just gathering as a group and sharing ideas. Even something like this, like the summit that we're doing today, it's such a pivotal aspect of communication. So I do think that social media has a huge role, especially with connecting to youth and sharing information quickly.
I completely agree. Social media is everything. Yeah, it's literally everything, and it's going to continue to increase. I remember during COVID times, I'm going to do a little oversharing here because that's what I do, and I was arrested during COVID. And I was arrested on a curfew violation at 2 p.m. on Easter Sunday, and I was arrested because they announced it Saturday night, and I had no idea. And they announced it on traditional media, on the news. I don't have cable. And I live in town, so I could have just imagined the other villagers who had no idea. So when I end up beating the case, of course, because hello, come on, we can't fall for everything. But half of PG was in jail with me. And I was like, what is happening? It was like a family reunion. We hadn't seen everyone in so long, but it goes to show that how, if they would have made a simple Facebook post or Instagram post, easy. Yep. But they did it traditionally, and they didn't even give us 24 hours to fully take it in. It was like 8 hours, you gotta know this. I was like, what is happening? I did beat the case, thank goodness, but yes, so social media is where we need to be. Okay, so my next question is for Dane. What are some cultural or systemic differences you've noticed between Belize and the US?
Okay, well, one main cultural difference is that here in the US, I believe they're more action-oriented when it comes to policy, because any societal issue, they're quick to storm the, well, not storm, but go to the Capitol. For example, here in, sorry, I didn't mean to reference that, but okay. For instance, if there are not enough like black enrollments or Hispanic enrollments, that's an issue that you would go to Tallahassee here in Florida to speak with the senators or even the presidents. So that's one cultural, one cultural difference. Another one is that I believe that in schools in Belize, they're more note-taking oriented. For example, a lot of your classes are based on how well you could take notes. While here in the US, all of your notes are provided for you. They're more you need to learn the content and then ask questions when in the classroom. So it allows for kind of more discussion with your professors. Another one that education isn't as traditional as back home. I've taken courses here where there's no exams or tests. They're simply project-based, or for like the more ethical courses, they're solely discussion-based. And I feel like as long as the students could talk about it and learn from these experiences, those are a pretty neat way to implement education, especially from a country where we don't have as much resources.
Thank you for sharing. Speaking of the riots or the protests, let's pass that to our minister here. What is an effective way of protesting? Let's say if the youth are unsettled, or what preferred method would you prefer them to do? Or what course of action would you like them to take? Will not storm your house. Let's say that.
I'm definitely big on the communication and sharing if you don't agree to something, but I always believe in communication and consultation and hearing the pros and the cons and communicating that. So earlier when we were talking about social media just now, I was just thinking from a policy standpoint, and ever since I was a CEO and now as a minister, there's a lot that we're trying to do, and we're trying to there's a lot of legislation being changed, but the social media element and communicating the benefits associated with it, and one would be the disability legislation. So when I went to the Ministry of Human Development, there was this conversation about, there was a draft disability legislation 10 years ago, and then a new one 5 years ago that they spent $300,000 on, but there were so many organizations against any of those drafts. And so one of the things I did was I led it because for me that's one of the important things that we need in our country, a disability legislation. And there were so many benefits in that legislation if it would pass. But there was not a phased approach to some of the things like elevators in certain buildings and what CBA would need to adjust for disability accessibility. And so I think communication, consultation, and clear communication to the people that need to know it the most. Because you would say, do we need a TikTok for a disability legislation? We don't. But the key stakeholders to have this pass would need a proper communication. It would need proper presentation be done to them. And the effort needs to take place. And there needs to be a countrywide consultation for the right people to accept it. So when it goes to the House, it is easily accepted. And so it was, I think it was a 9-month process that I shaped with my team, and we were able to execute it. And I think, I don't know about the riot, but proper communication and consultation and following the process that we would need to follow makes things easier. And these are things, and I would say in government, there are things that have been on the table for just so long, and because we're not addressing it the right way and sharing the benefits associated with it and working on it, we don't get these things passed.
Thank you. Well, I'm hopeful that you in your new position, you will be able to, you know, give them that extra push that they need to get those off the table and on the ground. So we're going to go back to social media again. Artie is our social media girl, so most of her questions will be centered around digital platforms. I want to ask you, what are some misconceptions regarding Belize online that may be inaccurate or accurate?
Ooh, I think people see Belize as a top vacation spot. I think they are very familiar with our beautiful keys, you know, our vibrant landscapes, our Maya ruins, but what I don't see enough of and holding myself accountable to and sharing more information is the richness of our culture, our cultural foods, our diverse ethnic groups that are part of Belize, our overall history, our entrepreneurs that are changing the way that we do things in Belize, our politicians, just there's an entire group of people who are resilient, intelligent, innovative, and just looking and hungry, looking to like continue to create. So I think that's one of the main things that I would love to see shared more of on social media is not just seeing Belize as this idyllic location that is separate from the world, you know, nature's best kept secret. We are more than that. We're beyond what we look like, and we're all, like we were saying, this living, breathing country full of hungry, determined people. And I think how we show that more on social media is by telling stories that reflect these more specific niche groups in a meaningful way.
I think that would be an amazing marketing campaign for BTV. There you go, right there. We see all of our keys, we see all of our lush rainforests, but let's see some faces. Let's see our people. Yeah. You know, this is Belize. Mm-hmm. It doesn't get more Belizean than this right here. Yep. So my question for Dane is, where do you see yourself in 10 years? There's always that debate of going back home to Belize or staying in the USA to make some more money. But where do you see yourself? This is a judgment-free zone, by the way.
Well, in 10 years, I would hopefully see myself back in Belize. But I would like to use my OPT or like my optional practical training here in the US so I could learn how larger economies do technology. For instance, I believe that in Belize, we're positioned in a really good place because we have all of these infrastructures from call centers. I don't believe the traditional call center will still exist in a couple of years due to the rise of artificial intelligence. But I do believe that if we train people to use artificial intelligence, whether that's prompt engineering or learning how to properly moderate these systems, that it could really position us, a country that speaks 2 major languages, English and Spanish, in a very good place.
So we are currently running short on time, so before we open the question to our audience, I have one last question here for our speakers, and that is going to be, what upcoming collaborations do you currently have or collaborations that you would like to pursue? Well, I could speak. I mean, I've been networking throughout the past 3 years, so I always look forward to collaborating. In the past, I've collaborated with BTB, I've collaborated with the Belize Diaspora Summit. This is my 3rd year here, and that's the theme right now, is to collaborate. So I want to challenge the speakers as well as everyone in here to collaborate with someone in this room by the end of the year. So hopefully I see you all next year, and I will ask you, who did you collaborate with?
For me, I've said a few about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and where I am, but specific to my constituency, there's a lot of collaboration from me with the different ministers and the different CEOs with the different programs and projects that I can utilize to develop my constituency, because they are the people I represent, and it's because of them that I'm here today. So the collaboration that I'm mainly focusing on is tourism and how I can develop the tourism product in Belize Rural North. From a cruise tourism standpoint, we're the closest constituency to Belize City. And so I'm looking forward to developing more products at Altonha, which is the #1 cruise destination. There's a lot of products that we can develop and innovate there, and I'm talking about people go to climb the ruin, but there's nature trail, there's horseback riding, there's ponds there that for fishing, and so there's so many products that I'm doing consultation right now and sessions with the associations that are there and the people on the ground. But for me, it's how do I create job opportunities for the people that I represent. And then there's the Flowers Bank Day. And Flowers Bank, there's the 14 men who fought for the Battle of St. George's Key and paddled all the way to Flowers Bank. But there's a rich heritage, and you wouldn't think people would want to go to Flowers Bank, which is one of my small village. There's only around 150 people there, but a lot of them are unemployed. And to travel to Belize City for a job, which in some cases are minimum wage, or it's the service industry with the call center, it's not necessarily the best economic opportunity for them. So it's how do I try to create economic opportunity in the villages that I represent. And there's Bomba, and how I can bring, Bomba is the closest location to San Pedro, and there was once a major opportunity there. So looking at the opportunity there to bring tourists from San Pedro to go to Lamanai or to go to Altonha, because government just did, and I lobbied hard with my dad for the investment in the Lucky Strike to Mascal Road. This is a $20 million paving of the road. So government is putting a lot of infrastructure in place. We're looking at, and my people are happy about NHI rolling out and Belize Rural High School and King's College getting free education. So we say in Belize Rural North, we're delivering on help. NHI is rolling out there. We're delivering on education. Our 2 high schools are now a part of the free education program. But that economic opportunity is still something lacking, and we have to look at the gaps associated with it, with traveling to Belize City. And so that's a collaboration, but a lot of collaboration in there.
Hey, a win is a win, okay?
Yeah, and as for me, I already talked to Ms. Verleen and Ms. Aria. If they need any help managing the website for the Belize Diaspora Summit, I'm always here. Another collaboration that I hope to foster, and Dr. Palacio, I will be reaching out to you. I love research, and you mentioned that you're hoping for more research to come from University of Belize. If there's any students that's interested in doing research in computer science or information technology, you could have them reach out to me, and I'm glad to work with them.
Yes, there we go. And I will piggyback off our conversation earlier, Destiny, about making sure that I connect with creators and influencers that are already in Belize, because I know that they exist and I know they're making great work. And again, challenging some of those misconceptions that they only exist in a very specific space like travel and tourism. Belize is also very primed to take off in the sustainability, whether that's fashion or even just different areas. When it comes to fashion as well, we have a unique point of view when it comes to that. Our cultural foods, as I mentioned before, all of these are marine life and the way that we preserve it. All of these are very niche influencer categories that are extremely profitable, especially if we were to connect them to agencies in the US like mine. So I feel like that's the benefit of this Diaspora Summit, is connecting the raw talent that's in Belize with the tools and the resources that are available in the US.
Absolutely. I want to thank each and every one of you, but I do want to open up the floor right now to our audience. If you have any questions, yeah, okay, there's so many, but your hand went up first. Maybe, Mike.
Hi. So I'm selfish. I don't have a question. Awesome. I'm so glad I stayed. I'm so exhausted, but please give them another round. I am so excited for two selfish reasons. One, so you asked for collaboration for the next year. Well, it's going to happen like in the next week. So I'm going to need you as well to help me with my website for the Belize Diabetes Heart and Stroke Association of New York. And Miss Influencer, when we do our public service announcement about why they need to eat healthy, exercise, and all of that stuff, we got her.
Yep. I got you.
Who else? Who had them? Who else?
Yeah, just pass the mic.
Okay. Just a quick thing. And Vanessa, the other thing that you can ask from that panel, when you talk about turnout for your missions and your clinics, when we went into COVID, I said to the healthcare world in Belize, the politicians have the best ground game in Belize. They have an infrastructure to get out people. They know where people are. So if you want to do something in Belize Rural North, for example, then you use that infrastructure to get people together and help as well.
Because my family is from
That's I thought about, I promise I won't, I told you guys I like to talk. I thought about that because my grandmother, who recently passed at 106, is from Lime Walk. You know what that is? Lime Walk? Exactly. They Flowers Bank people, they're my relative. So I'm going to come at your door. I'm sorry
Orty Belpre, the institute at UB, will also be in touch. But a more serious question, I'm most likely a bit too serious, but what do young people think about this? It was said today that one of the sort of barriers to having better relations between the diaspora and Belize, people who live in Belize, who are Belizeans, is that there are misconceptions or perceptions about each other, some of which are negative. I, having done some research for today, asked quite a few people in Belize about this, and I got the sense that with younger people, it was less so than older people. That younger people don't have as many of these hang-ups about, the Belizeans back home, this, or the Belizeans here, that. I mean, I won't say what people are saying, but I think we all know what I'm talking about. Now, what do young people think, or what do you think young people think about this? Is it a barrier, or is it something you know about? What do you think?
For me, I think it has a lot to do, like you're saying, with the perception and the history and what you think are the agendas associated with whatever is going on. What I've found myself being somewhat successful with is I'm big on WhatsApp chats. So right now, for me in Belize Rural North as a politician, I'm trying to engage the youths more. And in doing that, I'm the president of the Softball Association, and I've been for a while. I even became the president of the Softball Federation for the country. But for me, engagement is important. And if you're not engaging and showing people what you're doing and keeping them engaged, then they start to have a perception of what is really going on, what are they really doing, and you're there underneath peddling, doing so much. But if you're not reminding them of what you're doing and why you want to engage them, then, especially for youths, I find it. I have a lot of, as a young politician, I've tried to involve a lot of youths in what I do. But 2 weeks ago I was, and for me, a lot of young people don't understand my role. They think I'm for Belize Rural North only. They don't realize that I'm a minister with responsibility for foreign trade for the country. So they see me posting that I'm in Guyana, and then they see me posting that I was in Namibia. That's ministers of foreign trade. Then that was ministers of the Commonwealth. Now I'm in Miami at the Diaspora Summit. If I don't, in a WhatsApp group, explain to my PUP Belize Rural North young leaders what I'm doing, they see and they think he's just out there living the life, spending this. But when I communicate to them earlier, and I have 220 of them in my chat group, what I'm here doing, what is the conversation that I'm having, they really start to understand, and they continue to support me and they engage me, but I have to continuously be engaging them. And I know, and for me it's the young people. I think older people understand what is the role of a minister and what he's doing and where he's doing. But for me, I totally understand, and I get that I have to keep them engaged. I have to explain to them what I'm doing. I'm actually in Guyana because we have 5,000 cane farmers who is depending on the export of sugar to CARICOM. And so and I have to say 5,000 farmers in the sugar industry, because if I say I'm fighting for sugar in Guyana because of the external export and Belize should have exclusivity to think, I have to pronounce it soft and small and let them understand if it's a standard 6 students reading it. And so I think the engagement is important in any case to keep youths engaged.
I also think one of the best ways to keep youths engaged is to give them more responsibility, because that's the quickest way that you're able, one, you feel like you have a stake in something and you're responsible for something. And then two, you have a greater understanding, like you're saying, all the layers that go into something. I was thinking this morning we were saying under 35 is a youth, and I was really trying to think, what is the difference, like the main just ways that we think, I guess, that separates us. And I think one of the things about youth that I really admire is that they try fast, they fail fast, and they learn even faster because they are just really unbridled by how things used to be and how things were. And I think that touches on your point of they are not hung up on what things are supposed to be. They laugh in the face of tradition. They're like, I don't care about that. I'm going to do things my way. But I think that energy harnessed with the structure that the older generation can provide and their knowledge will really kind of bridge that gap even more, because I think both energies are needed to be successful.
We like comments, not questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can appreciate what Minister shared with us a while ago. Very importantly, there are many opportunities out there, and alluded to MSME, the incentive program under Beltrade and Ministry of Investment. But as he rightfully says, that our youths, they need to be engaged. And yes, the information need to reach them. I'll tell you what happened in PG just a week ago. How many people own a cell phone? Almost everybody owns a cell phone, because it's a modern way of communication. We had a training, the town council along with the Taiwanese mission, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and Human Development. And we were looking for 15 people, but they targeted female because they are saying that the female, normally the programs are either eyelash, cake, nails, or sewing. So they look at, and I want to congratulate Minister Tia Garcia, Ministry of Human Development. They look at a simple cell phone that almost everybody owns, and they had a training, and the training was basically to repair cell phone. So all these women now, they're left with the tools. One of the most important things is that you don't have the tools to do the job, to get the work done. But the program was for like 6-7 days. And the idea is that some of them started and stopped, right, for whatever reason. But a simple cell phone repair, that female can take at least $300 to $400 home weekly. One of the females repair 11 cell phones over the period of time. So there are opportunities, but these opportunities must be created and geared towards skill. This is something that everybody wants, and you could make a money, by simple things like this. So we need to create more of those programs, Minister, and have engage with other groups. And then we need to do it for young boys and girls. And this is entrepreneur. The thing we tell them now is for them to get together and form a business. The town council is readily available to say, you know what, we'll give you maybe a discount on your trade license and start your business. But there are a lot of opportunities for young people, but we must be aggressive and capitalize on all these opportunities. I just wanted to share that with you.
All right, I'll go to Vincent, and then I'll come to you, Nigel.
Sure. Very impressive discussion. I'm really glad I'm here. But just to piggyback off the female learning how to fix the cell phones. And I want to ask about our young men, particularly those in Belize. We are really operating at a deficit in terms of what we're doing for our young men and what they are doing. The graduation rate at the University of Belize, 76% female and the balance males. Every program, even the ones that were traditionally males, are more females now. Our young people, what is happening to our young men, particularly men of color, African descent?
I remember last year on the panel, we had a very similar question, and I'm not sure who responded, but they responded really well, and I will try to cite that verbatim, which I probably won't, but the women are succeeding because we spoke about mentorship earlier. If the young men are not succeeding, the men have to reflect on that and ask, are we mentoring our men? Do they have enough mentorships? Are they having resources? Because strong women raise strong women. Strong men raise strong men. Yes, and that creates a different dynamic as well. And that's probably why you have a lower graduation rate for the men. They do need men. Yeah.
I think when I was CEO at the Ministry of Human Development, one of the statutory bodies under that portfolio was the National Commission for Families and Children. And there was a study associated with that, and it had a lot to do with parenting. Whether it was a single mother or both parents being in the home, it has a lot to do with parenting and the focus that we put on I don't know if it's our son or our daughters, but parenting was one of the things, which is why there's programs being developed and that has been developed in terms of how do we support parents to support their children.
Yes, and jumping off of that too, while not every household will be a two-parent household, there are father figures, there are mentors that are male that would have a profound impact on a young boy in a way that a woman simply cannot, just in the way that we relate to each other and communicate with each other. I believe on the panel last year, I mentioned that the mentors that I've had have been women because they understand the way I can move through the world and the challenges that I would encounter as a woman. So we're facing societal expectations, right? We're in this rapidly changing world where women now have so much more opportunity than ever before, and we are grabbing that opportunity. We are going for it because we have the wisdom of the women before us that are telling us we need to do this to be financially independent, to change communities. And I strongly believe that when you educate a woman, you educate an entire community because women are the nurturers. So I do think it depends on men connecting with other men and redefining what their role in society is, because it's no longer just a provider role. Right? It's no longer just you're expected to bring the money in. It's calling for this greater evolution. And I do think that rests heavily on the men that are in Belize right now.
I also want to add to that too, that I believe that communication is also key. I feel like as men, we don't really communicate as well. For lack of not knowing how to say it better, I'll say it in Creole. We generally have this idea in Belize where better man, they are figure it on their own, where we don't kind of like nurture men or like guide them in the way of like what they can do, what are the options, how to learn.
Wonderful panel, wonderful discussion. I see entrepreneur, I see a student upcoming in computer science, marketing, social media, and a young minister, vibrant. My concern is, and first of all, I see a whole lot of value and opportunities by way of land ownership and proper land management. They go together. You can't just own land and not understand how to manage the land. Our youth population, however, I don't think they have the proper access to land ownership. I don't think they are being trained properly as to what they could do with land or what land could do for them. Minister, you have a huge area, and I'm sure that your population, not only by way of your constituents and so forth, but you spoke of sports, and that's countrywide. And so you have a whole population, a whole country of youths behind you as well. I don't think we are reaching out to our youths in the capacity as far as how do we train them to become better entrepreneurs by way of land ownership. Belize have been spoken about that we have the capability of becoming the breadbasket of the Caribbean. Agriculture, Airbnb, a whole lot of opportunities through land. As a land activist, I would want to see more opportunities being created. We don't all need to be university level students. Me, myself, I'm just high school, right? But what that land has done for me and my family and people in the grassroots sector, it has changed lives. Now you have you guys out here in the diaspora on to make better money than we at home. Owning land at home could create more opportunities as well. How do we incorporate that? However, because of this particular panel here, I would want to see the discussion go more in the idea or the area of land ownership amongst our youth. That's scarce. That is almost unheard of. You hardly hear youths getting land. And many a times, Minister, most of the youths that do get land is because they're politically affiliated, or some of them inherit land. So I'd want to see somehow we incorporate opportunities by way of land ownership. I would want to see us building a sector of our community where it's dedicated to entrepreneurial goals and so forth. In the youth population, you could have a whole community that's just about entrepreneurial, different jobs opportunities, creating businesses and so forth, but dedicated to just the youth population, and let's start training them from a very young age. So they're not much of a question, but it's a concern, a comment, and something that I think the government need to embrace more. I've been back and forth with both governments, and I still don't think that they have embraced me or what I represent or stand up for. I don't know if it's because of the messenger, but the message is very much important, and I want to see us engage more of the youth sector when it comes to land ownership and proper land management.
Yeah, you definitely hit the nail on the head. There's a lot I can add to that. As the Minister for Belize Rural, not representing 23 villages, I recently gave out about 1,000 lots, and last week we got the first 104 titles to give out, and we're supposed to give them out this Sunday, and I won't be going back until Monday. And I shared with my brother who supports me that we cannot give out those lots because I want to be there to give out these lots. And for us, it's political, it's about the picture and thing, but I specifically want to have that conversation about what that land means, because one of the things that I have right now is a lot of people reaching out to me as the area for Belize Rural Art that I got a lot in Sand Hill, and I want you to show me where, because I really need to go mortgage it out, or I want to sell it to minister, you know who could buy it for me. And I always cringe, and I sometimes I tell myself it's late at night, 10 o'clock, and I'm going back to answer messages and I'm reading it, and I always find the time, let me take a minute to answer this person because they don't understand the value. But the bigger problem to that is somewhere in the educational system, at some point we have to have that land tenure in there to train us, because I could personally say I don't understand the value of land either until I started to, until of recent years. And now that a big part of my constituency is the agriculture sector, from a livestock standpoint and agriculture, because in Mascal, I said Mascal, and it's the bread basket. When you talk about, we go to market the Belize City on Saturday, we go to market, and a lot of those people are from my constituency, so I know they're going 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning heading to the market. But when I go to their farms and I see 650 acres of onion, and they don't have the lease or the title for it, but they want another 100 because the importation of onion is so much, then I struggle to think what, and for me it's always, I've always been taught, then about fix the one problem because of the onion. I then think, I wonder if all the other farmers have their land documents.
Yeah.
And imagine if they could be borrowing a loan to build a storage facility and to have better equipments for the best. And so it's all these things that, and this is one of the reasons why I said, I supported my dad, who was a minister before I was a CEO, and supporting, but I look forward to the opportunity of how I can make some of these changes in government to be able to have that bigger impact, because it's not only my constituency and the people that we support, it's a major problem in so many different ministries that we have, these things that we can change that can have major impact for our country.
I have the mic.
Collaboration.
Yeah. So I have.
Oh, sorry. I was going to build on one thing of that. We talked about how education is really rampant on social media. Social media is a great tool to use to educate youth, right? So if you have the type of personality that is very vibrant and you can communicate things online to people, maybe it's a series of TikToks that educate people about land ownership and how to manage the land. Maybe it's a YouTube video where you're breaking things down in very simple terms for people so they're not overwhelmed by the task of managing the land. There's lots of opportunities to reach youth that, of course, we want to take things at a government level, but why don't we think more grassroots as well and just reaching people where they're at? So I think that was a great point that you made.
I have been doing that, but I want to know, how do I get to the youths more? And through people like yourselves up there, we need to connect directly to the youth. I've been on social media forever. But how do I get to that specific?
Maybe it is the messenger. I don't know. But maybe it's, bringing people in, influencers, faces that they see as very familiar and a little bit more, within their age range, the age range you're trying to reach, and that goes a long way as well. So just something to offer there.
No, I think just to add quick, it's the press office. One of the things that I've been advocating for as a CEO is, how do we optimize the press office? And they're so focused on, there's a press conference there, and there's this media, this, and there's that. But the press office of the government needs to also look at these opportunities and really leverage the opportunities. Because that's an amazing campaign, like you're saying. And I was talking to the president of UB this morning about some of my perception that I've had for years and how I think, and the great work that UB is doing, but how do we do a series of videos? Because we can't be at every expo and every conference and every this, but a series of videos on TikTok, and you boost it with $10. Like, yep. I do my posting on my social media pages, and I boost it at $5, and everybody from Belize Rural North sees it. But I could post it, and for $5, I'm investing, or I'm supporting the village council in Crooked Tree with $40,000 towards their auditorium that they're building. But I won't spend $5 for everybody in Belize Rural North to know. But a lot of people don't understand that. Yeah. That when you're doing so much, and for the lands department, it could be creating these 4 ads, and it's maybe 8,000, but $10 on social media to boost it, or $20 for 2 weeks or a month, and you spend $250 for boosting. So many people will get to see it, and that's how do we train and communicate that for our leaders to understand the impact they can have with some of the things that we do?
Wow, excellent. I know there's 2 more questions over there. I'm not ending it. I actually have a question. So I'm not ending it. I have to say that the youth panel was so dynamic in LA last year that this is the only panel that we brought back this year, because it's engaging, dynamic. We want to hear from our young people. And also, full disclosure, RT is my sister.
And at least once a week, she gets the random, how do you work Instagram, like message from me, because I am not of the youth category, so I don't know how to do that. But I do have a question. So my question to you is, we talk a lot about collaboration and the divide between the youth in Belize and the youth living outside of Belize, but do you think that there is collaboration that needs to be made and a divide between the youth and the older generations, and how do you bridge that? It's very similar to what you said, but I want to hear there.
I do think that there's a pretty wide gap. I think it has a lot to do with our ideologies of how to fix problems. I think that, as I touched on earlier, the youth are really unafraid to take risks, and we will try things, we will fail at them, and then we will learn. And we are really untethered to how people in the past have done things, and we really want to do things our own way. And I really admire that initiation energy. Like we're ready to just do what we want, but we also need the guidance and the mentorship of the people that came before us, because there's a proper way to put things into place, as you mentioned, with how we want to raise issues. There's a proper protocol for how we should handle things. So it's the energy of the youth and the change that we want, coupled with the proper avenues for creating that change. So I think we get frustrated at each other because sometimes the youth feel like the older generation is not listening, and the older generation feels like the youth are just really upstart and don't want to listen to how things need to be done. But again, they're both right and they're both wrong. So we need to meet in the middle and hear each other out a little more.
I think universally that's always been a problem, in every country, Belize in the USA, the different generations, the boomers, the millennials, the Gen Zs, they have different characteristics. The boomers, they like order. They're used to doing things a certain way. They've been at their job for 20 plus years, whereas this new generation, hey, I want to raise, nope, bye, I'm going to go to another job. We're less tolerable and we're more vocal, which can be a blessing and a curse. However, I remember when he said, yeah. I remember when I was working a job and I had an older supervisor, and this was within the States, and I asked him if he can teach me how to do something, and he said, if I teach you how to do that, you would take my job, and he did not teach me that.
Wow.
And that was something that, it obviously, it still sticks with me to this day, and I felt kind of bad about that, but then I had someone else that I was working with, and it was a woman, and she told me, I asked her if she could teach me something, and she said, yes, I'm going to teach you this, because if I want to get promoted, and I can't get promoted if someone can't do my job, so I am going to teach you. And that is the mentality that we need to have. If you want to move up, someone has to be there to take your place, and if no one is there to take your place, you will not move up. So it's everyone working together, collaborating and mentoring, and I think if we move forward with that mentality, we can separate those, we can combat that issue.
One of the things that I notice with our young generation, they don't worry about anything. They just do. And so definitely want to empower you guys and continue to do what you're doing. 3 things that stood out for me this afternoon: education, empowerment, and awareness. What or each of you, what will you do to continue the education, the empowerment, and the awareness of the diaspora, and how we can continue to work together and develop Belize?
For me, for the education, I think the ambassador highlighted, and I think I shared, we need to keep the diaspora engaged. And so that database that, if we're talking, and I asked the question earlier in a side conversation, we're talking about 200 people in diaspora. Some people said 200,000, 300,000. Where that number came from, whatever that number is, if we only have around 10,000 people who are registered, and there's a Diaspora 2.0, at the Diaspora 3.0, how do we get this room filled? Based on the agenda, because when I saw the agenda, I thought it was a very interesting agenda. I thought this room was going to be filled. but it's how do we get our diaspora engaged? And I think in the side conversation that we had, you asked the question, what is the incentive, the why? Why do I come to this Diaspora Summit? And that's the empowerment element for me, why I think the unit in the ministry with responsibility for diaspora relation, and I think we heard the conversation about that draft policy. Whatever is in that policy which translates to a strategy, what is in it for the diaspora, whether it is the land element or the immigration element or the voting element, there needs to be something that we get them engaged and keep them engaged.
Completely agree, and I would say that the youth are empowered. What they're lacking is tools and amplification of what they're already experiencing, feeling, doing. So I think my role in it, because you like to think that you're moving up in the world, I would like to think that I've gained some experience and some education, and now it is my turn to look back into Belize, reach out to the people who are already doing things that are very impressive, whether that's businesses who want to tell their stories digitally, whether that's creator houses that already exist and they want more amplification or maybe to reach across and work more in the US. Whatever that is, it's up to me to reach out to them and create those opportunities. And it's also up to me to amplify voices that are already doing the work, because I don't think it's limited to the youth that are up here that are empowered. I think the youth in Belize are very empowered. They just need to be supported.
Correct. Do you want to answer? Can you project your voice, Mr. Will?
Sure. No, I think we talked about the collaboration and to get this room full. I really think that it would be like a good way to collaborate between the diaspora and the government. Like I didn't know the minister was going to be here or the mayor was going to be here. If there was press releases, I get press releases from government all the time, but I never got enough to say the minister was going to be here or the mayor was going to be here. So I think that government have a responsibility to support this diaspora movement, this diaspora summit, so that we could fill all these chairs. So I just think that it would be a good idea next time to let the government of Belize, because everybody always wants to know what their government is doing, show support that, hey, we are going to be there, and this minister will be there, and the mayor will be there. And I believe a lot more people would come knowing that they have the full endorsement of the government.
Did you register at the Diaspora Relations Unit?
No, I'm logging in PG. But I get the press releases all the time. I never got any press releases.
Yeah, we're going to have our last question here. I'm so happy that everyone is engaging, though. This is amazing.
So I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity, because we talked a lot about how we can connect with the youth, but I wanted you guys to give us an opportunity to talk about what's your pain points and how we can help listen to you guys, right? Give you guys the platform as the future, right? So what can we do to help you connect with us?
One thing I love is resources. Please provide me resources, point of contacts, phone numbers, email addresses. I'm big on that. And also making sure that these events are accessible. We mentioned the marketing, but we want to make sure they're accessible to everyone within the region who is capable of attending. Oh yeah, I do my part. Yeah, I do. Yes, yes. If you want to, they always say, if you want to go fast, you go by yourself. If you want to go far, you go with others.
Yeah, I think how we can be supported. It's always, we're going to share our ideas as youths, and for me, I'm always going to share. I sat with the president of UB, and I think I was all over the place, but I've always wanted to share I always want to share my perspective on things, but like it's for me when I hear about that diaspora strategy and I'm policy, and I'm sitting here. I always want to get involved and I want to be a part of it because I want to see it to the end. And so it's always getting us involved. And somebody shared it earlier. We want to share ideas, we want to be involved, but we want to see it move to the end, because if we don't see things moving, then we step back, because we want to see things happen and we want to see it happen fast.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think there's a big difference between being asked to the party and then being asked to dance, right? It's such a huge difference. And something I think that's very tangible, I've seen a lot of successful companies have like youth advisory boards or advisory councils just to bring in that perspective, and it's lonely being the only youth sometimes on a board. It's easy to get dismissed, but if you bring all of us together, we might be able to think of ideas that are really outside of the box, and then we're scrappy, we're young, we're resourceful, we'll come up with ways to put that in action. But again, creating that space for us goes a long way.
Okay, so on that note, if you have any other questions for us, please feel free to grab us individually outside, stop by our booths that we have, and exchange contact information and emails. I want to thank all of our speakers here today. Let's give them a round of applause. And I hope you all learned something from this panel, and I hope that you all are inspired as well. And I will hold each and every one of you accountable for collaborating with someone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the youth panel. We will go ahead and dismiss for today. That's the end of our panel discussions. But I will, in full transparency, tell you that, of course, we had.
And at this point in time, we are going to be closing off our coverage here at the Diaspora Summit 2.0 and invite you to join us tomorrow. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. So quickly, we have official sponsors: Beltrade, Central Bank of Belize, Government of Belize, Feinstein Group, Holy Redeemer Credit Union Limited, Insurance Corporation of Belize, Ministry of Immigration, University of Belize, Atlantic Bank Limited, Belize Electricity Limited, Belize Tax Services, Brothers Habet, Freedom Drug Store, James Bus Line, Oceana Quality Poultry Products, along with part sponsors, Belize Medical Associates, Belize Chamber of Commerce, Western Union, Builders Hardware, CG United, Dangriga Town Council, Enrique Martinez and Sons, Human Dignity Trust, Marie Sharp Fine Foods, National Fishermen Producers Cooperative Society Limited, Quick Home Real Estate, Rosado's Hardware, Rubis Jewelry, St. John's Credit Union Limited, Carl Petch Village Resort, Jaime Price Piling. And we also have to thank part sponsors Ewart Marina and Orange Walk Town Council. At this point in time, we again close off. We want to thank the team who have stood firm back home, making sure that all this works, to Harlan Wagner, Christy Flowers, to our sales team, Michael Palacio, Natalie McKenzie. I am Mose Hyde saying to you guys, have a fantastic rest of your Thursday evening, and join us tomorrow morning when we start, approximately around 7 o'clock. We will have live coverage. It's going to be a different format tomorrow. So we will be more engaged in conversation here with the different people who come and participate. So there will not be the panel discussions. There are going to be some presentations and some speeches, but we are going to have more, let's call it freestyle tomorrow. So we invite you to join us here on Creme Radio and on XTV. That's how this thing go, right? Have a great Thursday. Link will be in the morning. And big respect to the Belize Diaspora Organizing Committee for providing us with transportation and providing us with the internet and links so that we can provide you with this live stream. With that said, we close off for today.